Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am General Sunil
Good
Chandra.
morning.
Very good morning, sir. I am General Sunil. I am the mentor trustee of Gifted Education Trust, and it is my honor to welcome you all on International Conference on Gifted Education Program, Equity for the Gifted in an evolving world. We are privileged, sir, that you are going to bless us with your keynote address. Before I start with the keynote address, I must say that this program has been recommended in the National Education Policy 2020 in India. Before that, it is already in vogue in many countries, especially in the West. This program has been there for centuries, for almost 50, 60 years plus. But in India, we are lacking behind in this program in a structured way. I would like to say a few words about His Excellency Dr. Manoj Narday Singh. His Excellency hails from Mauritius and took over the charge of the Office of Secretary General AARDO on 3rd September 2019 after having a stint as the Assistant Secretary General in the same organization. He has served in many, many diplomatic assignments. He has been instrumental in many initiatives which are connected with education, economics, agriculture, etc. He has also worked for the UNDP and given his valuable suggestions there. Now he is heading ARDO, which is there to look after the agricultural interest of the nations that he is heading. And we are privileged that he is with us. He knows many foreign languages. He knows language like English. He knows Russian language. He knows French language, and he knows Hindi. He knows English. So he is a multifaceted person. Now, between the audience and the Secretary General, I will not take much time because we would like to hear to his valuable suggestions, his ideas on the gifted education. I hand over to you the mic, sir. You can kindly start the keynote address. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, uh, Mayor General Sunil Chandra.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you for that brief introduction. Maybe flattery in some cases, but thank you very much. It's a great pleasure for me also to be here and to address the big gathering and the audiences from different parts of the world on a very, very important topic, which is very relevant for many countries in Africa and Asia. For the protocol part of it, I think Mr. Vijendra, the Chancellor, also is on his way. He will be joining later on. So let me
Yes, sir.
greet
Thank
him
you.
also. Your good self, Dr. Sunil Chandra, Major retired, uh, and mentor trustee of Gifted Education Trust. I think I've got some of the ambassadors also, my good friend, Ambassador of Syria, with us online. We've got
Welcome to him,
Himan.
sir. Hearty welcome.
Yeah, yeah, we welcome all of them. We are welcoming also Mr. Uh, Himanshu Gupta, IAS Secretary CBSE. My colleagues also are with me, Dr. Bera from IEC and PPP Division of AARDO, Dr. Pramod Mahajan, Director, Principal, Subject Indian School, Dr. Tyagi, I've understood they are also joining us, and all the distinguished invitees to this session and to the whole day program. My distinguished resource persons, speakers, delegates, dear participants, I will say all protocols respected. A very good day to you all, ladies and gentlemen. As Secretary General of the African Asian Rural Development Organization, it is indeed for me also a great pleasure to welcome you on behalf of 32 governments to solemnly and officially extend to all the distinguished delegates greetings from these governments to this online international training program on gifted education program with a specific topic, Equity for Gifted in an Evolving World, organized by Gifted Education Trust, hosted in collaboration with our partner also organization, the Shobit Group of Institutions. May I first of all right from the beginning, convey my sincere thanks to the Major General retired Dr. Sunil Chandra, the mentor trustee, Dr. Pranika
Thank you, sir.
Tyagi, Dr. Mansi Gupta, and all the trustees of the organization, as well as the faculty members, the staff, for the support and the good work, for the impeccable arrangements made for us to be together on this platform today. I sincerely congratulate the Gifted Education Trust, which is indeed playing a very, very important role, in my view, in empowering children and youth and helping them to blossom, what we say, from the youth, from the talents they are having, to make sure that they are provided the appropriate environment, the appropriate opportunities to learn, create, innovate, and maybe think differently to solve problems in unique ways, which is badly required nowadays. Thank you very much for that. I would also place on record very great thanks and gratitude to Mr. Shekhar Kunar Vijendra, the Chancellor of Shobit University, and all the specialists who are together with us. These are the stalwarts who will be contributing maybe to the debate today to enhance our conception, our perception, and the facilities we are giving to those gifted children. I would obviously say thank you to all the delegates and appreciate your presence and your contribution. As Secretary General of this African Asian Rural Development Organization, I personally accepted to address this international conference on gifted education, and I accepted that very fastly. Dr. Sunil Chandra will certify that, because I realized that it is a program which is going to bring lots of contribution to my own member countries from Asia and Africa. It is having lots of potential, because although we are dealing with most of our countries are from the global south, and presently these countries, they are solving a series of complex and challenging problems, be it from the range, we take from the range of food security. It's a very, very high on the agenda of most of these governments. Nutrition security also is the same. Food, nutrition security, health security, energy security, environmental safety issues, all these are there, very, very high on the agenda. We are having solutions, but when we talk about gifted children, gifted talents, these will be perhaps bringing us more and more precise solutions. This is where we need to enhance capacities, we need to enhance technologies, but also provide facilities for these gifted children. That's why the focus should be on the gifted education program to be appropriate one. We are very much conscious that many of the stern, contemporary, and impending challenges faced by, because I'm dealing with the rural areas, I'll be stressing from the rural perspective also of Africa and Asia. All these warrant what we need: speed, scope in different types of novelties, new things, new technologies. Sometimes we can call it disruptive technologies, but from the human perspective, also, we need that type of a reformulated, gifted education program, be it from a disruptive perspective, also. We know that for all these, we should leave no stone unturned. We should leverage on institutions, on our different leaders, on inventors, and on genius, or genius to be, or genius to discover, to bring these solutions for the betterment of communities, of humanity in general, but more specifically for communities in Asia and Africa. Just only for a few words, my dear participants and dear colleagues, I will say that AARDO itself is an intergovernmental organization, which is one of the earliest examples of South-South and triangular cooperation. So when we'll be talking about gifted education program, we will need this type of platform for expansion of that. We were established in 1962, And now we've got 32 governments and a total of 34 members in 18 African countries and 14 Asian countries. We are working in a very systematic way and with a well-defined strategic framework, which is focusing on lots of critical areas. I will just cite a few of them, which is of high concern in our member countries. It's called empowerment of youth, empowerment of women, education in general. Now we are talking about gifted education program, decentralization, community empowerment, and so on. We are emphasizing this aspect, and we have outlined a vision for rural transformation in our member countries. We need in that also to take care of education of children, and especially education of gifted children has to be having a special verticals in our member countries. Coming more specific to the theme of the workshop, ladies and gentlemen, I would personally underscore that I believe that everyone is unique, gifted, and talented. However, we have to also accept that some children are prominently gifted and they can often achieve things a little bit earlier, a little bit faster, a little bit better, and perhaps, as we say, a little bit differently. So, indeed, some of the children, some of our own uh, country people, countrymen, countrywomen have a different set of cognitive, creative, affective, and behavioral traits. They have diverse interests and abilities and often demonstrate what we call the questioning attitude. They question lots of things. That's also for the good. Sometimes it might be boring, but it is very good for the knowledge, advancement, and discovery of things. They've got the intellectual curiosity much higher than the normal human being. They have got a complex, advanced, or creative thinking. They are very high on energy. They are very eager to learn and learn more and more. They display, these are very few characteristics. I know we've got many specialists. You are certainly well versed in these terminologies. But I would like to say that I know that most of these gifted children, they display in various cases an ethereal power of memory, concentration for a long time. They can also have deep interest for the cause and effect relationship. And the question of why is very, very high on the agenda. Each and every time they would like to get the answer to why things are happening this way, why not that way. This is where the creativity, the invention capacity comes in the forth. They are very, very creative, as I said. They are very inventive, and they have the affinity of what we say they play this toying capacity or juggling with ideas, which is nowadays we know even computers are trying to do that. Even when we are talking about AI, they've got greater intuitiveness, they've got independence in attitude, and even the social behavior is a bit not on the standard way. They are, as the pedagogue will describe, even risk takers with very, very strong determination. Ladies and gentlemen, because of their advanced and accelerated development, and because they have that high level of awareness and intensity and greater depth of thinking and feeling, they are often, we have noticed that they become idealistic with a sense of justice, which appear at a very early age in their growth, in their development track. We also understand that these gifted children, they have high expectations on their own self and also on others. Often this lead also, to some cases a certain level of frustration with their own self and others and with the situation. They have, as we already highlighted, that impulsive action, the eagerness, They are spirited to go faster and learn faster. They are very much fascinated. Some of the people characterize them as the million questions. There will be million questions asking. The intense focus on the passion, or especially when they are engrossed in their own area of interest. If a gifted child is given an area of interest, you will see that the level of applied, how far they are applied, how far they are engrossed is very, very high. They are highly energetic. They need some cases also. They forget about their sleeping. They don't have any downtime. They are ready to go. Ladies and gentlemen, we do know that these are very good positive traits, but because of these traits also, but unfortunately, they are vulnerable and they need that specific tailor made support, including some emotional support if required, also there. Ladies and gentlemen, I know many questions will be raised and debated during the workshop the whole day on the process, on the issues, on the problems in identifying and supporting our gifted students. How do we really identify those bright persons? And in some cases, we even have to have identified some underachievers in certain fields, but they are still gifted children. So, how do we identify those bright underachievers? Technically, there is the word atypical gifted children students, including those or with other exceptional educational needs or from culturally diverse or economically disadvantaged background who are often overlooked or easily missed out. So these are questions maybe I'm putting also to you for debating. We may not be having the straight answer, but as a collective, we can find answer to all these. What should normally be the appropriate education program for gifted children? I think our Major General retired Dr. Sunil Chandra has already indicated that even India is not going as fast as required, although the policy framework is already there. How do we provide a more challenging and enriched educational experience that can match their advanced abilities? We do understand that there are many researchers which have been done, many pedagogues have been working on that, but I would just list a few of the key features of educational program which might include what we call an advanced curriculum, which will be tailor-made lessons to go beyond the standard curriculum to challenge students and foster deeper understanding. Then there is the acceleration principle, giving opportunities for the students to progress through their own educational material at a faster rate. And in some countries, in some places, there are possibilities of skipping grades and taking advanced courses. We've got also the enrichment activities, additional activities that are extended, um, and extended learning beyond the regular classroom. We've got different models. It can be special projects, competitions, field trips, and so on, which are there under this category. We've got the individualized instruction, which are personalized learning plans that address each student's unique strengths and interests. The social and emotional support also, as I said right from the beginning, has to be given due importance. Programs, they have to include that social and emotional needs of take care of these needs of these gifted students who might experience challenges such as, especially when we have discussed before, that they will be looking for more the perfection level, the perfectionism has to be taken care of. Ladies and gentlemen, the workshop will equally deal with the issue of equity for the gifted children in an evolving world, which is aimed at ensuring that gifted education programs are accessible also and equitable for all students, regardless of their backgrounds, be it coming from a poor family or rich family coming from the rural or urban areas, no, even from the sex perspective, male or female, we need to adapt the gifted education practices to be definitely more inclusive and representative of diverse student population. The prominent aspect of this concept would certainly include inclusive identification itself. As we know, we have to get started with the identification, ensuring that the process for identifying gifted students is fair and considered diverse cultural, linguistic, and socio-economic backgrounds. As I said, this means there will be the use of multi-criteria and assessment to recognize a wider range of talents and abilities. Access to those opportunities, we have to make sure from government side, policymakers, practitioners, even trusts, as we know, are working, doing lots of work on that, that all students who demonstrate giftedness have the access to that high quality specialized educational resources and programs, again regardless of the geographical location or their socio-economic status or any other factors for that sake. Culturally responsive teaching, this is also we have to take care from the perspective of our programs, our methodology, our teaching methods, our curricula should be sensitive to and be reflective of those students' diverse backgrounds and experiences. From the professional development, training educators have to recognize and nurture that giftedness in a diverse student population and implement equitable practices in their teaching and even in the assessment. Obviously, that continuous evaluation and adaptation program also has to be fair, equitable to reach each and everyone. We finally what we want to create a more equitable and just system where all gifted students can thrive and reach to their full potential. Otherwise, whoever is not able to reach to that full potential, it's a waste for humanity. It's a waste for developing solutions for a series of problems we are facing. Ladies and gentlemen, as I know there are many pedagogues around, I will just briefly touch from the pedagogical point of view that giftedness is dealt by many experts, but we know that Joseph Ranzoli's theory, which has made a significant contribution to understanding and identifying gifted children. The three ring conception of giftedness provided by Ranzoli provides a nuanced perspective of what really constitutes that giftedness and how can we recognize and nurture them. As you know very well, according to Renzulli, giftedness is not solely based on innate ability, but is a combination of three interactive traits, which are namely the above average ability, the creativity, and the task commitment. Above average ability, there are definitions. I personally do not stick to many of these definitions, but we must look from the practical point of view. But I do understand that literature points at above average intelligence with an IQ greater than 130 will be considered from the gifted perspective. But my concern is to make sure that we have to integrate the ability, the commitment, and the creativity in a very comprehensive framework for understanding and supporting that giftedness and get a very solid basis to advocate for educational practices that can cater to the diverse needs of these gifted learners. Ladies and gentlemen, gifted learner is definitely, we know it is a special group of children who demonstrate this gift very early in life and who require to be carefully mentored to reach that higher level of learning and excellence. How do we identify them? This is a big question. It has been asked in many countries. They are part of the solution which have been found. You will be discussing that also during the day. Identification very often involves the standardization, the standardized testing, the teacher's recommendations, evaluation of intellectual, academic, and creative abilities also. It is generally also considered, giftedness in general is generally considered to be distributed more or less proportionately across different population, including the rural and urban areas. I am given to understand that studies suggest that approximately 2.2 to 5% of children in any population is considered as gifted. This percentage generally reflects the overall population, but in rural areas, the percentage of students identified might be lower due to the challenges itself they come across, such as limited educational resources, fewer specialized programs, and less access to those even identification tools. This is where our attention, my personal attention also as Secretary General, can be focused and should be focused, especially for Africa and Asia, which we know these two continents, they have population, rural population more than 50%. India itself, I think we can easily say that India lives in the villages. Many African and sub-Saharan countries also live in the villages. In some cases, we've got it on record statistics that a rural population is over 85%. So our program should be targeting that also. We can tailor made it. We can fine tune it in such a way that we don't miss those gifted children in the rural areas. Statistics of demography about the, I think I've got 2023 itself. I read the table, shows Burundi, for example, in Africa, has got a percentage of 85.22% of rural population. Niger, 82.95. Rwanda, 82.11. Malawi 81.72. You've seen I've already given you 4 or 5 countries above 80% in the rural areas. We come down in the bracket of 75, you will find Ethiopia above 75, but with 76.84% of rural population. It is really important for us to have that focus. It is also important to understand that not all gifted children look and act alike. Giftedness exists in every demographic groups and personality type. It is important that adults look harder and maybe finer to discover the potential and support those children so that they can reach their best personal level. Giftedness cannot be solely based on these tests or IQ scores. It should, as we discussed, have a more comprehensive assessment of the abilities, their interests, and creative potential in the process of identification should always be evaluated. There is also what we call the formal identification. Again, I would not go there deeply into that. I do understand that there are protocols for identification, especially even in the rural areas. Maybe some of the countries might be sharing those protocols if that can be shared. There is also the teamwork with economic education departments and officials working with village levels, so village leaders, community members, community leaders also can often nominate children to participate in these programs. There are students shortlisted or profiled through observation, in-depth interview with teachers, parents, communities, and so on. We've got a series of protocols, as I said, but we need also to upgrade that informal identification, especially when we are talking about the rural areas. Gifted children in areas are more likely to be recognized by the informal setting through the family support, through local community leaders, and so on. So this also has to be taken good care of. One of important aspect, ladies and gentlemen, to nurture giftedness is by tailoring our educational experiences to meet the diverse needs of these gifted students, including offering enrichment activities and advanced learning opportunities. I am told that the program run by the Gifted Education Trust helps nurturing the skills of gifted children in an enriching an environment that stimulates and accelerates their creativity, critical thinking, and leadership skill. It gives them that required fillip and the needed push and opportunities right in the school itself with the help of their mentors, the teachers to support them, and also with their parents to help them blossom. Ladies and gentlemen, we have also to look into how the global partnership and other initiatives are benefiting us to pick up that concept of giftednesses. There are lots of collaboration. This collaboration typically involves sharing of those educational resources, training programs for educators, policy development support, and sometimes financial aid also provided to improve infrastructure and access the quality of education for gifted children, especially if I'm talking about African and Asian countries, as I've already justified, the numbers are enormous here. They aim to address that disparity and promote that inclusive education that recognizes and nurtures the talents of all children, regardless, as we said, of their background or location. I may cite also here UNESCO has got a good initiative. UNESCO supports initiatives also promote that equitable access to quality education for gifted children worldwide. They provide some technical assistance, research, and advocacy to member countries. There is also some international, the World Council for Gifted, Talented Children. This organization also provide that kind of support and foster greater collaboration between among educators, researchers, and policymakers. It supports conferences, workshop, publications for the benefit of all these countries. We've got the Asia Pacific Federation of Giftedness also doing quite good work. Many government programs and government to government exchanges also have to be amplified, I would say. We've got, I give funny, for example, South Korea has got bilateral agreements with many African countries to support education, including initiatives for gifted children. Obviously, there are bigger partners and global partners for us, World Bank, UNICEF, and so on. They are also playing a good role in that. The research and academic collaborations, we have got a series of them, joint research projects, exchange program, and not the least, the NGO organization, which are doing wonderful job in supporting that type of initiatives. I would not cite many of them, even Save the Children, Plan International Gifted Education Trust. These are the one we can cite for the moment. Every country, ladies and gentlemen, needs that children of higher caliber could grow up and turn into greater, better researchers, thinkers, leaders, and scientists. I do understand that Gifted Education Trust is running the program already and with the collaboration with many other institutions and organizations. Philanthropic initiatives also are there. We will be encouraging all of them to come together and debate on this platform how we can network for better results for our gifted children in the world. And now, more specifically, I'm talking from Africa and Asia perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, again, from this other perspective, we do understand that these gifted children, if appropriately supported, could bring changes in our rural areas. We need to identify them early, nurture them, support them, because they are the one to bring solutions I would say, remedies to a series of maladies being faced nowadays in these rural areas, in even in the countries of Africa and Asia. Their ways they can contribute will be through innovation and problem solving. They have got a higher capacity and a higher ability, obviously, provided they are given the right support. We are expecting these children, if supported and developed in higher level scientists, policymakers, they may even assist countries in developing better policies, better techniques, and better technological solutions which can be tailor made to the rural areas. I do understand I have some more time. Can I continue?
Sir, I would request you to kindly sum it up.
Yeah, so I would just, okay. So for that, I know we are running out of time. So I would
Thank you.
say for we have to devise all our programs in such a way that we have that combination of the natural intelligence and artificial intelligence to innovate and sort out problems in most our member countries. We are very satisfied with the statistics being provided, but now where we are dealing with the children, we are dealing with persons, we have to be more flexible in terms of framework and approaches. Africa itself and Asia, we are in a dire need. We are facing a series of challenges, not only from the educational perspective, from the economic growth perspective. We are missing out in most of our SDGs. We are failing those SDGs, which we have to account very soon in 6 years. So, with these words, I think I will invite each and everyone, all the speakers, to contribute valuable insights, to draw from the years of experiences you have been having, so that we can come up with better recommendations to assist our policymakers and in crafting better solutions and policies for the benefit of all our countries, all the world, and humanity in general. Thank you very much.
Sir, thank you very much for very enlightening and very exhaustive panoramic narrative on the gifted education that you have given us. At before summing up what you said, I would also welcome all the distinguished guests present with us from the AARDO countries, especially the Syrian ambassador. Your points about enrichment activities, external learning, equitable reactions, and all that have been well taken. We have generally noted down what the Secretary General has raised, very important topics. We also appreciate that there's a lot of scope of collaboration of India and the other developing countries, and we'll put up to you a exhaustive note after the conference is over. With these words, I thank you very much, sir, and
Thank you.
I would now move to Dr. Gupta, who is the secretary of the CBSE, which controls the CBSE schools in India, which are running into thousands. And before Mr. Himanshu Gupta shares his experience, let me introduce to you his achievements. He's an IAS officer of 2012 batch, and he has done his BTech from IIT Delhi Mechanical Engineering, and after that he has held many appointments, which are like he worked for SDM. He has worked as Deputy Commissioner. He has worked as Special Secretary of Chief Minister Office of Education in Arunachal Pradesh. He has been Secretary Planning, Information and Public Relation Department in Chief Minister Office Arunachal Pradesh. He has also taken a lot of uh, uh, educational initiatives like CM Samast Siksha Yojana. He has been Deputy Commissioner of Karol Bagh. Not only the education, he has also gone very much into the facets like the animal care, the garbage collection that is related to environment. He has been Director Education of Government of NCT Delhi for quite some time, and his initiative there have been highlighted. It was first time that we met him there as the Director Education Delhi, and we were very privileged to have him as chief guest at our conclave at India International Center 2 years back. Presently, he is Secretary Central Board of Secondary Education, and in December 2023, he has taken. His other initiatives include setting up of Montessori Lab, Project Voices, e-magazines where the students have been given to show their talent and voice their concerns, and he has also been active in the student advisory boards so that students get the overall experience. With that, I would request Himanshu Gupta ji to kindly share his views on the gifted education and bless us to go ahead with this conference. Sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Major General Sunil Chandra ji, Dr. Manoj Nardir Singh ji, and Dr. Pramod Mahajan ji, Zahid Hussain Khan ji, Anis Sahab, Madam Sanya ji, the Gifted Education Trust, Dr. Parnika Sharma, Dr. Mansi Gupta, all the esteemed guests today. It's a proud privilege for me to address all of you on the International Conference on the Gifted Education Program. As you all know, national education policy has also included gifted education as a very key initiative. And there is a specific focus that has been given this time in the NEP, where it talks about gifted students and identification of such students. I think it is very, very important, as Sir has said, that every society has 2 to 3% of gifted children. It is very important that we identify such children at the right age and we can groom their talent. There are children who have different capacities in different realms. So it is very important that we identify them properly. And for that, the first and the foremost thing is to bring out some, unique tests to identify those children. I would exhort all the schools who are listening to me today that you must utilize this opportunity, and time has now come that you must administer such tests in your schools to identify such gifted children, so that we are able to in early age identify them and groom them properly. Government is also working a lot on gifted education. Perhaps when policy might also come soon, Ministry of Education is working on it. Teacher education is also one area where special focus is given on developing guidelines for the education of gifted children. Even in B.Ed programs, government is working to allow specialization in the education of gifted children. And giftedness does not just mean in the sciences or mathematics. It also includes in music and dance, different performances, poetry, languages, drama, physical education. So there are so many fields. The main thing is that we must identify such children and we must groom them. And I think this initiative that has been taken up by Gifted Education Trust in identifying, in promoting the importance of gifted education in the society, it is very, very important. Right now in our country, we only have limited organizations which have the capability to conduct such tests, and I'm very happy to note that Gifted Education Trust is doing such wonderful work, and I wish them all the very best. And we all must now, time has come that we all must make it kind of mandatory in schools to have such tests, so that those children are identified at the right age and they are groomed properly. Thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you, Jai.
Thank you very much, Himanshu ji. Your words will definitely promote a lot of schools to participate in this initiative seriously. And with that, we move to our next speaker. I will call upon Dr. Pramod Mahajan, MSc Physics and MA Education. He, in his career, long span career associated with education, he has been principal of more than half a dozen schools. If I start reading the name of the schools with their addresses and all that, it will take at least 1 hour. So I will skip that. He has about 2 years back, he has moved to UAE and giving a very enriching experience of Indian experience to the students, to the teachers, and to the learners who are studying in Indian schools in UAE. And he is now the director principal there. Besides that, he has been the recipient of number of national level and international level awards. The list goes to almost 35 of them. So reading that will deprive him to give his views about education, gifted education, and as the, how it is being carried out in the UAE, etc., it will be his forte. So therefore, I will request him that he should now share his views on the gifted education and then enlighten us, and also tell us as to how we can join with the UAE also in the schools in UAE and enrich and take some experience from them. Over to you, Sir Pramod Mahajan, sir.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. Namaste. Namaskaram. Salam alaikum. His Excellency Dr. Manoj, respected Secretary CBSE Himanshu Gupta ji, Major General retired Sunil Chandra sir, who is like mentor for me, officials from the Shobit University, Vice Chancellor sir, and educators throughout the world. I can see many edu leaders from UAE also have joined. Gifted and talented education. As Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore used to say, that everybody borns with some talent. And then it's big question that how to retain that talent, how to retain that giftedness. So I would give my views through my presentation on the gifted and talented education. Let me share my presentation. Yes, gifted and talented education. What does gifted mean? Gifted refers to a student who is in possession of exceptional natural abilities in one or more domain. Intellectual, maybe creative, maybe artistic, maybe leadership, maybe specific academic fields. As far as the education is concerned, maybe cognitive domain, maybe affective domain, maybe psychomotor domain. Cognitive domain, which deals with brainy activities with head. Affective domain, which deals with uh, heart, with EQ. And psychomotor domain, which deals with fine motor and psychomotor activities. Talented means they are also having some natural talent, and they converts that natural talent into exceptional achievements. But the gifted one are exceptionally natural abilities. Here the natural talent get converted into exceptional achievements. As Dr. Manoj also quoted, that the gifted and talented students, learners, they have lot of creative aspect, lot of creative critical thinking, as well as task commitment. They are very high at task commitment, and no doubt above average ability, are exceptionally able to do the task. Some characteristics of the gifted students, which is I have taken from the research paper from Harvard. They are good reasoning skills. They are extremely curious. Their curiosity makes them trusty to do the things beyond the box. They have wide general knowledge, retentive memory, early speech. They start speaking too early, and they have extensive vocabularies. They have ability to concentrate on long periods on subjects which is of their interest. Very high problem solving skills. Characteristics of gifted that tends to screen out them from the others. They get bored very soon by the routine task. They refuses to do the rote type of homework, and it is very clearly mentioned in the NEP also. And nowadays NEP and NCP, we are focusing on taking out the aspects of rote learning, and particularly the CBSE is, their directives from the table of Honorable Secretary is to go away from the rote memory aspects and do something which is creative, which is more critical in nature. Difficult to move them to another topic. They are impatient. They are very critical in thought process. They often disagrees with their teachers, makes jokes in inappropriate times, emotionally very sensitive emotionally, and their emotional quotient is also very high. They tends to dominate others. That domination and high AQ as well as high SQ along with high EQ makes them different from others. Now, there are certain differences between talented learner and a gifted learner. Like talented learner, they knows the answer, but the gifted learner, they ask the questions. They focuses more on the fertile question. Talented learners are interested in learning, and these gifted learners, they are highly curious. They grasp the meaning, but they draws the interferences. Enjoy the schooling process as far as the talented learners are concerned. Here, the gifted learner, they enjoy the learning process, not the schooling process, but the learning process. Unique learner six profile of gifted students. They are successful, but at the same time, they have a lot of boredom, lot of independency. They are challenging one, and they do challenge others also. They denies, they are having a lot of conflicts. They take the risk. They are multi-exceptional. They are autonomous. They are self-confident. Needs of gifted and talented student. What is particularly needed for them? A flexible program which involves the higher cognitive concepts and processes. Dr. Manoj as well as Honorable Himanshu Gupta ji also focused on this flexible program which involves the higher cognitive concepts and processes. It is actually mean to engage them. If we don't engage them, they will engage you. So the point is, for the educators and edu leaders, the big question mark is how to engage them, because if we engage them, their attainment will be more, and finally the progress will be more. Freedom from restrictions. They don't want any restrictions. They wanted to have the open access to the needed learning resources. Encouragement to ask the question. They always ask the question. For them, right answer or the wrong answer is not at all any question, any issue. Their problem is fertile question, which gives more opportunities to variety of answers. The consequences of not meeting the needs of gifted and talented students. If we don't meet their needs, they will develop a poor study habits, behavioral problem. They will become psychologically and emotionally weak. They will be underachieve, and there will be a nervous breakdown. And that's why it's a globally emerging problem, that how to satisfy the need and requirement of the gifted and talented students. Boredom and disagreement. These gifted students can become bored very easily with the routine and repetitive material. As an edu leader, how to accommodate this problem? Provide them differentiated instruction. In UAE and throughout the world, the differentiated learning is having the upper age to challenge these gifted students. In NEP and NCP, it is main focus on the differentiated instruction. Lack of challenge. The gifted students may resist doing work that may appear to be very easy for them. How to accommodate this problem? Challenge them. Keep on giving them the better assignments which keep on engaging them, personalizing their learning experiences. They are more engaged if you give some explorative type of tasks to them. So that way we can accommodate them. Mismatch pace. Their space and speed is entirely different. So how to accommodate that issue? Again, use flexible grouping strategies where appropriate to allow gifted students to work together and independently. They are independent, lifelong, explorative learners. As Professor Sugata Mitra, with whom I worked for 2 months in a particular project, his views on gifted and talented students are they learn naturally and minimum intervention in the process of their learning brings maximum learning outcome. So minimum intervention. Parental expectation. Gifted students may face pressure from the parent. How to accommodate them? How to resolve this issue? Maintain open communication 360-degree with the parents. It is more to convince the parents to take care of the gifted child because they are not able to face any pressure. They become nervous if they are pressurized. Asynchrony asynchrony and gifted and talented students. Gifted children often have significantly variation within themselves. They vary within themselves. The synchronization among cognitive, affective, and psychomotor domain is sometimes become a question mark. So, in a schooling process, we have to create that synchronization between the activities of head, heart, and hands. Often intellectual skills are quite advanced, but fine motor or social skills are lacking. So that way we have to help them. Myths and misconception, these are the common misconception about the gifted student, that they always score very high, that they need the help, that they are always well behaved, that they will always succeed. It is some misconceptions. The research says that, and Dr. Manoj also quoted on that, there are only 2% gifted students, while profoundly gifted are 0.01 to 0.1%. Identification of a gifted children in our school or in throughout the schooling process, preliminary checklist we have to do, informal and formal testing, asset score, detailed assessment, cat4, PISA, teams, pearls, IBT. These are some initiatives which are rocking in UAE to screen out the gifted and talented students. The advanced learning plan also plays a vital role. The things to keep in mind: differentiated space, assessment, grouping, level of work, and enrichment. Jai Hind, that's all from my side. I can understand the time is limited, and because of that, I am winding up. I am stopping my presentation and opening the forum for the next stage. Thank you. Thank you very much. Over to Honorable Major General Sunil Chandraji. Thank you so
Thank you
much.
very much, Dr. Pramod. One thing that has emerged is that His Excellency, yourself, Secretary Education, are on the same page on most of the aspects of the gifted education as to the need of gifted education, the way we identify that they need to be identified at a very early age, etc. And there are many more facets. So I think it's a very good start that all you have given to us, and your blessings will go a long way for the participants in the next day. Now I invite session one, Dr. Parnika, to take the stage and introduce as to what she is going to do in the session one of this conference on gifted education, equity for gifted in evolving world. Over to you, Parnika. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. It's my pleasure.
Meanwhile, I must thank all other participants who have joined us, maybe from session one also. And there has been one very serious commitment that has come in the way of the Chancellor of Shobit University. So whenever he comes, we will include him and his address will be taken. But Dr. Parnika is shortly starting. Please be with us. Thank you.
Thank you to all our distinguished speakers, guests, for a thought provoking inaugural session. The insights shared by each one of you has set a strong foundation for a discussion ahead. Now, I, Dr. Parnika Sharma, counseling psychologist and the founder of Gifted Education Trust, welcome our esteemed guests, speakers, school principals, teachers, and other dignitaries who have joined us from all across the world to our very first session titled Nurturing Giftedness. This session will focus on various strategies and trends in identifying and nurturing giftedness across different cultural contexts. Good morning. Hi, can you hear me? Can you all hear
Yes,
me? Yeah, great.
yes.
So good morning and thank you to all our distinguished speakers, guests for a very thought-provoking inaugural session. The insights shared by all of our dignitaries have a strong foundation for a discussion ahead. I, Dr. Parnika Sharma, is a counseling psychologist and a founder, trustee, Gifted Education Trust. I welcome all my esteemed guests, speakers, school principals, teachers, and other dignitaries who have joined us from all across the world to our very first session of the day titled Nurturing Giftedness. This session will focus on various strategies and trends in identifying and nurturing giftedness across different cultural contexts, as well as how we can maximize the potential of twice exceptional learners and assess the comprehensive development of students in gifted programs. Our first session features four esteemed speakers who will share their expertise on these very critical topic. So we have with us Professor Indrani Bhadri from NCRT, Dr. Anis El Arab from American University Beirut, Sania ma'am, she's an eminent educationist and a trainer. We also have with us Fiona Thiolet, who will be joining us from from John Curtin College of Arts. So first, I would like to introduce Professor Indrani Bahadri. He is the head of Parak at NCRT. As the head of Parak, Performance Assessment Review and Analysis of Knowledge for Holistic Development at NCRT, our work involves overseeing the evaluation and assessment process aimed at improving educational outcomes in India. Parak's role is to create and implement assessment that not only measures academic performance, but also consider the holistic development of students. This aligns with identifying and nurturing giftedness in a more comprehensive manner. I request Professor Bhadri to please present her views on trends in identification and nurturing giftedness in diverse cultures. Ma'am, you would want me to present your presentation or
Oh,
you would
I
you come?
can't. I can't. Have I been given the rights? Then I can do
Yes,
it.
yes, ma'am.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Thank you so much. I think you have to do it. Unfortunately, I'm not getting my screen.
I will.
Should I try again?
Yes, ma'am, I'm also trying.
Okay.
Ma'am, I'm just putting it.
So,
I'm doing it. Wait.
okay. Honorable Excellencies, Chancellor, Shobit Group of Institutions, members of the African Nation Rural Development Organization, Gifted Education Trust of India, secretaries, officials, educationists, principals, teachers, students, and of course, my fellow panelists. So, today, the session that I'm going to speak on is the trends in identification and nurturing giftedness in a diverse culture. Next slide, please. The flow of the presentation is divided into two parts. First, we will see how the search for the talented and gifted has evolved over the years in India in terms of the definition, in terms of identification, and in terms of nurturance. And in the second part, we see how the national education policy, that is the NEP 2020, in India, it has given the boost for nurturing giftedness in a diverse culture like ours. Next slide, please. No, I think we have skipped the previous slides. No, even previous. The history. Yeah, next slide. No, next slide. No, I think the previous slides are not there. The history is missing from here. Can
This
you
is
stop?
ma'am, this is the updated one that you have sent me today.
Okay, can you just stop sharing? Then I can share
Yes.
mine.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. Is it visible? Is the screen visible now?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. So, like I was saying, that the flow of the presentation has been divided into two parts. First, we see how the search for talented and gifted has evolved, and second, how our national education policy has helped in the nurturance and identification of the gifted in India. So historically, when we see the National Talent Search Scheme that was started in 1963, we initially started with just 10 scholarships, and that too for the Delhi. And uh, initially, it was called the National Science Talent Search Scheme. That this we were given scholarship only to the science students. Over the years, it metamorphosed in terms of the identification, in terms of the number of scholarships given, and also in terms of the nurturance. In 1976, it came to be known as the National Talent Search Scheme. So we shifted from not only giving scholarship to the science, but also to the social sciences domains. In 1983, we included a special provision for the students belonging to scheduled caste and the scheduled tribes. 1985 marked a big change in the process, wherein the identification process, it was decentralized, meaning that we had the states to do the first stage of examination for identification, and from the first stage the candidates who were selected appeared for the national level. So this two stage was done so that we have the representation from most of the states. In 2019, 27% reservation was done for the other backward caste, and in 2020 we also included 10% reservation for the educational weaker section of the community. The NTC scheme till 2021, if we see, the talent definition referred to the potentiality that manifests itself in a high level of performance in one or more specialized areas. And these specialized areas were very much restricted to sciences, social sciences, engineering, medicine, management, and law. It honored and helped talented students. The main nurturing was limited to the financial assistance that it was provided to the selected candidates. And but this financial nurturance that we were doing, it was a very long tenure. I think nowhere in the world the students are given scholarship till PhD. So the identification process, it was like two tier. First by the states, wherein from across pan India, from all these 36 states and UTs, we were selecting 8,000 students. Those 8,000 students were then made to give the national level examination, and from those 8,000, 2,000 were selected for the award of the scholarships. Students were studying in grade 10 in any recognized schools could appear. It was also, students who were registered under open and distant learnings could appear, and Indian students studying abroad could also appear, and they could appear directly for the Tier 2 examination. The provision of reservation was for the scheduled caste, it was 15%, scheduled tribe 7.5%, OBC, the non-creamy layer was 27%, the EWS 10%, and the persons with disability, it was 4% reservation, but of course this 4% reservation was horizontal. There were some issues and concerns which was highlighted when we did an analysis of the last 10 years of the candidates who were getting the scholarship. And if you can see out here, we saw that the girl child was getting purged. And this was because that, we had the two-tier examination. So the state was selecting the first tier. So for the second tier, the representation of girls was minimum for the second tier selection process. So naturally, when it finally came to the award the scholarship, it was further purged. Only 25% representation from the girl child was there. But then, when we saw the participation of the girl child from the state, we saw that there was an equal participation between the boys and the girls. Similarly, we saw a dwindling in case of the rural child. The rural child also, when we checked our results for the last 10 years, we saw that the representation of the rural child was also less. And we have done analysis for the eastern region, the northeast, the northern hilly areas, the north and the central, southwest, and in total also. And we saw that for all the regions, the representation of the rural was very minimal. Again, when we saw the participation, there was more or less equal participation for the rural child at the stage 1. So what was going on? The identification process for the talent search included two main things. One was the mental ability test. It was a 100 multiple choice items, and of course these were culture fair tests which we administered, and the second was the scholastic aptitude test, again 100 multiple choice items. And the same process was followed for selection of the child in the stage 1 and stage 2. A response analysis was done of the students who had appeared for the MAT and SAT analysis at the state level as well as at the national level. We saw that there was not much difference in the marks obtained in the mental ability test, but the responses of the students varied in the scholastic aptitude test. So the child was not getting enough marks to qualify for in the scholastic aptitude test, and this is because the when we also analyzed the question papers from the state level, we saw that most of the question papers, they were kind of based on rote memory and actually not looking at the aptitude that we wanted to assess. So there was a problem, and which needed to be solved. So and then again, it was the time when the NEP came into the NEP was drafted and it was in place. So NEP has given a lot of focus to the giftedness, and nurturing the giftedness was very important. It talks about NEP 2020, talks about project-based clubs to be encouraged and supported at all levels of schools. It talks about Olympiads and competition in various subjects to be conducted in the country, BEd programs to allow specialization in education of gifted children, NCERT and NCTE, the two main organizations to develop guidelines for education of gifted children, extensive use of technology to encourage talented and gifted children, and efforts for intervention in rural areas in regional languages to ensure widespread participation. So these were the focus of NEP 2020. And if you can see that more than identification, it talks about how we nurture the giftedness. That was the focus. The PADAK was also mandated to be established as a national assessment center by NEP 2020, and in PADAK we have also defined giftedness. Giftedness is the manifestation of higher order abilities or potential in intellectual, artistic, sports, leadership, interpersonal, and intrapersonal dimensions. And how do we do that? It includes critical thinking, creativity, problem solving, entrepreneurship skills, enabling individuals to excel beyond age appropriate behavior and perceive the deeper truths towards garnering the abilities from within. So again, we are talking about what Swami Vivekananda has talked about, that manifestation of the divinity within. So when we are talking about manifestation of the higher order, so be it an artistic thing, rendition by any artist, or be it in the sports, we have been watching the Paris Olympic and all those. I am especially very fascinated by the gymnast doing the pole vault. So it is divine, actually, the performance. So all this manifestation of higher order abilities is very important. So at present, when we look at the system that from where the students are, so knowing has become more important. So know the things and to feel the things, but we don't process the voice. We are not giving the chance to reflect. So that is what NEP's main focus is that, we are now talking about competency based assessment, a competency based assessment framework. Also, the competencies have been defined for the different stages, that is for the foundational, the preparatory, the middle, and the secondary. And looking at into all this, uh, we have proposed a change in the scheme. So the first thing is the change that it has been proposed is, of course, what the previous speakers have also talked about, that is catch them young. The second is the unit of selection. We are again going from the states, we are going to the district, we are going more granular. And to minimize the gender bias, we are saying that keep it 50% for boys and keep it 50% for girls, the number of scholarships. And also, we are looking at, the rural, how to get bring in an equity perspective for the rural child, that based on the enrollment in the district, the rural and the urban enrollment, like we know in most of the districts in India, the rural enrollment is more. So we proportion the number of scholarship based on the enrollment of the students in the rural and the urban area. And of course, it will be two-tier, but then the stage one will be managed by NCRT, Padak NCRT, and the mental ability test will only be used, which is a culture fair test for the preliminary identification. And then later on, from there we go to perhaps the teacher identification, the self nomination, or the community identification. The nurturance program, we propose that the states and UTs will provide an academic calendar. This again, in consultation with the Parak, there would be an advisory body constituted. It will be on the nurturance. We will make use of technology in a bigger manner, wherein we will have the online as well as offline, facilities for nurturing. Basically, when we are talking about nurturing, how to develop a scientific temperament, and when I'm talking about scientific temperament, it's science in the social sciences as well. And making the making the child to travel, the candidates who are finally selected, maybe they can be taken out for a Bharat Darshan to know what India is all about, to understand the intricacies that the Indian culture has, visit the historical, the cultural monuments, also working in close contact with any scientist in sciences, social sciences. So we are basically talking of cognitive internship. So when as a candidate, I am working in close contact, being mentored by someone, one scientist or a social scientist. I kind of learn, my brain muscles learns the way he or she is thinking, the processing the information. So this cognitive mentoring, the apprenticeship, is a very important thing which Padak has suggested in the nurturance of the gifted. We will have the residential programs. Development of entrepreneurship skills is very important. Allocation of projects for suggesting solutions to local problems of their state and district. uh, this is very important. Projects, it's should be coming out from their immediate surrounding, wherein they identify a problem and what will be their contribution in solving that problem. The socio-emotional learning, ethics, and human constitutional values, Indian knowledge system, rootedness and pride in India is a very important skills which will be part of the nurturance programs that will be organized. the lacunae in the system which will be targeted to using this nurture scheme will be at present we see that it is aimed at average, and in most of the cases in the system we see that the talented and the gifted, they are sacrificed on the altar of mediocrity. So this is something which we feel that when we do this talent search, we will be able to overcome this the conflated with achievement and accolades. We are confused whether between achievements that the child makes. So it is not, the child may lack in regurgitating the ideas. So success is not the primary identification of a truly gifted child, which is a very narrow perspective. So we need to understand they do not develop in a linear and a synchronous way. They may be an underachiever in performing a repetitive task. They are the infantile terrible, and or they may be the infantile terrible, and we need to nurture them from the socio-emotional point of view as well. So with this, I would come to the end of my presentation and say that giftedness is a asynchronous development in which advanced cognitive abilities and heightened intensity combine to create inner experiences and awareness that are qualitatively different from the norm. This asynchrony increases with higher intellectual capacity. The uniqueness of the gifted renders them particularly vulnerable and requires modification in parenting, teaching, and counseling in order for them to develop optimally. Thank you so much.
Thank
Yes.
you so much, ma'am, for your words, and especially focusing on, how the underprivileged section of our society is not getting represented well in this gifted education program, and what are various strategies to really nurture these gifted education programs. Over to Mr. Chandra, Sunil Chandra, sir. Sir, we have our Chancellor, Shobit University, also with us. So I welcome sir to please take over.
Once again, good morning to all the participants and the delegates who are with us. I am now taking the Chancellor Shobit University, uh, who missed out on the inaugural session for some pressing work that has come, and so we will shortly listen to him. I'm just taking him online. Kindly bear with me, please.
In the So we have Dr. Fiona Thiolit with us. Fiona Thiolit, she's a professor of learning and teaching from John Curtin College of Arts. So I welcome you, ma'am.
Very hearty welcome to you, Fiona. This is General Sunil. I am one of the trustees with the Gifted Education Trust. So far, we had a very nice sessions and words of wisdom by the experts in the field. We are now waiting for the Chancellor, Shobit University, who has been supporting us in this program, to join us. There's some technical aspect maybe joining. Give us a few moments so that we can continue the program. Kindly be on the online. Thank you. Okay.
Uh, in the meantime, if there is any question that we from the panelist, if we can talk, if we have for Professor Indrani Bhaduri's session. Uh, Ma'am, I just okay. So we have a question that how we will achieve all this without having well-trained faculty. This is a question from Bharat Srivastav sir. He is a director education in Science National Science Center and also a mentor with the trust.
Thank you so much for this. And indeed, the teacher are the crux or the, for everything that we do. And especially, when it comes to students, as a teacher, I know my students the best, nobody else. So, I am. Definitely not all that inclined towards standardized test administration. More, I would like to base the identification on a teacher identification, parental identification, self identification. So of course, strengthening the teacher is of prime importance. Capacity development of the teacher is of prime importance. And we are doing that, but then we require all our stakeholders to kind of join hands with us to do this. Product doing alone would not be sufficient, definitely, in a vast country like India.
Absolutely, ma'am. And I think that is the focus of this conference, that is to bring in all the like-minded people together so that we can nurture all the gifted children, especially from rural sector where, which are gone unrepresented and, not being identified well.
True. I would also like to add here that the Department of School Education and Literacy, Ministry of Education, they are also, working on the Pradhan Mantri Innovative Learning Program that is commonly called DRUV. And a lot of work has gone into, and many of the stakeholders are collaborating to make it a success.
Lovely.
Yes, the Chancellor has joined us. May I have the attention of all of you to kindly uh, welcome him. Kumar Shekhar Vijendra, co-founder and Chancellor Shobit University. Sir, we welcome you. We have already done with the inaugural session, and since you are very busy, we took the liberty of starting the program. And session one was in the progress. Audience, let me tell you that Kumar Shekhar Vijendra is a co-founder and Chancellor of Shobit Deemed University, Meerut and Gango. He has been a prominent social entrepreneur based in New Delhi, also the chairman of Associated Chamber, National Council of Education, and the mentor of the Center of Education Growth and Research, one of the largest educational think tank in India. Shekhar's commitment for the education and empowerment of rural youth is central to his endeavors. He believes in skilling and educating youth as essential tools of empowering them to lead dignified social and personal life. Influenced by his family century long legacy in education, he began working with the Nice Society Trust as a promoter member in 1989. Now he is with Associated, actively is Chancellor of two universities. Over the past 3 decades, he has been instrumental in developing numerous educational, social, and health organizations, including universities and an Ayurveda medical college and research center in North India. A passionate advocate for rural healthcare, he has established a 200-bed Ayurveda hospital and an advanced yoga and naturopathy center in the rural area of Western Uttar Pradesh. I have been very lucky to be associated with this university for long. I was the pro vice chancellor, and which is not mentioned is that the university is famous for its research on the Rudraksh, which is very rare and the major initiative by the university. Kumar Shekhar is persistent advocate of national values, social harmony, and peaceful crisis management. He is actively engaged with many societies, which include advisor of Jagdish Prasad Mathur Charitable Trust, chairman Livelihood Development Research Foundation, Center for Law and Good Governance. He is mentor for Center for Agriculture Informatics, vice president of DAV HSS Trust and Managing Society, and he is managing member of executive committee of Harijan Sevak Samaj. His contribution to education and social causes have been widely recognized. I will now hand over the stage to the Chancellor sir to let us know his views on the gifted education and enlighten us with his ideas. Thank you, sir. Over to you.
Thank you very much, General Saab, and thank you everyone for bearing with him. Listening so much, it was not required at all. I must congratulate and my best compliments to Gifted Education Trust for organizing this international conference on gifted education program, equity for the gifted in an evolving world. I was never a gifted child. And when both the founders of this trust, Dr. Prenika Sharma and Mansi Gupta, they met me, so I had a lot of curiosities, questions, and I was asking them what it is all about. In the country, globally, we are concerned about those who are underprivileged, physically, mentally, emotionally, economically, but those who are overprivileged, we do not talk about them much. I take these gifted children as overprivileged, over energetic, very enthusiastic, and they need a special care because if the flow of the energy is not channelized, it can be destructive. In new education policy, the National Education Policy 2020, we are talking about inclusivity. However, there also gifted child is missing. So, first, my compliments and General Saab, you being their mentor, it is wonderful. I am sure that with your experience and expertise of 4 decades, this particular task, what has been taken by Gifted Education Society, will become a mission. Inviting so many wonderful guests across the globe is commendable. I request everyone, those who have joined today, that please look around in our families, in our neighborhood, in our schools, in our society. There are many those who are gifted differently. They need to be cared, they need to be mentored, they need to be handholded because they are actually going to put a lot of things together to make this world a better world. My congratulations again, and I'm sorry that I was supposed to join the inaugural session. Sometimes it happens what you decide, you cannot do that because somebody else decide for you. You may have a lot of commitments, but I am sure that Gifted Education Trust is gifted to have so many wonderful people around across the globe, those who are willing to contribute in this mission. My good wishes, blessings to both of you, Prenika and Mansi. And as head of higher educational institution, I will like to contribute wherever we can as university. As General Chandra has mentioned, we are focusing now on rural health, that too on traditional side, Ayurveda, naturopathy, yoga, because I feel that these are very sustainable and very meaningful ways to channelize our energies. I'm sure that you can utilize them wherever it is required. And my good wishes to all of you again. Please do continue with the first session. I am listening and I'm sure that I will be enlightened. I will also learn from all of you something new today. And I'm sure we all will be doing something better for gifted children together. Thank you very much. Thank you. Namaste.
Parnika, please continue with the session, second speaker, and I am sorry that we had to do this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your words of encouragement and for coming here and motivating all of us. And we still remember the day when we came in, you were like so enthusiastic about this program and you gave all your support in every capacity. We are really indebted to it, sir. Thank you so much. Now, moving forward, I be moving forward to our next session, that is maximizing the potential of twice exceptional learners. I would like to invite Dr. Anis Al Harab. He is a professor of special education, American University, Beirut. He is also associated with the Resumli Center for Creativity, Talent Development, and Gifted Education at the University of Connecticut. Dr. Al Harab will discuss about maximizing the potential of twice exceptional learner. Over to you, sir.
Good morning. Do you hear me?
Yes, you can. We are listening.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And good morning from Jordan. Thank you for the introduction as well. So I'm a professor of educational psychology and special education at the American University of Beirut. And also I served in the Renzulli Center for Creativity, Gifted Education, and Talent Development a couple of years ago. My topic today is about maximizing the potential of twice exceptional learners. And before talking about maximizing the potential, we need to know who are the twice exceptional learners and why we started in the past 20 to 30 years to talk about them in the field of gifted education. And why this population of students is very important for us. So I think I need to control it from my side. Yes, right. So this is how it goes with the twice exceptional 2E. In fact, once we're talking about the gifted, we moved from the paradigm that perceive the gifted as people who've got golden genes and they don't have any deficits or problems. Nowadays, we're talking about those who have two exceptionalities. One could be the high abilities and the high potentiality in certain area, and also some deficit in some other areas, whether it's going to be like in the kind of disability, dyslexia, ADHD, ODD, maybe some other anxiety disorders, or so on, or autism. And once we mix the yellow exceptionality with the blue one, then we'll end up with having the green, which is twice exceptionalities. A person who's got some deficits and also high abilities. So both they do exist in the same individual. So nowadays we know about people who have some gifted high abilities or giftedness, or maybe dyslexia or ADHD. I think in the past 50 years ago we didn't have this maybe discussion that much, but nowadays because of the many of the things that going on in the field, including the development of the definitions and conceptions of giftedness, it led us to this kind of understanding of this group of learners. So we know that many, important giant people in the fields, different disciplines, I would say, they suffered from some kind of deficits, whether kind of dyslexia, ADHD, or other, including Winston Churchill, Albert Einstein, Thomas Edison. So for Thomas Edison, for example, one day a teacher sent the following note to this child that he is too stupid to learn. And in fact there's some maybe debate whether he failed because of the system itself or sometimes because of his learning disabilities or reading problems. But from some readings about his biography, I found that in his writings he used to show lots of spelling errors, and sometimes in his writings, when I read lots of maybe what he'd written to his mom, his diaries, he suffered not even from showing some problems in in writing, but also in the cohesive writing, how to become expressively understandable for the audience or for the readers. So this is what maybe led him to go to something else other than maybe to write and maybe read or maybe being a novelist also. So he shifted to discipline that he believes he can excel in. And to explain further, so the old school of using the intelligence, or especially the IQ testing, they distribute the learners using this normal distribution. So even when using this normal distribution for the general intellectual functioning, we can see that on the two extremities, where we on the right side we've got the gifted, or if being more accurate, the intellectually gifted. They will, according to psychometric assessment, they have to form about like 2.27% of the population. Okay, and there are some average people who will be like around 67%, and some other like also will be having some cognitive deficits. But this is just the traditional way of categorizing the people. Now, when it comes to learning disabilities or dyslexia, for example, which is, I would say, one of the most widespread, problems, especially, or maybe difficulties among the gifted. We're talking about 50% of disabilities, by the way. Once we're talking about learning disabilities, 50%. So there are some debate in the past whether they do exist, where do they exist, and where we place them according to the natural distribution here, the curve. So many they were talking about them later, that the gifted with dyslexia, or at least that people with learning disabilities, they will be having at least average or above average intellectual ability. So we end up having like high prevalence of people with who are gifted with learning disabilities. This is just one population or subpopulation of the twice exceptional learners. And to go further to understand also the development of this field, so we know that in the beginning of the field of giftedness, we started to rely on the old traditions actually that would focus mainly on the intelligence-based definitions or school-based definitions. So those definitions that maybe, unfortunately, until now, many of the schools they're adopting them for identifying the gifted, and they're narrowing actually the spectrum here towards only those who are academically or intellectually gifted. So that was, the beginning or the early conceptions of giftedness in the past, when they equated intelligence with giftedness as if they're the same thing. But later on, we start to know about more broad definitions of giftedness, including the Maryland definition, Renzulli three-ring concept, the Gardner's multiple intelligences, the Sternberg triarchic theory, Columbus group definition, and Gagné's differentiated model of giftedness and talent. These are just, sample of definitions. In fact, they broaden our understanding of giftedness, and which led actually to something that we're going to talk about twice exceptionality. So this is like the definition of Maryland definition, which is U.S. Department of Education definition that started with 6 different disciplines. Then they canceled maybe the psychomotor ability, later on, and they merged it with something different here with the visual and performing arts. But anyway, if you just look at the spectrum here about general intellectual ability, specific academic aptitude, creativity, leadership, visual or performing arts, psychomotor abilities. So it means if a learner will excel in one or more of the following, will be considered a person with high ability or giftedness. It's not all of them, not only in the academic or intellectual, any of those. Then Renzulli, he came with a very interesting concept that he spoke about, which is merge between three main, let's say, dimensions, if you call them. So the above average general ability. So it's above average. You can have above, not very very high, but above average general ability mixed with high levels of creativity and high levels of task commitment, which is motivation, you can call it, or determination, and so on. So the interaction between the 3 rings here would create what he called the gifted behavior. It's not even the gifted person, the gifted behavior. Gardner spoke about different, or 7 then 8 different kinds of intelligences. So we're maybe not in the we don't have time to go in details about this, but the idea is again the same. So we can have some people who can excel in one kind but not in all of the kinds of intelligences. So this is also supported by Sternberg triarchic theory of intelligence, which later on became the successful intelligence. So the analytic, creative, and practical. So we have analytical intelligence, creative intelligence, and practical intelligence. And then the wisdom, which is emerged later on from the practical. So, and the interaction between the 3 as well. So this is against allowing the coexistence of people who are gifted and also having some other deficits. So Columbus group of definition also, it's maybe focused on the asynchronous development that's can be found among any learner, especially the gifted learners. So this is telling also how they can have some splintered abilities sometimes. Gagné also later on he spoke about the the differences between the talent and also the gift, which is the gift according to him, it's processing unusual high potential and without being talented, which is the child can be gifted, which is processing unusual high potential, without being talented, which is displaying unusual high performance. So he tried to make distinction between the two, which is he explained in his model. Anyway, what we want to take from all of those concepts, without going in detail right now, it's about the concept of allowing that the person who's gifted can also be having some other weaknesses or deficits. On the other side, for example, if specifically talking about dyslexia or learning disabilities, also the concepts developed over time. For example, the British Warning Report, which is the most important actually in the UK for anyone studying about special education there, historically speaking. So they label the dyslexic as one whose abilities are at least average, so average or above. So some others, they spoke about dyslexia can occur at any level of intellectual ability. Then dyslexia, according to the Association for Children and Adults with Learning Disabilities, dyslexic students have an average and superior intelligence. So most of the definitions right now, they make distinction between those who are slow learners, who will be having some cognitive deficits, and the people with the learning disabilities, or learners with learning disabilities, will be having average or above on the IQ measurement. So this is also allowing the coexistence, if you can tell. So we can learn what we can learn from all of those, that the early definitions and conceptions, they were narrow, and they would in their way that they won't allow such coexistence. But nowadays, the new ones, they're allowing such coexistence. And this is why in the past 3 to 4 decades, we have lots of research done about twice exceptionality. And about the time when I started researching this, I had some very few researchers who explored it, but nowadays we've got many. So this is about the prevalence. Okay, so we can tell about prevalence, how, but anyway, I'm not going to focus a lot about it, because it's actually I would say it's more dynamic, because it depends on the protocol of identification, depends on the awareness about, giftedness and disabilities. Nowadays, we know that the population is becoming larger, not because it's larger, but because it's, the measurement that we're using and the assessment we're using is becoming more, let's say, differentiated and more accurate and valid. Right. So I think this is something about the definition of gifted learning disabilities. So no need to talk about this, but anyway, or maybe in details. But again, it's about those who will be having some high abilities, some specific, areas, including the areas we talked about, and they would show some discrepancy due to the lack of education opportunity in the academic area and other health impairments. So this is like mixing between the definitions of giftedness and also learning disabilities, like disabilities in reading, mathematics, spelling, or written expression. Through my research, actually, in the past, I would say 25 years, I was exploring, different areas, including learning disabilities, ADHD, autism, overexcitabilities. Today, maybe I'm going to focus on learning disabilities, because, as I said, this is the largest category in special education, and we can have the largest prevalence or population or subpopulation within this twice exceptionality. So to start with, Susan Baum, in the beginning, she spoke about 3 different kinds or subgroups or types of gifted with learning disabilities. So those will be showing, or maybe their high abilities will be recognized, but their learning disabilities will be unrecognized and hidden. The second is quite the opposite. When their dyslexia or learning disabilities will be, severe enough and will be recognized, but their giftedness will be unrecognized or covered. And the other and third one is the one that I mentioned. It's the most at risk. That once the high abilities and learning disabilities, they mask each other. So where then the learner will be shown or be recognized as average kid, not gifted, not a child with learning disabilities. And we can talk about different, characteristics for each. So, for example, for the high abilities recognized, LDs unrecognized, they have good verbal skills, poor spelling and handwritings, disorganized in their classwork, discrepancies between strengths and weaknesses widen as they grow older. They often viewed as underachieving. The second one, the learning disabilities recognized, but giftedness unrecognized. So their creative talents may be displayed at home. They usually excel in area of interest. Their difficulty depresses their intellectual performance. Their LD categorization emphasizes pupils' weaknesses rather than strengths. They often fail miserably at school, and that result can be in having some low self-esteem, low achievement, and disruptive behavior among them. So the one that she mentioned that the most at risk is once the LD and giftedness mask each other, they usually appear as average kids, able enough to compensate for their LDs, usually recognize their giftedness and LDs as adults once they grow up, and they need occasional where they can exhibit their superior thinking in active ways. Those are the three actually been mentioned in the literature by Susan Baum. In my research in Jordan and the UK, over the past 20 years to 25 years, so I found two additional subgroups. So the ones that will be their high abilities and LDs recognized. So in fact, many nowadays, because of the awareness about the field twice exceptionality, because of training, because of the education, now many of the teachers, including parents actually, they know that their children are twice exceptional, but they don't know what to do. And the second, it's about students who are misdiagnosed. So I'm going to talk about those in more detail. So the first one, or maybe I'll start with the both high abilities and LDs recognized. So they're visible to some teachers and parents. The size of this type is unequal and could always change because of the awareness in the field. So over the past years, I started to see, which is good, that this group, they're becoming more identifiable. They're more recognized by the teachers, educators, and parents. But again, so both maybe educators and parents, they're confused for what to do for them. And the other one, okay, I'll go back, I think, which is those who are misdiagnosed. Many actually misdiagnosed because they might be, diagnosed as kids with slow learning, with maybe emotional problems, ADHD, and so I believe that this is the most at risk. The most at risk because it's not they're not receiving appropriate education, it's because they're receiving the inappropriate education and services. But anyway, so with more awareness, where maybe more knowledge about this field, I think this could be, we can overcome this, issue. These are some details from the study I published in 2010 that I've done in England. That shows, the 5 different, groups where I found 15 with giftedness, but not, recognized as with LD. The, 2 with LD, not with giftedness or mathematical giftedness. It was about mathematically gifted. And 10 actually neither, and 2 actually recognized as gifted with learning disabilities, and 1 was misdiagnosed. So for another in another study, when I wanted to understand the behavioral patterns or maybe the emotional problems of those kids according to their parents and teachers, so I found that 72 of the students according to their parents showed behavioral patterns such as withdrawal, angry, or anxiety, hostility, and being overly affectionate or overly sensitive. And 38 were identified as having emotional tensions, fear, irritation, and lack of confidence. So that's in a study published also in 2007. And this is according to also the behavioral patterns reported by parents and teachers, so showing such issues. And these are the percentages according to the parents and teachers. Maybe not necessary to go in detail right now, but showing here the high percentages according to the reports of the parents and teachers. So it means they're suffering more, they're showing more emotional intensity and behavioral patterns that will be affecting their performance. So for identifying the main characteristics of the twice exceptional, or maybe specifically if talking about gifted or learning disabilities, so we need to know that we need to have evidence for the identification, evidence for an outstanding talent and ability, evidence of aptitude achievement discrepancy, evidence of verbal performance IQ discrepancy according to some subtests if using the psychometric assessment, and evidence of processing deficits. So for this reason, I also, I've done the study in Cambridge in the UK for developing assessment profiles for mathematically gifted children with learning difficulties, or we call them disabilities according to the American term, and difficulties in the British. And I use this protocol for identification, which is a combination between formal and informal assessment, using the documentary evidence, which is the school reports, teacher interviews, parents interviews, the IQ test, like Wexler, for example, dyslexic screening test, the Neal analysis of reading ability, and something called a dynamic assessment involving mathematics achievement test. So this combination between informal and formal assessment and psychometric and dynamic assessment. So this was the model that I've done in the UK. And I ended up with maybe some cases, if you can notice, 5 cases in some 3 schools. Now I'm going to show something interesting maybe for all of you. If you just look at one of the cases, at least maybe if you looking at let's choose case 1, James. So in the IQ test, we'll be having like 2 different IQs with a performance and verbal. And supposedly there should be some consistent, in the IQ scores. But if you look at the case 1, James, his performance scales, he gave like a score of 119, but in the verbal 147. So as if we're talking about 2 different persons. So this shows that such discrepancy is indicative to something. We cannot tell what's this something, but we need to dig deeper to know by using further assessment. And this assessment I've done, which is using the dyslexia tools, learning disabilities, ADHD, it could be emotional, it could be like, so this discrepancy could be due to multiple reasons, or maybe one reason. But anyway, it showed like in research that such discrepancy is indicative of some deficit, and that's maybe helpful, but not sufficient, of course. So I've done further research, multi-dimensional model for the identification of dual exceptional. We call dual or twice or double exceptional. So maybe lately we start to use that term twice more. And then I used also I conducted also some further research using the dynamic assessment and also the psychometric assessment to know to what extent each will be really very helpful. So in this study, I've done it in Jordan this time, and it's used like a multi-dimensional model of identification. Again, the first step that I used, which is a teacher's nomination. It is very challenging. The teachers, they were trained to know about what's exceptional, then to nominate, because that's going to be the first step. By the way, I found that 57 of the nominations, they were accurate after training about the characteristics, about this group, about the grouping, about how to identify them. only 57%, and sometimes you may say like that's good even percentage. Documentary evidence, observation classroom, teacher and parents interviews, IQ tests like Wechsler, for example, dynamic assessment, group perceptual skills tests, and diagnostic scale for Arabic language basic skills. You can maybe replace this with Indian language basic skills or English or so on. It depends on the situation, okay, and context. So, just to explain later, I'm not going to go in details about the, of course, results, but I'm showing here why it's important for us. So the psychometric assessment is essential. It's important. We cannot eliminate it. We cannot replace it, but we can use, something to support it. So it's used in every single field in psychology and education. It has advantages and also disadvantages. Some of the advantages, they're not very, they're unfair sometimes to ethnic and minority groups, and they're rigid, and the kids, they remain passive. It's not, they actually, once they sit for 1 hour or 2 hours for assessment, so it's not going to be their natural environment. So they'll be under stress and they will not show their high potential. They might show their performance. So, and that's why it's important. I think there is maybe a mic open. One of the mics open. There's background. Do you hear me? Okay, right. So the problem psychometric assessment, that it's showing the achievement or performance of the kids, okay, which is here, but it's not the potential. It's not necessarily that it's showing the potential of the kids. So they will be having always this gap or this discrepancy between the achievement and the potential of the kids. So that was actually supported by even Wechsler himself, who developed the IQ test. And one time he had a conversation with Kaufman, who's another giant, developer of IQ test, who said, okay, they were talking, and Kaufman, he was saying like, look, some people, they're using your IQ test in order to identify the gifted children. So, this is a conversation. So he said, when I reminded him that psychologists commonly use his scale for the extremes and want to make distinctions with the below 70 and above 130 groups, he answered, then that is their misfortune. Even David Wechsler did not mean that by using my test that I developed, I aimed, to identify the gifted. Imagine. So we're overusing sometimes the scales, and we're maybe making lots of implications based on something not necessarily to be really very, very, very highly valid. So the other approach of assessment is called the dynamic assessment, which is kind or maybe similar to the teaching environment. Okay, so it's a kind. We have different kinds of dynamic assessment. The clinical interview is a dynamic assessment. The formative assessment in the classroom is dynamic assessment. Discussion in the classroom is dynamic, and also pre-test, intervention, post-test format. Okay, it is dynamic assessment, and it depends. Maybe it's called dynamic testing, but dynamic assessment, it means you need really to teach something challenging to the kids, and then to test them again about and see the speedness, the accuracy, of their cognitive performance and also behavioral performance. It's going through lots of training, but it's more clinical methods of assessment. And this kind of assessment is the one that it tells you really about the potentiality of the person. So if you need to hit the potential, if you know about Vygotsky talked about the zone of proximal development. Proximal, he meant potential. Maybe, translation from Russian to English, they use the proximal, but it meant here the zone of potential development. So he wanted, the learner to move from, the level of achievement, which is here, and with some support, okay, to try to hit the potential. And this is our chief goal in education, by the way, not only with the gifted or twice exceptional, but with any learner. So this dynamic assessment, which is more clinical, is really important. So I use this kind and developed really scales myself based on some standardized scales. So using a test intervention test method, that was, my research was, using about mathematically gifted group. And so I developed a tool myself with 6 mathematical tasks, including different dimensions that I wanted here to examine the kids on. And so through assessment and using assessment, then teaching them in groups, 3 maybe sessions, 45 minutes, each, then testing them again. So, and using different questions like those. So I developed the test and I found really very interesting things about kids who've not been identified as gifted in the past or mathematically gifted. Some of the parents, they said, my kid used to get around 60 out of 100. I know he is really highly able in mathematics, but I don't know what's happening once he's sitting for the exams. I do remember one of the cases when I got that case in particular. I found that the kid actually he has very high potential but very low efficiency level. So it takes him too long to answer the questions. And when I took his answers in one of the exams, which it had like 8 questions in math, so he answered the first 5 questions accurately, okay, and it was, if you would consider the first 5, they were 100 out of 100, but he wasn't able to finish on time, so he didn't answer 6, 7 and 8. Okay, so this tells a lot about the efficiency and the potentiality of the kid. Some kids, they're it takes them too long to answer. You need to consider that maybe they're not too efficient, but they have the potential. So that's some kind of what you need to consider for dynamic assessment, which is not really very rigid when it comes to giving some time, limited time to the kids. No, you give them the time, and you need here to test their potential ability rather than their efficiency. So this is a final note in the identification. You need to use comprehensive approach for the identification. You can develop your own model. I developed maybe what I called once Al-Hurub's model, based on research I've done in Lebanon, Jordan, and the UK. And of course, you need to consider the context. So this leads to what, the last thing, which is I'm not going to talk about maybe in detail. I can respond to it in the kind of questions. So in one of the studies, I entitled Programming for Mathematically Gifted Children with Learning Difficulties. So I taught the kids myself because I was teaching math myself. So using 2 different approaches, those kids who were identified as twice exceptional kids. So they were divided into 2 groups. And I use the kind of teaching they're being exposed to all the time. And another is a combination between multisensory approach, which is used with the kids with learning difficulties, and enrichment approach at the same time. Imagine, so enrichment, which because this is how we need to teach the gifted, and multisensory, and this is how we need to teach the kids with learning difficulties. So it went through different details when maybe designing the lessons, how to make it so and so enriching and also multisensory, and we showed some progress with this group that really it showed that sometimes they were actually maybe let's say missing the basics, but they know the advanced and difficult ones, maybe problems how to resolve them. So it's like as if you're going 2 steps back in order to let them understand the concepts by using multisensory approach. for knowing about, for example, fractions. What are the fractions? They need to use some cubes, maybe some tangible objects to let them understand what's fractions. Then we moved to talk, and also talking about how it developed, what the old Egyptian talked about, how they talked about fractions, how resolve fractions, how they develop fractions, the old Chinese, and so on. Then going, more deeper to talk about how to resolve some questions that will be more advanced and difficult for them. So this is how it goes, and maybe, as I said, lots of details in designing the lessons could be maybe explained in that article. And I end here with what I start with Thomas Edison when he said, "I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work."
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Al-Harab, for your comprehensive exploration of twice exceptional learners who are both identified as gifted as well as identified with some kind of challenges. And you really delved into practical approaches and evidence-based approaches for helping these students to thrive both academically and personally. Your strategies will undoubtedly help educators better support these students. So again, we have got received many questions from your session, but we have saved them for the last, for the end. So please be there with us. Now I request Dr. Fiona Theolet, Associate Professor of Learning and Teaching at John Curtin College of Art. Ms. Theolet's expertise includes designing and implementing effective gifted education program. She works on strategies to enhance learning experiences for gifted students, ensuring they are challenged and intellectually, they are challenged intellectually while also receiving support for their emotional and social needs. Ms. Theolet will be presenting on assessing students' emotional, social, and academic learning in a gifted program. So please, over to you, Dr. Fiona.
Thank you. Do I put my own slideshow up?
Yeah, you can.
So I have to find, sorry, I thought you put
If
it
you
up.
want, I can. If you want, I can also do it for you.
Oh, is
Should
that
I do it?
okay? And then do I just press, sorry, everyone, hello.
No worries. No worries. You just need to click on the present button.
Oh, sure. Thank you.
And ma'am, we have 20 minutes. If you can just share and so that we can have time for question and answer at the end.
Sure. So it's saying, it's not presenting. That's
It's okay,
all
ma'am.
right.
I do it.
Okay, well, I'll get started.
Okay.
Sorry, are the slides there? Dr. Sharma, sorry, are you doing the slides or am I?
You are doing it.
I wasn't aware of that. Sorry.
Okay, I do it. In that case, let me.
I'll get started regardless. I'll start with my story. I was born gifted. I'm sure most of you were as well. And I guess my first passion that I found was classical ballet, which is no surprise because it was about that striving for perfectionism. Then I thought I was always going to be a doctor, then a lawyer, until I found my second passion area, which was theatre. So then I was very blessed because I combined theatre with my third passion, which was gifted education. And I've been engaged in gifted education for over 2 decades now. And then my next passion area is leadership. I really believe in building the leadership capacity of both teachers and of students. Dr. Sharma, so can you bring the slides up or?
Yes, I will.
Okay, so shall I keep talking until they come up? Yep. Okay, so The reason why I'm telling you about my story is it's absolutely imperative, and particularly when evaluating the social, emotional, and academic well-being of our students, that we understand their stories. So within that, it's about understanding our students well enough to be able to observe whether their interactions, their responses, and their behaviour is conducive to the overall positive academic, social, and emotional well-being. I wanted to show you a short clip now, but because the slides aren't coming up, I'll move on. The clip I was going to show you, though, is focused on a movie called Gifted. And there's the key character has giftedness in the intellectual domain, and particularly with mathematics. So in terms of our gifted students, it's very important that we understand the common characteristics of giftedness. And as you all know in this space, gifted students can think very deeply. They can, and I guess this works sometimes negatively in terms of their social and emotional well-being, particularly if they're showing asynchronous behaviours. So with asynchronicity in a gifted child, this is when they've got the idea in their head, and it might be if they're showing giftedness in the creative domain, it might mean that they've got an image of art in their head, but they don't yet have the skills to be able to, the next one. Oh no, back a little bit, Dr. Sharma. Towards the beginning. Yes, over. Yep. So the very next slide, please. Anyway, so with asynchronous behaviours, if we can identify this is one of the next tools that we need in order to be able to evaluate the emotional and social well-being of our students, is an absolute deep understanding. Yes, that's correct. Thank you, that one. An absolute deep understanding of what it is to be gifted. And the previous presenter talked to Gagne. So the differentiated model of giftedness and talent places the natural abilities over on the left-hand side, and this is the potential. Then on the very right-hand side, this is the competencies. So this particular space is the talents. It is our job as educators, along with the families, along with the students, to engage in talent development. We as educators sit in the middle there in that environmental section, and we can either hinder that talent development or we can progress it. So this is where we become very, very important in that whole process. Next slide, please. I just want to take a moment. So I want to spend a little bit of time in this talk just looking at what are assessments first. So I just want you to just consider assessments for a moment, what they sound like, what they look like, and what they feel like. Next slide, please, Dr. Sharma. So I think that's not my next slide, is it?
Yeah.
It wasn't. Anyway, it feels like my slides have definitely got messed up. If I share, I think, anyway, that's all right. So this won't make sense at the moment, this slide. So anyway, with assessments, if you imagined people, tables and chairs in rows, and the sound of the pen or the pencil scraping across the paper, then I guess that very much is what assessments probably sound like. I'm just going to share my screen, see if I can do this.
So should I cancel? Should I stop sharing?
Yes, please. Can you see this image, everyone, of assessments? Could someone just let me know?
Yeah, now.
Yes. Excellent. So I now want you to place yourself in the position of our students in assessments. So this is a rebus puzzle, and it is head over heels, and we'd normally with the saying say head over heels in love. I'm now going to give you a few moments to place yourself in this rebus puzzle world. I'm just going to give you 15 seconds to see if you can solve these rebus puzzles, and they're popular sayings or words.
I get it.
Can everyone see the rebus puzzles?
My life, I try to stand fast, pot, and I get it.
Absolutely. So I've just got to pop back. Sorry. So you nearly got there. So how did that make you feel? You know, you might have felt a little bit stressed. You might have felt happy. You might have thought that you got them all correct. So we've got to be very mindful of this world when dealing with our students. So this is actually the answers. So breakfast. I'm just going to have a look on the screen. 4 ones in my life. So I'm just going to leave that up for a little while. When we're working with our students, and something that I was asked to address is, how does a student's emotional well-being impact their academic performance, particularly in a gifted program? Well, it has a huge impact. I'm just going to go down here. It has a massive impact. The stress and anxiety of our gifted students, because they face high expectations and pressure, which a lot of the time they place on themselves, or their families do, or sometimes the schools do, with this striving for the best results. This can obviously negatively affect our students' focus, memory, and overall performance. And then we've got the issues of underachievement. Poor socio-emotional well-being can lead to underachievement. What I've got up there on the screen is Betts and Nearhart's profiles of giftedness and talents. And these profiles of gifted underachievers are an important goal of gifted programs to absolutely assist all gifted students to become autonomous learners. Our gifted students must be absolutely working side by side with their teachers, and we have to empower them in this learning process. So let me keep going here. Another person that we can explore in order to absolutely know the complexities and nuances of our gifted students is Dabrowski's overexcitabilities. And I don't know about you, but those pen clickers? I'm a bit of a pen clicker myself. That's an overexcitability. Some people call that a psychomotor overexcitability. So it's really about us understanding these nuances, but also when borrowing from the world of Betts and Nearhart and Dabrowski's, there's a lot of strategies that we can employ in order to build our students. My office phone, in order to build our students' emotional and social well-being. In terms of curiosity, this is one of the most important skills. And the previous presenter talked about Einstein. Einstein says that curiosity is more important than intellect. I believe that curiosity is an absolute trait of gifted education. And when students are asking questions, sometimes it feels like it's at the wrong time. So we have to obviously manage that, but really use those questions as platforms for the students to engage in the responses. And as gifted educators, we don't need to have all the answers. So now this brings me to circling back to assessment. Assessment comes from the Latin word to sit beside. With this in mind, think back to how, we visualize assessments. And now the importance of evaluating the emotional and social well-being of our students through knowing the stories of our students, through observation tools, through understanding the complexities of giftedness. We must know how our students process, recognize, remember, and transfer learning. And actually, students must know how they best learn. Students must know through metacognition how they think about thinking. Effective teaching is about knowing students' interests, the learning styles, and wherever you borrow from, Betts and Nearhart's, the overexcitabilities, the importance of the environment and the role of the teacher in Gagne's differentiated model. Whatever that is, it's about knowing thy students as best as we can. And research has repeatedly indicated that the teacher is one of the most significant contributors to academic growth. So let me circle back again. If assessment means to sit beside, then how does this impact the way we actually approach assessment? So, assessment for learning, and I know that everyone engages, I'm assuming, around the world in assessments for learning. And when working with gifted students and in enrichment and acceleration, depending on where you're up to, every unit of work we must pre-test. And then along the way, we must look at that assessments for learning. But it's imperative that assessments for learning happens early in the learning process. So if we recognize the true definition of assessments as to sit beside and not to sort, then we begin to envisage a new model of feedback and growth. And in gifted schools, it seems with such a preoccupation with excellence. We're going to get excellence. We are. It's so important for the students to understand growth. So that happens with pre-testing. That happens with assessments for learning. And that assessment for learning, I think I've used an example at the bottom of that. That's like a basketball coach, in the middle of a game when a basketball coach, does coaching from the side, calls out, tells the players how they're going, gives some concrete suggestions for how the players can adjust. That's where assessment for learning comes in. Now, assessment of learning, so we consider this a summative assessment, but it's important to reevaluate the purpose of summative assessments. So if assessment means to sit beside, then assessments of learning no longer means to rank or to sort, but really it remains an important tool for students to measure a point in time of their students' growth. Now, I know we all probably have the same endpoint across the world in year 12, where all our students are assessed across the state. We still have to play the game. We still have to get our students there, but it's just about shifting that mindset about assessment of learning being a point in time that students measure their growth. Ideally, assessments of learning should be about providing opportunities for students to be assessed on 21st century skills, such as communication, such as critical thinking, such as creative thinking. With the introduction of AI and the importance of our students learning prompt engineering, this is an incredible tool for our students to develop their critical thinking, to develop that discerning eye through the use of AI. Assessment as learning then becomes, and I call this the holy grail for most educators. I'd like you to close your eyes for a moment, and I'd like you to envisage students reflecting reflecting on learning to set goals, curating a portfolio, and determining their own next steps based on self-reflection as well as peer and educator feedback. You can open your eyes. So in order to empower student agency, educators must build opportunities for students to participate in assessment as learning, because then learners are no longer victims to external grades. They are empowered in their own process. So, further assessment tools to evaluate the emotional and social well-being of students. So we have observation tools, knowing the stories of our students. We have the profiles of giftedness and understanding the complexities of gifted education. I've now brought in student portfolios, and I've also brought in about student advocacy and voice and the importance of asking questionnaires. How are our students travelling? What's working for them and what isn't? So we must continue to have belief in our students. We must invite students into the learning journey. This is about investment of time and energy, exploring latest research on gifted education. It's about giving students the opportunity to be a part of their own learning. It's about giving students the opportunity for student voice. It's the idea of persistence. And if I wrap this back to my story at the beginning, grit equals passion and persistence. Let's keep finding out our students' passion areas. And then it's about this constant self-reflection. We have to make sure that our teachers issue an irresistible invitation to learn to our students. We must ensure that there's this unerring respect, this unflagging optimism, and active and visible support for student success, which is about celebrating growth. A strategy that we can employ in this journey, and the previous speaker was speaking about the complexities of twice exceptional students. So with twice exceptionality and students that are ASD, it's very important that we explicitly build empathy and connections with our students. And I've given some strategies here about daily warm-ups to build empathy. So regardless of subject areas, incorporate a thought-provoking question as your hook at the beginning. You can then layer this and move on to more imaginative and personal questions about students' aspirations. The importance is that students begin to see the world through others' eyes. And when that happens, then they start to learn and think differently. And at the bottom of my slide, we all know how challenging it is for these students already, because they do learn and think differently. So having an awareness of that and having awareness of how others are learning and thinking can only build empathy and connections. And I'll come back again. Those connections with us are one of the most potent contributors to student growth. So I'm flipping between images here. So that be an advocate. Create a space to advocate for student voice. In terms of our assessments, maybe consider, and I've seen this work, it's incredible. At the end of each assessment, give them a spot. You might need to set a time limit though for them, but what else do you know about this topic that wasn't assessed? This is about celebrating learning. What questions would you rewrite to be able to further demonstrate your understanding? This is enabling student voice and giving us feedback, but it's also creating their critical thinking skills. Consider your learnings over this topic and how would you rate the assessment written to demonstrate this and why? And it's opening up that dialogue, and it's putting learning before teaching. I want to take this a step further. Let's be explicit and actually ask our students what works best for them. How do you best learn for this subject area? How well do I cater for this? But how else could you learn? Because this is education for them, and we need them to learn lots of different ways of learning. And then once there's a common language in the school about metacognition, then this then becomes absolutely essential. You can exponentially build metacognition between years 7 and 9. And on this slide are a few different strategies in building a thinking school. Before I go on to my reflections, I was also asked, how can parents help in fostering an environment that balances academic rigor with emotional and social well-being? Well, I had a think about this, and if you don't already do them, I bring parents along on that gifted journey. I set up conversation series, and whatever messages we're working with the students on in terms of their emotional and social growth, we also have similar sessions for the families. So then we're all learning side by side, and then they're part of our whole growth, and there's a common language, and we're all working from the same page. Absolutely, for families and parents, encouraging open communication. It is so important for families to maintain a balanced routine, but also to celebrate effort, not just achievement. This is probably the most crucial thing, recognizing the effort that your child puts into their work, not just the end result. So this is about celebrating process. Obviously, we will celebrate the product of our gifted children, but it's so important to celebrate that process. Promote healthy coping mechanisms. As I've said before, our students think deeply. They get impacted. They need to learn social regulation skills. Set realistic expectations, support social connections. It's important for families to model emotional intelligence, and families must advocate for the needs of our gifted students. And I always say, seek professional support when needed. I think
Thank
there's a
you.
little bit of sound. To summarise, thank you. To summarise, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Just 2 minutes.
Thank you. To summarise, its assessment comes from the Latin word to sit beside. Let's really consider how this impacts assessments for, as, and of learning to support our gifted students' academic, social, and emotional growth. Know your students, understand the complexities and nuances of gifted education. Know the impact that you have, and let's ensure that our actions promote those gifts turning into talents and not hinder them. And I just want to come back to this idea of stories and understanding that every student we teach has a story as complex and full as your own. And so sometimes it is just about those keen skills of observation to really know, what's happening in your students' lives. Something that was on a slide at the very beginning that I didn't get an opportunity to show you is something that is I'm working on at the moment with my staff at the school I teach at. Is that the difference between right and better is that right is about proving the past, while being better is about building the future. And this is from an incredible book called Begin Again. And if you get an opportunity, please find it. It's just a beautiful story for children right through to adults.
Wonderful.
And I'm just going to leave you with my email address, and I am more than happy to continue the conversation in whatever way. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Theolit, for highlighting the importance of balanced approach to assessing gifted students. Your insights into the emotional and social aspect of learning are crucial for creating supportive environment for gifted learners. Now, I'm pleased to welcome Dr. Sanya Nariman, educationist, author, chairperson of the Youth Forum at Madhyam. Dr. Nariman is known for her innovative approaches to education, focusing on creating dynamic learning environments that engage gifted children in both artistic and scientific exploration. Her publications often address educational strategies and methodologies for nurturing gifted students. Her work provides insight into best practices for developing students' talent and addressing their unique needs. She has been training teachers for both science and English for middle and primary school since last 4 decades. I welcome you, ma'am. Please share your ideas on developing potential in gifted children using art and science.
I'll just, Major General Chandra, distinguished guests, and my extremely interesting, professional, and fascinating panelists. Dr. Pranika, it's a pleasure to be with you all. I am going to anchor what I'm going to say because I've been dealing with Indian education the last 40 years, 42 years to be precise. I'll introduce Indian education to you. My Indian fellow students, teachers, and principals know and understand what I'm saying, but I want to anchor it for the rest of you around the world. We have 3 different types of schools in India. When we got independence 75 years ago, we focused on higher education, which has produced all our genius IT students. That is the gift India has given the world, in fact. Pre-independence, our education level was extremely technical because it was the pathshalas that the British took from our Indian education system and made into regular Indian education system, focusing basically in the English language and teaching of the crafts. There was not focus that much on anything else that time. At independence and during the first 50 years of independence, we had an enormous focus on higher education, which I mentioned. But 20 years ago, we enacted the right to education, which now that NEP is anchoring into the Indian population. With the right to education, 98-99% of our primary school students and middle school students are in school. As my colleague at the NCERT said, they are identifying and giving scholarships to an enormous range of gifted students all over India. Because our population, one of India's greatest gifts that we have given ourselves as well as the world, is our ability to manage, encourage diversity. The NCRT is giving scholarships to our scheduled class, our backward children, to our economically weak, as well as to the general class. So the general group, you must understand that the rural and the urban infrastructure of schools is very diverse. We have 33 regional languages, and the National Education Program, the latest National Education, envisages teachers teaching in regional or the mother tongue of the student. Therefore, the dire need to re-educate teachers who have been teaching basically in Hindi or in the vernacular, in the regional language. The emphasis from rote learning into more thinking, more creativity, and respecting the individual character is now beginning to blossom in Indian education. We have government schools where 80% of our students go to. You have grant receiving schools which receive grants and also take money from private institutions, which 15% of our students go to, and 5% are not all the time the elite, but they're the private schools running purely on private funding. They're not always, they are among the best schools of India, but they're not always the best, because you also have private schools running in four-room little houses in many cities of India. So you have this gigantic diverse canvas we now address as gifted educators. As gifted educators, we are speaking about thousands and millions of different types of schools in different areas. Many of our government schools are very well placed with large bits of land. But you have the problem of 60% of all women age 15 to 50 being anemic. You have an enormous number of children. Just give me a second. I'll just give you the figure. You have with it you have 47.6% of 0 to 5 children anemic, and you can understand with our problems of anemic, with poverty, with health issues, with nutrition, with stunted growth, learning and identifying and taking forward gifted children is a huge challenge. Just before I finish my talk, I will talk about one of the projects that I work with is AFIF. It is Anemia Free India Forum, and what we do with that. It is very, very important that when we start talking, given you the Indian education picture, the classroom, and as Fiona just correctly said, the importance of us to first honor the teacher, to respect him and her, and also to allow creativity to flourish and individuality to flourish in the classrooms. One of our biggest problems, my dear teachers, students, and principals, is that our classes, government classes in government schools, because of the number that we face, is 60, an average of 50 to 60 students per teacher. Now, when you have 50 to 60 students, one of the important things to do is probably take from ex-students, because you have a lot of ex-students and many of who are very clever and very good, to take help from parent groups and teacher groups. You need that in students. We've had two of the institutions I work with. We have a very active parent ex-student program where, in an extremely committed manner, we have ex-students and parents coming to teach and share their experiences with our students. And we use ex-students to help our gifted students focus and learn, because we encourage their curiosity and things to learn and to question and to move on. But to develop, we are talking of science, the use of science and arts. In the institutions I work with, we use science and arts both together to develop all-round potential of our children. because we need our gifted kids, twice gifted children, sometimes thrice gifted children, and they very, very often are, to be holistic, performing, creative young people, to have social development, encourage group work, sports, and at least we do yoga. All our schools do yoga. Today in India, that's very common. All our schools have yoga periods. But with it, we also need one group sport, whether you're playing badminton, basketball, whether you're playing a sport, you're running with a team, so that children learn how to get along with their peers, so that children learn how to take defeat and victory together, so that children learn how to grow and blossom, and our gifted children learn their emotional quotients and socializing and physical skills with it. Very often, we're binding our gifted kids down to their desk. These are kids with high energy. These are kids with enormous the need of physical activity. So we need to encourage that. It's very important, as Fiona said, celebrating the process and the effort the child makes, as much as celebrating the result that the child is giving us. It is equally important that we address, and we've just had, that is where Dr. Sharma and I work together. We've just had a very interesting navigating the net for our students, because we find that social media is deeply influencing all our children. And very often, not always, but very often in an extremely negative manner. I know we are using social media now. I know that it has its pros, it has its cons, but the onslaught of social media, especially to our gifted and to all our students, is sometimes reasonably damaging. So we've got a lot of programs. We are teaching the students how to socialize, to navigate the net, and to be aware of what the net is doing to them. Because the net is not connecting you to people the way you should as a human being. The physical touch is missing. Your three-dimensional presence is missing when we have Zoom calls. As adults, it does no damage to us. But to children who are locked up for hours and hours on a screen, it is damaging, and I know, their levels of learning. It is damaging many, many issues. And the net itself is addressing some of them. But as teachers, as educators, we need to move our kids out of social media and get them back with other students, get them back grounded with with other students, with their siblings. Parents need a lot of help, because parents say, what can I do? My child doesn't listen to me anymore. The teachers, the principals need to help parents bring their children back to games, bring their children back to conversations on dinner tables, bring their kids back to being with other people. I'll just, before, there's some very interesting questions which were sent to me also. How do we give a strong foundation? Arts and science helps students, gifted students, develop a strong foundation in their all-round ability. There are a lot of new education policy. We have the Atal Tinkering Labs. The very nice science program which has started, which is using three-dimensional science to help students learn and understand science concepts, to anchor science into reality. There is one of the few things I'd like to put on a public forum. The national education policy is breaking up education into a slightly different manner, but it is giving 10-year-old students a choice to go towards craft or only vocational education and academic studies. I think children need to be a little older before we divide them. They need to study their sciences and all their art subjects as well as their co-curriculums at least till they are 12 to 14 before we can divide them into bigger streams. I'll end my gifted talk by saying we need to link our teaching and learning. We need to link learning to the everyday life of the child. So when we introduce a 3-year-old, a 6-year-old, and we say your school, it should not be your school, it should be the name of the school. It should be the name of the city. It should be the name of the area in which the school is. So that learning becomes real for our kids. And when learning becomes real, it becomes holistic, it becomes full. The parents need hand holding, but the parents also need more communication with the teachers and with their gifted children. We also need society, not just media, but society's help, which we are now beginning to get because we are recognizing and honoring our gifted in India. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sanya ma'am, for sharing your insights into the true characteristic of Indian education system with its own challenges. And within its own challenges, how can we help these gifted children thrive and identified and nurtured? So thank you so much. Now we have come to the end of this session. We have really not much time left. Then the speakers for the next session are already there. Uh, this was very interesting conversation, and it could have extended for hours and hours. We will soon connect with each one of you, and we will continue this conversation and collaboration ahead. So I formally thank each one of you for your outstanding presentations and to our audience for your thoughtful questions. This session has provided us with a wealth of knowledge on nurturing giftedness, starting with Professor Bhaduri, who dwelled into the key aspects of identifying and nurturing giftedness, particularly in diverse cultural contexts. He discussed about the holistic assessment approach that Parak is implementing along with inclusive practices that are culturally sensitive. Dr. Al-Harab's discussions on the unique challenges faced by twice exceptional learners, students who are both gifted and have learning disabilities, and how to tailor interventions to their specific needs. Ms. Hewlett has really enlightened us with strategies for creating a well-rounded assessment framework that captures the full spectrum of students' development, ensuring that gifted program address all aspects of students' growth. And her valuable insights and on how to evaluate and support the multifaceted abilities of gifted students, including their emotional and social development, are critical for overall growth of our gifted children. And nonetheless, Dr. Niriman explored how interdisciplinary learning and creative problem solving can foster these gifted children's natural abilities in all this affair, and most specifically in science and arts. Ma'am has shared about the Atul Tinkering Lab and other initiative that she's doing, and very important initiative, that is say no to social media, or to be really be very, very be very to be very careful while dealing with the social network, because where we are when we are talking about gifted children, where we want them to use their creativity and innovation, the social media sometimes hamper that creativity. So that is a very important aspect that ma'am is really talking about and preaching about. So thank you for all of you to be here and enlightening us with these important topics. Now we move to our second session. Over to Dr. Mansi.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Parnika. And thank you so much, Fiona Hewlett, Dr. Sanya Nariman, and Mr. Al Harab, sir, for such valuable insights on gifted education and how we can identify and nurture these gifted children. Now, moving on further, I, Dr. Mansi Gupta, counseling and health psychologist and founder trustee of Gifted Education Trust, welcome you to the second session. Hope you all are finding the conference insightful so far, all the participants out there. I'll be happy to share, since it's not even reflecting, but we have more than 500 viewers, participants watching our conference going forward. We are now moving on to our second session, which is titled Mentoring Relationship, which will focus on the critical role of mentoring in gifted education. This session will explore the impact of emotional intelligence, the dynamics of mentoring relationship, and strategies to address underachievement among gifted children. For that, we have three distinguished speakers from all over the world. Mr. Jack Sim, Professor Dwayne Devonish from Barbados. Thank you so much, and special thanks to Professor Dwayne Devonish. At the moment, I think it's 3 a.m. In Barbados, and thank you so much for coming and giving your time to us. So, to begin, it is my pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Mr. Jack Sim, who is a renowned Singaporean entrepreneur, philanthropist, and author, known for his innovative contribution across various fields. His work and impact span several domains. His business acumen and forward thinking approach have earned him recognition in the entrepreneurial community. Mr. Jack Sim has authored work that reflects his experiences and insights into entrepreneurship, social impact, and personal development. His writings often explore themes related to growth, innovation, and leadership. I now welcome Mr. Jack Sim, who will be talking about gifted education in Singapore and the role of artificial intelligence in gifted education. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. I it's National Day in Singapore, so I'm dressed in red. um, Basically, I'm not from the gifted program. In fact, I'm a school failure at all level. And typically, the educational system will mark me as a hopeless case because I couldn't have enough grades to go to polytechnic or A levels, let alone university. However, a child is not only talented academically, children are multi talented. So if a child is not good in one area, they might be good in many other areas. For example, school did not mark or value entrepreneurship or salesmanship or courage or compassion or empathy. So I think in the age of the AI, these are all qualities that are very important. I went to the university and I graduated when I was 56 years old, the first time, with a master degree in public administration at the National University of Singapore. And then I went to study Singularity University. And that's when I realized that AI is going to replace plenty of jobs that are repetitive, that are linear thinking. So if we were to continue our rote learning education, we will eventually invest an entire cohort that will be jobless because they cannot be better robots. They only can be better human beings. And it is those who are better human beings who can then control the robots. Singapore has a gifted program since the 1980s. Although the result of these students are typically higher academically, obviously because you chose the academically more talented one in your gifted program, so they will obviously have better academic result. But in society, the result is mixed. They could be just working in the middle management, but the ones who did not get very good grades might become their bosses, might become much richer than them. So in reality, what we need to teach children are curiosity. The seed of genius is curiosity, and teach them to challenge teachers, challenge society, challenge norm, and question why is it like this, why. And if they are able to master curiosity, then they can do prompt engineering. They can just ask ChatGPT for the answer. So today, the ability to ask questions is much more important than the ability to remember facts and figure and knowledge. Once you are able to ask questions, you are able to get answers, because the AI can tell you the answers, but they don't know the question. And if you have curiosity, you need courage, because by challenging and by asking questions, sometimes you are afraid that you irritate people. So you need curiosity, courage. Then to do good when you are knowledgeable, you need compassion. If you don't have compassion, then you become a mad scientist, because you are capable, but you are very selfish, or you are even very uncaring. And you might be a detriment to society when you grow up if you are a very obnoxious character, despite of having very good grade and high performance. So you see in society, there's a lot of bosses who are very arrogant, very difficult to get along, and you wonder why are they bosses? Because schools never teach people to be good leaders. They teach them to be good learners academically. So if we were to look at the stage of the world, why is it that America have contestants for presidency that are not very clever? I mean, you have like almost 400 million people. You can choose leaders, but nobody was focusing on leadership. And I think schools have to focus on leadership. So how do we mentor children? I think we have to go back to watch them play, make learning fun, give them real life context to solve problem rather than theoretical problem to solve. Help them watch the problem in society and give them and ask them how would they solve it? How would they solve homelessness, poverty, lack of sanitation, uh, uh, how to increase income of people? And the child will think and learn in a real life context, and allow them to interact and socialize with their peers as well as people who are not of the same societal grouping. You could also bring them to older people, high power people, poor people, allow them wide exposure, and then let them learn from the oldest teacher in the world, nature. Nature is 3.7 billion years old, and they have figured out all the problem, and they figure out the answer. And nature is not about winning or losing. It's about achieving balance. And what we need to teach children is not to be the richest person, but to be rich enough to be able to take care of yourself as well as taking care of others. If you keep on empowering the child to open up their thinking to beyond their normal routine, then you will find that the child can show and demonstrate certain personality traits, certain inclination, and you can start to help them uh, find their pathway, which is the kind of nurturing that you can give them. I was at Harvard University studying executive course. I discovered the formula of Harvard being the number one university in the world is quite easy. You just charge the highest fee and select only the brightest student, and with the highest fees, you also bring the best teacher, and you make it very difficult to get in. By positioning it like a Louis Vuitton handbag, you actually have a self-selection process. And of course, what is the end result? People go to Harvard not because other university cannot teach them the exact same knowledge. They go to Harvard for the networking, for the future old school tie, for the relationship, which is going to be very valuable. So how can other university, other school help? I think those are elitists. What we want is to redefine it based on the kind of talent that we can nurture for leadership. And with curiosity, courage, compassion, then we need commitment. Never give up. And we have to test them on project again. And you will discover that most students, most children are actually very, very capable if you trust them. If you believe that they are not so smart, they will also do the what you believe. But if you let them take leadership role at very young age, you will start to realize that actually they are very resourceful, especially when they work in teams. Then you bring them to community, learn collaboration, and it becomes humility. If they did not learn collaboration, they are succeeding alone. You are actually depriving them of the socialization part of it. So on top of that, we have to teach them calmness, how to control their emotion, how to manage their emotion, and how to accept their emotion, and not to have imposter syndrome. If we do all these things, the child can think in an exponential manner, and the imposter syndrome disappear. I teach at Tel Aviv College of Management to adult MBA students. I'm very impressed by their curiosity. They never let me go home after school. They keep on asking questions non-stop. And the next morning, they come, they ask questions. People who ask questions a lot are learning a lot. And in Israel, they have the greatest number of Nobel Prize winner per capita. Why? Because they even challenge their religion. In the Judaism, there's no such thing called blasphemy. You say you don't believe that God says such a thing, and then you start arguing with the rabbi. So I think if we can take all this lesson of play, of unleashing the child's natural tendency, love for learning, and most of it, they have to enjoy school. In Singapore, we pressurize the children in a pressure cooker, and they perform very well, excellently. But when you go to society, all the CEO, we have to import from India and from other country, because our local citizen can only perform when somebody gives them instruction. And that is very, very weak if we have rote learning. So a lot of countries, Ministry of Education say we have 21st century education. They put up all these beautiful website. They never actually delivered those that they promised. It's time for us to focus on their human skill, soft skill. And my book, The Gumption of Mr. Toilet, is capturing the story of how I go out and transform the whole world sanitation from unspeakable to Prime Minister Modi building 110 million toilets and creating the United Nations World Toilet Day, which is our founding day of the World Toilet Organization. I will stop here, and let's continue if there's some more question. Thank you.
Sir, I have a question for you. What do you think that, how does artificial intelligence impact the emotional intelligence of gifted children? If you can throw some light on that, sir.
I think that the children have to realize very early that artificial intelligence is just like a calculator or GPS. It is a servant for you to command. And if you don't know how to command it, he will just take over your job. So long ago, we know how to calculate multiplication table. And nowadays, I don't know how to do that. I used to be able to even remember all the square roots. And I don't know how to do that anymore. And I have GPS and I forgot the roots. I'll just rely on GPS, rely on the calculator. And this will be the same with AI. It's just that it is at a higher speed. So if you are understand that the AI at this stage is not yet so clever, but eventually the computing power will be able to increase very, very fast. So can you see call center will disappear because the AI call center is available and they can sell more credit card subscription than a normal human being. Self-driving car. I've taken a taxi in San Francisco and in Phoenix in America, and now in China they have self-driving taxi. So in this case, the taxi driver is going to be gone. In the warehouse, the entire warehouse is now self-driving forklift, and it's all dark factory. I go to China, I see factory, they don't turn on the lights because there's no human being there. It's now called dark factory. So you can see, if you want to still survive in a society in the future, a job market, then you probably have to become an entrepreneur, and you can also command the AI. Do not do not be afraid of the AI, be afraid of yourself. Because if you are unable to use a calculator today, then you are in trouble.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm really, happy to share the way you have explained the practical approach towards gifted education, the power of trusting these gifted children and letting those children be. Also, how important it is to be emotionally intelligent, the importance of human skills and the soft skills in nurturing these gifted children. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable session. Thank you so much for sharing your valuable thoughts. Now, we are honored to have Professor Dwayne Devonish from the Sagicor Cave Hill School of Business Management at the University of the West Indies. Professor Dwayne Devonish, a faculty member at the Sagicor Cave Hill School of Business and Management, University of the West Indies, focuses on several key areas, including emotional intelligence, work-related stress, and organizational behavior. His work emphasizes the role of emotional intelligence in workplace settings, particularly in managing stress and enhancing employee wellness. His work primarily focuses on the intersection of emotional intelligence and educational effectiveness, with a special emphasis on gifted education. Welcome, Professor Duane, to present his view on the topic emotional intelligence and educators delivering gifted education. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, where you are. It's still in the morning time. It's about 4 o'clock this morning, but I'm happy to be on. Thank you, Mansi Gupta, for your invitation, and to the rest of the panel and audience. I'm actually going to share my screen. I have developed a PowerPoint presentation, so I'll do that now. Let me see. If this works. Okay. Can all of you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, we can see it.
Is it clear?
So just click on the hide button in this.
Oh, okay. Okay, can you see it?
Yes, sir. Perfect, sir.
Oh, excellent. So my presentation today is going to focus on teachers in gifted classrooms and the role of emotional intelligence. Now, we've just listened to Sim talk about AI. I'll be talking about EI, and hopefully EI can help us fight the challenges of AI. I would still like to say that AI comes with a number of opportunities for teachers and children, but we have to manage that environment very carefully. So let's get into gifted education first. Now, it is quite clear that the literature uh, understands what the key best practices are in gifted education and gifted classrooms. We've heard the natural tropes of differentiated instruction, the fact that gifted education requires personalized learning plans, flexible teaching strategies, curriculum acceleration, which are modalities for children to accelerate past their peers in some of the classrooms, especially if they're mainstream classrooms. We know that enrichment opportunities are needed to allow students to connect with peers in experiential tasks, to perform certain activities in and out of the classroom environment. We've heard about critical thinking and the importance of critical thinking and problem solving for the delivery of education in the classroom. And we've heard and seen in the literature and elsewhere the role of emotional and social support. Some may call this social and emotional learning. And this, in fact, is one of the most important sets of soft skills that you can have as a gifted educator. And my presentation today is not going to get into any of the techniques which should have been well explored in this conference so far and will probably come later. My emphasis would be that important soft skill that oftentimes go overlooked, and that is emotional intelligence. And before we talk about emotional intelligence, I want to talk about emotions in the classroom. Interestingly, I've heard even here in Barbados is a small country in the Caribbean. It is only 166 square miles. There are only 300,000 people here that live here in Barbados. We all, 95% of us are of African descent. And we have over 60 schools, 60 primary schools, and about 22 secondary schools. And we don't have at this stage any school dedicated for gifted learners, but we have mainstream schools that have special classrooms to support gifted educators and their students. But something that has been cultural in our country, and I think it is not peculiar to us, is the fact that there are that mixed perspective on what the role of emotions is. Because some argue that emotions should be properly managed in the classroom. In fact, some argue that emotions should be independent of classroom instruction, that we should not show emotion because, quote unquote, there's something wrong with being emotional. And then we link it to gender dynamics, where we have a lot more female teachers here. So you would hear some of the men who are conservative in their views, oh, female teachers should not be too emotional. Our boys in the classroom should not be too emotional. So we still have those biases when it comes to understanding emotions. On the other side of the floor, we do have those who are properly trained and experienced in recognizing that there is a role for the intervention of emotions. The emotions are there to help not just the students, but also the gifted educators. A perfect example in this is that I've developed only recently the first ever national policy for persons with disabilities in Barbados. We've never had a national policy for for persons with disabilities, including students and teachers with disabilities. So that actually was approved in 2023, developed by me and a team of academics out of the university here. And interestingly, I've carved out in that policy a platform of supporting students from different ages, different levels, the primary, secondary school levels, up to tertiary classrooms that permit the transfer of skills to students with disabilities. But I made special mention that we need to also carve out a space for our gifted children, because in many of the classrooms, you can have teachers who are navigating students with disabilities, sometimes mainstream, and they can tell you that it's very emotional for them because a lot of them do not have the tolerance to deal with certain students with disabilities. And if you apply the same logic to students with gifted abilities, these students can also, if you're not properly trained, if you're not properly experienced, they can also create some challenges for teachers who are not ready to manage these types of students because of the different needs that they present in the classroom. So it means that a lot of teachers, and I've seen this with my own eyes, get very angry for students. One, on the other side of the floor, students who may have intellectual challenges or disabilities, and they get upset because they think that they should be learning much more quickly. And on the other side of the floor, you have teachers who get very upset because they believe that gifted children are quote unquote arrogant. They don't listen. They want to do things their own way, but not recognizing the kinds of traits that are associated with gifted children, and that the teachers play a role in harnessing that, and of course managing that, so that gifted children not only develop academically, but they also have to develop their social and emotional skills. Because we do see the literature that gifted children oftentimes come out of the classroom, come out of the education system very equipped technically to take on the challenges of their discipline. So if they become a doctor, let's say at 16, they graduate from college at 14, they go into the work environment, but they have very little social skills. And as a result, that trumps a lot of what they can offer technically. So we have to really to ensure that our teachers develop that emotional intelligence to ensure that it does not affect their delivery in the classroom, but also serve as models in the classroom for students to emulate. So gifted educators, teachers must navigate both the academic and the social emotional needs of their students, but of themselves as well. Managing emotions effectively can enhance teaching practices, improve student outcomes, and create a positive classroom environment. So this segue is important then to emotional intelligence. Now, what is emotional intelligence? Now, emotional intelligence, also known as EI, and not to be confused with AI, EI is a psychosocial construct that can be broken down into two subunits, general subunits. The ability to recognize or understand your and others' emotions. So a teacher that has emotional intelligence should have what we call the emotional awareness, being able to pick up how they're feeling in the classroom, able to pick up and understand the kinds of emotions that students are having in the classroom, and to use this awareness to manage themselves and the relationship. So you this is called the regulation part of emotional intelligence, and the relationships that they procure and maintain in and outside of the classroom. So if we had to drill down into the construct, the social psychological construct of emotional intelligence, you can look at this as the dichotomy between what I see and what I do, and personal competence and social competence. So using those same two general units, awareness and management. So in the personal competence, there's a personal competence category for EI. So your self-awareness, the ability to accurately perceive your own emotions. So think about it, a gifted teacher having that ability to perceive their own emotions as they navigate to the classroom, they're getting frustrated, they have to be able to call out those emotions. They have to keep on top of those emotions so that those emotions do not translate into something destructive or toxic in the classroom. Keep on top of how you tend to respond to specific situations and people. Now, awareness is one aspect. What I see, that is what is being observed by students and, of course, other teachers and members, or even yourself in the classroom environment. But self-management too. How do I use that awareness now to remain flexible and to positively direct behaviors that I want to direct to my classroom, and of course, to enact positive changes. Self-management also speaks to how you manage the emotional reactions to all situations and people. There are a lot of gifted children, and the research is there, who also are who carry a number of other types of challenges, social and emotional challenges. A lot of children are still adjusting with and these are gifted children, with their own gifts. I like to kind of use the analogy of a superhero. When you see a lot of these superhero stories, so you see Deadpool, you see Wolverine, you see Black Panther, you see Iron Man. A lot of these superheroes, Spider-Man, when they came into their powers, their superpowers, it was a difficult adjustment period because these powers were new. And it was very difficult for these otherwise average characters to navigate the powers and the gifts that they have now been given. So even though they had these strong technical abilities, they did not have the emotional maturity. And that is the same for gifted children. When gifted children recognize that they're different from other peers, it could be challenging. It could be anxious, very anxious. They can be very anxious and nervous, and they oftentimes might respond in outbursts. Sometimes negatively, sometimes they are withdrawn. And teachers who are emotionally intelligent will have the ability to identify these behaviors and be able to address them and not allow them to be detrimental to the student and to his or her outcomes. Now, on the side of social competence, we're going beyond self-awareness to social awareness. So the ability to accurately pick up on the emotions of other people, to understand what is going on outside of you, and to understand what other people are thinking and feeling, even if you don't feel the same way, which is empathetic, or we call empathy. That goes to help in relationship management. One second. Sorry, my allergies are acting up today. I guess because of the early period. The ability to use awareness of your emotions and of others and to manage interactions successfully, ensure that communication and effective handling of conflict. And that's a very important part of emotional intelligence from a social competence platform. That emotional intelligence is also your ability to deal with communication, proper communication in the classroom. So sometimes people are angry, and they always say that when you're angry, be careful how you communicate. In fact, they go beyond that and say, never send an email when you're angry. And emotional intelligence is so helpful for any occupation, but for gifted educators especially, it allows them to navigate communication challenges and barriers, as well as ensure that if there are instances of conflict within the classroom, that they can use the right resources and techniques to resolve that conflict. So, what are some key traits of emotionally intelligent teachers? So, if there's one thing that I would like you to take away this afternoon, is this slide specifically of the key traits of an emotionally intelligent teacher. So, the first thing, and this allows for us to summarize what I've discussed at a conceptual level. Emotionally intelligent teachers have a keen awareness of their own emotions and how these emotions affect their thoughts and their behavior. These teachers can also manage their emotions healthfully and constructively. They stay calm under pressure. So the demands of the gifted classroom become less pronounced. They're better managed. Their stress, for example, becomes a much more effective, a much more easier, a much more easy target to manage, and you avoid letting negative emotions as a teacher impact student interactions. Emotionally intelligent teachers are equipped at recognizing and understanding emotions of their students. They show this genuine concern for their students' emotional well-being, and of course, are skilled in interpreting those cues that are not expressed in verbal ways. And something that we don't speak about enough is the building and maintaining of the positive relationships that happen between teachers, students, parents, and colleagues. The effective communication outcomes, conflict resolution outcomes, the whole promotion of a collaborative classroom environment. So these are some of the most glaring and conspicuous traits that you can have in emotionally intelligent teachers. So the question, and I think by now you should probably picked up, why do we still focus on EI and why should we focus on EI in teachers in gifted settings? So we know that gifted teachers who can empathize with their students' emotional experiences can build stronger and more trusting relationships in the classrooms. We also know that they can better support the development of different kinds, especially the social and emotional development, helping navigate challenges such as perfectionism. Perfectionism is a serious challenge that we've seen in the research among gifted students. This belief that they have to get it perfect. And remember, this whole, I call it syndrome of perfectionism, is oftentimes initiated by the parents. Because parents, when they do find, many of them, that they have gifted children, they really turn up the pressure. Oh, I want my child to graduate at this age. He's a gifted child. I'm so happy. I want him. And then that pressure is passed on to the child. So teachers can be a good mediator in that pressure pot, and to even help parents to understand that you have to still be very sensitive and careful to these students as they develop. Teachers who display genuine passion and enthusiasm for the subject are oftentimes emotionally intelligent, and that emotional intelligence is passed on in that passion and enthusiasm, which in turn can inspire and motivate students, fostering a love for learning and intellectual curiosity. And of course, I think what is more important, something that we don't talk enough about, is we want our teachers to adapt very quickly to different teaching strategies. As you know, a gifted classroom requires flexibility, it requires pace, it requires versatility. And teachers, even though they've been trained for years, the research has shown that the biggest moderator in the relationships between effective teaching and these outcomes is emotional intelligence. no matter how much experience a teacher has, that emotional intelligence permits that adaptability in the classroom. And finally, teachers who manage their emotions effectively are less likely to experience burnout. The research has been clear. I've done research here in Barbados between the link between emotional intelligence among other workers here in the private sector and burnout and stress management. And the research is categorical on the point that the more emotional intelligence that you have, the better emotional awareness and management that a worker has, the more their ability presents itself to manage stress and to obviously prevent burnout in their workplace. So there are so many reasons from the research, especially within the last 5 years, coming out on emotional intelligence and teachers in particular cases. So how do we develop EI in our teachers? So that's the practical side, because I didn't want this presentation to only be an academic one. I want to talk about some practical lessons. So let's talk about some practical ways in which we can get our teachers emotionally intelligent for the classrooms. So one of the things that I'm hoping to do here in Barbados, and you could do in your own country, is to incorporate EI training in professional development training programs for all teachers, not just gifted teachers, but all teachers. Now, the reason for that, and just to give a quick background, our teachers do something called pre-service training. Pre-service training is like, if I go to the university, I'm not yet a teacher, but I want to be a teacher, I have to go through a course of training. And this training is mandatory before I can be appointed a trained teacher. No, I can teach, but I wouldn't be classified as a trained teacher unless I go through this course of training or professional development. So my role here, I think my purpose here is to, as in this lesson, is that I think EI, like all the other types of training, should be part of that mandatory pre-service training. Because, and not just for gifted teachers too, because remember, most teachers typically might not set out, and this is shown in the research. When you become a teacher, automatically you don't say, I want to be a gifted teacher, or I want to be a teacher gifted. Very few people say that. Typically, it starts out with this love and passion for teaching. So I want to be a teacher. And then as you go into the teaching environment, you may find your love interest in a gifted classroom. So the argument is, why wait so long to receive training when you can get that training at the very start of your career as a pre-service teacher, or even as an early stage teacher? So I think the Ministry of Education, the ministries of education in the different countries should really make this a practical workshop or program, incorporated in all of the courses, so that they understand, teachers themselves understand the relevance of this to the needs of themselves and to their future students. Another critical lesson or practical intervention that we can use is the pairing of less experienced teachers with mentors who demonstrate high EI. Now, this is no different from traditional mentorship that we see in the teaching relationships, where less experienced teachers are connected with highly experienced teachers. The difference here, though, is that the mentoring is soft skill based. So we're not mentoring someone because we're not choosing a mentor who has 40 years of experience in teaching alone, but we have to use assessment devices like instruments to tell us, okay, who will qualify as the best mentor. Now, obviously, EI should not be the only characteristic that we're screening for when we want to choose a mentor. We want to look at all the range of soft skills and technical skills, because we want that mentor brings a package of skill sets that less experienced teachers can follow and emulate over time. And these teachers can shadow these other more experienced teachers in the classroom and outside of the classroom, and help those less experienced teachers develop the emotional competencies through observation and even feedback. So I think that's something that we can easily do in the classrooms. It doesn't require a whole set of money or resources. It just requires two groups to be paired And of course, it does, yes, still require some oversight and supervision, which perhaps is the most resource intensive feature of this. Fostering a collaborative school culture. I think school culture should be collaborative and not competitive. We know that in some environments, teachers compete or vie for jobs, promotions. So you might have two teachers who are vying for the same promotional opportunity, and it can get nasty. We have to create environments where the culture is still collaborative, that teachers can share knowledge, and they don't feel that sharing knowledge means that they're giving up something that will put them at a disadvantage for promotional opportunity. In fact, we have to build that into our performance assessments. When we're assessing teachers in the classroom, we have to recognize it's not just how they deliver in the classroom, but it's how well they work with their peers, how they demonstrate that emotional intelligence, not just for students, but in interactions with other teachers, that they're not conflictual and they're not hostile or toxic in the classroom or outside of the classroom. So the use of EI assessment tools, there are a range of EI assessment tools that you can download. You can obviously check their validity and reliability. There a lot of them are open. You can access them from the internet, and you can use them to assess the emotional intelligence profiles of your teachers to see where they are, and you can break them out into different subgroups. And based on that, it can inform different training development programs to tackle a lot of the deficits that still prevail in these teachers. As part of hiring, and this is perhaps the most tricky recommendation that I have, as you hire, I know we use a lot of techniques for hiring, but when you're hiring a gifted teacher, if I had a gifted educational school that was responsible for hiring, and let's say it's in the private sector, and I'm hiring teachers, I want, as part of my hiring practice, to use a range of techniques, role play, simulation exercises, where I have my job candidates demonstrating their emotional responses in the classroom. So what you can do is that you can have a probationary period, which is pre-employment probationary, meaning that you don't hire them yet, but you're saying, okay, we're going to give you 1 week, 2 weeks in the classroom. We're going to observe you in the classroom, and then you can even make it covertly done, where you're not in the classroom, but you're observing them through a different a confederate in the classroom, of course, and they're collecting data on how well that individual, that job candidate, is responding from an emotional platform. So, what would be my final recommendations for the entire committee here, for the entire audience? If you do not have one, please get one. A national policy for gifted education is a must for every country. I've already developed a national policy for students with disabilities, but I don't think that that's enough. We need a separate one for gifted children. And I've actually started this year to develop a national policy for gifted education for Barbados. And in that, we're looking to interview existing gifted teachers, educators, even average, well, not average, I would say they're average, but teachers in mainstream classrooms. We're looking at parents of gifted children. We're interviewing different stakeholders to get the objectives and the strategies that we need for this policy to be fully resourced and operationalized. I think finally, we have to make a case. We have to agitate our governments, private sector, and civil society for greater access to resources in our schools, our private and public schools, whether they are gifted or not. I think it's important that resources are accessed and that they're made available to all of us, because we can be talking all we want to see change in gifted educational environments, but we don't have the resources, we don't have the humans, the technical resources, the training, and the financial resources to support it. And finally, I am a big advocate for continuous emotional intelligence training. It should not be a one-shot training program. It should be a requirement for all pre-service teachers, and even teachers that were in the system for a long time, They really need it because a lot of them come into the system and never were exposed to these types of skill sets. So I'm going to close here. Thank you so much. If there are any questions, I'm happy to respond. I know that Dr. Gupta, you had sent some questions if you want me to respond to those, but if you have yours, because of time, you let me know.
Thank you so much, Professor Dwayne Devonish, for enlightening presentation. It was very, very valuable. The emphasis on emotional intelligence is indeed crucial for fostering meaningful connections with gifted students. In fact, you'll be happy to know that in India, National Education Policy 2020 talks about gifted education in schools. And I think it is time, listening to professors and listening to experts like you, that we start implementing the gifted education program and in fact, it should be made mandatory in all the schools of India. And like you also correctly mentioned that, gifted children are academically bright, but maybe socially and emotionally challenged. So you'll be happy to know that we've been into gifted education program since 2014. And just 4 or 5 years back, we realized that how important it is to, work emotionally also with these gifted children and focus a lot more on their emotional and social health. So, me, along with my colleague Dr. Parnika Sharma, we are doing emotional workout sessions with the identified gifted children in India. So, thank you so much, Professor Duane, for such insightful words and valuable words. Thank you very much. For our final presentation in this session, we are privileged to hear from Dr. Aruna Devraj, a distinguished herpetologist and the recipient of the Best Citizen Award in 2005. Her recognition as a Best Citizen highlights her active involvement in community initiatives and her commitment to making a positive difference beyond her scientific work. Her efforts are aimed at addressing educational disparities and supporting underprivileged gifted students. Welcome Dr. Aruna Devraj to address a particularly important topic, underachievement in rural and tribal gifted education. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Doctor. This is a very pleasant opportunity for me to first thank our good Lord for giving me life and also gifted children special experience in me and in the society. I am very much thankful for the introduction by Professor Moni and Dr. Manshi Gupta for bringing me to Chobit University campus. I am very happy to present and tell you that I was not only a patron of gifted children, but I myself was one. And you will be surprised to know that I was an underprivileged, just 7.5 months born, shock delivered baby, thrown away baby at 1948 when there was just 1 year of independence. At this juncture, I was just thinking how I could have survived, and I have lived a very, very successful life, but still the earlier days were miserable. So I used to say hundreds of failures made me one gifted child. And today I stand with many of my students who are also made gifted and whom I nurture and bring them back to real life. So I will present unto you. To me, to the surprise, I have more experience with the herbal solutions and also tribal children. Yes, just as a baby, I was behaving very badly. Nobody could tolerate me. And daddy had to nurture, mother me, because mother could not mother me. So that was my style. And every time I had to go somewhere, I will be in some misery. I go to a small village, small forest, I catch a snake and come. My principle was dare to be different. And finally, I wanted to make myself a different personality. But I was so curious to know things. I used to run after a seahorse inside the sea, or I'll make some jumps over here and there. Our teacher will ask me, you must be a topper. I'll walk on the top of the hill. or I'll be on the parapet wall walking high above everybody. And suddenly she'll say, you are very poor in studies, but I'll make it doubly worth when they say, what is 96 plus 98 plus 93? Immediately I'll bounce on to 82. Something like that. I was in a hurry to answer. All these qualities made me very bad, and they had to push me into a school where I'll be nurtured. So a Belgium nuns maintained school gave me solutions, and their mother, Stefan, a Belgium nun, found out that I was a gifted child. I was a hyperactive child. I was a child to be nurtured and brought because I had some qualities, innate qualities, which were very odd. So, thanks to my daddy, thanks to my teachers, and thanks to all of you, I thought by the end of this year, 76, I'll be completely winding up all my activities. But now you are gearing up again from my August 16th birthday to redo my gifted children practice and service. Thank you very much, Dr. Munshi. Shall I go to the PowerPoint?
Yes, ma'am, you can start with your presentation.
You're playing it for me?
Ma'am, will you be able to play it, or would you suggest me to play the presentation for you?
You have to do it, ma'am. You have to do
Okay,
it.
okay, ma'am. I'll just
Okay. With the good help of 24 tribal children, right from 1958, I had been doing every 10 years. 1971, I was in a place called Kotagiri, a nice place where Irulas were the tribals. And in 81, again, I went for a snake collection, the study of census of medicinal plants. Again, I could see the same people. I went off to Manjole Estate, 91, back to Kodaikanal. Everywhere I was very much interested in knowing what they are doing as a tribal special way. Now their culture was different, everything was totally different, and I was so happy to collaborate with them. So this presentation gives you how I entered into them and how we can assess and we can say that they are not underachievers, though they are underachievers. So the tribal gifted children, they were mostly underachievers in school because they don't have an experience of a good school. So they need good motivation and mental stimulation. We have to, they get easily bored with anybody, including the teacher and the school routine. So they prefer only toy play, or they'll be doing some activity based curriculum, not sitting at the work and doing some study or other. They had excellent reasoning skills and memory, which told me that they have something new. So I feel that every gifted child in the tribal area, maybe 4 out of 100, they have some scientific knowledge in them. They have some discovery. They have something for future. So I feel we have to nurture nature for future. Next slide, please. Next. Ma'am, you are absorbed in the slide. So what we find in them is, though they are gifted children, they are not totally underachievers. That is my humble feeling. Though the title is underachievement, I feel they look for a purpose in learning and they stop trying with a stubborn attitude. They don't do anything on their own. They are very, very stubborn and they are highly sensitive and emotional. And for any change, they resist change and they love their unique culture of being lonely in nature. More complacent and they are never, never dynamic. They have unique interests in their tribes and they are not willing to change or do anything else. And they get easily frustrated, easily depressed, and they are reserved and they love to be lonely. Sometimes, as I had been doing, I used to go to the wall, look at the lizard, and talk to the lizard as if it was my friend. And that made my daddy think that I am totally different and I was not a normal child. And they do not enjoy peer groups. They don't have friends, but they go easily with the elderly companion. So that is their big character. But they have different strengths and opportunities. Next slide, please. So what we find in their way is their strengths are many. Munshi ma'am, shall we go to the next? They have strength in different ways. They are not with the academic interest, the programmed syllabus, but they are talented in sports, martial arts, music, and agricultural practice. In-depth knowledge of healthcare they have and medicinal plants. What I found was biodiversity conservation was their goal. They don't easily throw off any plant. Every seed they eat will go to the ground. Every fruit will have many trees. They never lose any seed. Unlike us throwing away seed on the pathway, they just take it as a roll, ball. Even at the days of 71, I could see in Manzanagudi, that is an area near Nilgiris, where they were doing so much of good conservation practice, which we are trying to say that we are going to do now, we are planning to do, all that they had been doing even in 71. So those balls they throw.
Do you know that having powerful legs is not the most important thing in long jump? While powerful legs are a major advantage in long jump, they aren't the only factor. Technique.
So what they finally had was interesting practice like beekeeping, mushroom culture. All these were their regular hobbies. And animal husbandry practice, very excellent. They get only female rabbits. They don't prefer male rabbits because it is good for them to have more. And similarly, papaya, they know how to segregate the male papaya from female papaya, even from the seed level. So I could give the same idea to my research students who were studying in the college, and they were able to identify. So to say, one of my gifted child is A1 seed technologist in Malaysia, and another scientist is in Pittsburgh University. She was an excellent teacher and also a scientist in health sciences department as HOD. So this is a gift what they have got and gift they have lost. But we teachers have to inculcate the spirit of learning, the spirit of inquisitiveness, and the spirit of sensitivity so that they will learn better and become great. I think the future is in the hands of gifted children. And the ethology, behavior of animal studies is excellent. Nowadays, we are going after elephants, and the elephants are trampling us. But those days, they were walking with the elephants, and for the elephants, they had a 3-tier protection to tell them that was not the home range. So they know and they knew how animals behave. Now we are all worried about wildlife because we have trampled into the wild and wilderness, and we are losing forests. We are losing ecosystem and doing all sorts of mishaps. And the snake venom milking was excellent in them. And I was taken up by that Irulas who were catching snakes. And that made me have a hobby till now, having 100 alive snakes at home with the license. And now I have surrendered the license. That means the spirit of love and affection, a difference, doing not different things, but doing things differently. That is a gifted child's way. And I am very happy to say they have lots of opportunities given by the government, but they are not able to use it because of certain restrictions. So as a simple case study, I will present unto you a Labodian pedagogy which I enjoyed. 2 priests, one from France and another from England, they trained me what life is. One is the Father Laborde in 1971. He lived up to 92 years and he had a beautiful pedagogy. First thing he says, fulfill the needs, food and shelter and clothing. Labodian pedagogy started at even 71. I lived with him for 6 months in Masinagudi area. After that, he left off to Calcutta and I came down to Kodaikanal. So the challenges he met were excellent. He says the security should be given through basic education, but health center only can help them. Because most of the Irulas, they had a real problem, lactose intolerance. they have to be treated with lactose intolerance, and father will just throw off milk over the stones to get powder. Milk powder was got from that. And to double their income, he gave lots of training. And to my surprise, some of them had noni, a very rare plant, and fig, another cash crop, and also some of the plants like dragon fruits. This we are not doing right now. So they were agriculturists and they had been doing good job. And a politician, Akama Devi, she was there in 1927 itself in Nilgiris, and her followers, Mota Gowda, he is in Pasture Institute doing a very good job. So in institutes like that, where father will be riding down 36 hairpin bends in 34 kilometers. It was a wonderful experience for me. Thanks to him. The next experience I had was Brother Kimpton, who converted the whole thing in RTU, Reaching the Unreached, in 1978, as an action plan for all these people. As his principles were wonderful, and he faced all the four principles of life and the four questions of our people. One, what are the threats and challenges our rural and tribal people will have? I say GRT is the answer. They have gaps. They cannot easily merge with their feelings. And they have formation gap, information gap, all gaps. So Labod father was very interesting, and he found out that there is a resistance from the people, but this is due to traditional culture. So that is a threat. Now, how to address their needs? It's very important. So he said CPM is the rule. Have confidence, develop confidence, and give more productivity, more income, generate more agri income, make smart farming their goal, and monitor how they go about. That is more than that. And the principle which we developed in the later years in my trust, NERAM, that is called Natural Resource Management, was FACT, that is Family Agrocare Technology with hobbies, entrepreneurship, and post-harvest technology. So this gave the right answer in future, and even now they enjoy the practice. Shall we go to the next slide, ma'am? We are already crossing it. Now, this is what I am doing with the tribal people now. I meet them, I individually go one after the other, and then I find the children, choose the children, give them practice. We put them in school, they won't stay in the school for long. They'll go back to their cluster, they'll go back to their original place. And finally, what happens? They would love to remain in their own shell. So, certain educational policies should be given as a new practice. So, all that we can develop only with the tribal skills. The very interesting skill they have is called monoculture, not like our latest culture, agriculture, and mixed culture, polyculture, tissue culture. All these are put aside. They take monoculture, take a single plant and leave it in its own garden, its own life, its own home, so that that plant will come up. For example, ragi. Ragi was their simple plant. In the smart farming of ragi, they had only ragi plant, but later on in Nilgiris, they brought in some step cultivation, modified cultivation, and they also brought in tea instead of potato, cassava instead of fruits. So now it is changing for the better, not for the better. I wish to tell you very plainly that tribal skills, tribal wisdom is totally neglected, and we have to get back to nature and search for them. I thank Professor for telling about AI and its implication. And it's high time we go and live with them and we go to the real root of them. It is not simply practicing, bringing all of them to Delhi in a cultural background or in a big school where they cannot live. We teach them ABC, we teach them everything, but when they get back, they don't know what to do. So you will find my girls. Next slide, please. Some of our girls who don't have place. Madam, Munshi Madam, next. So what we have crossed all these, Madam. So what we are going to do with them is now to train them into the right way. So this is possible only with we teachers. So what are the educational policies we can support and uphold for gifted children? We have to develop special skill-based reservations that has to be made not as a caste reservation, skill-based reservation for them. And non-formal education should be obligatory and also a parallel program in all matriculation schools. So either regular educational practice or they should take any non-formal education system. So technology and research centers that should be in grassroots levels of tribes and in their homes and not in capitals of the cities. So we have to see that there are more schools brought down to the tribals. Now, special grants are available, but for gifted overachievers, we have to definitely give more and more. So, this is the humble request. So, this Father Laborde was given a Legion of Honor later on in Calcutta. He went off to Calcutta after being there for 6 months. I also worked in Masinagudi for 6 months. Later on, I became a foolish professor in another place for 34 years. But I could have lived with them and made India new. So this is my suggestion now, my later realization, very late. Now, family agrocare technology. Madam, next slide. This is Father Kimpton, who is developing a new Reaching the Unreached program. He is from England, and 86 onwards, I am working with them. And these people, they have a beautiful location and all that. Brother started only with 3 girls and 1 boy. These are the 3 girls and 1 small boy. But later on, next slide, please. The brother has brought a village. So it is called RTU village. And the village has everything for the gifted children. I wish everybody visit this place. It is near Dindigul. It's a very vast village where 500 orphaned children are managed by 100 mothers, abandoned mothers. And they have children's villages, 26, in different areas of Dindigul and Theni district. They have clinical service centers in 56 places, nutrition centers in 51, educational outreach programs for 46 villages, and they empower women in 61 centers. Home sponsorship is there, and human resource development 71 centers. Wonderful experience and wonderful work people are doing without our knowledge. So silence makes louder, and it speaks louder than words sometimes. And I offered a very warm welcome to all of you to visit such places to find out how gifted children are growing very happily. Next slide, please. Ma'am, these are the gifted children brother has developed, and he has brought out beautiful people, and one of them is now the follower of that, and he is doing wonderful service. All these people are in engineers, auditors. Some of them are doing higher service also. I am very happy that family is growing bigger and bigger, and they have now more than 5,700 people there. It is a very interesting place. Next. This is Dr. Aruna Devraj with the prophetic mission of gifted education missionaries. I have imbibed a little thing, and I want to give value-based, smart, non-formal technology for all these overachievers and document and digitize all their experience and then give it to the world. But I wish you were closer to me, and then you were all with me to do the work. So I have started digitization, but still I want help. This is the real center, Rajendra Herbal Research Training Center. We give training for anybody and whoever is in need. So we have more gifted people. Next. This is the family agrocare technology. It shows that we have developed a family need, a herbal center for healthcare technology, different agrocare technologies, root culture, tissue culture, and others in my home laboratory and also in the home library. At the same time, we take care of all the children who are gifted. Now, this is Ramutai and Lakshmi, 10th standard and 11th standard. But see the fate of the ladies. After doing so much, they have to come back to the tradition. They are tied up in the tradition and they have to go a begging. It's a very sad situation in India. I will go to the next slide, ma'am. So if we switch on to this pattern, why not we go into an alternate pattern and adopt villages and meet the people at their doorstep. Go back to nature, adapt to do and not to alter the age-old historic culture. We have history. Why not make her story better? We can make it a better story. We have to conserve, preserve the ancient technology, and we have to grow more using in situ culture. They never uproot the plant, remove the root and plant anywhere. They keep it in the plant and conserve and preserve. And what we are doing is ex situ cultivation. We chop up the plant and we put it in a bottle. We keep it in a laboratory. We give them unnecessary food which they have not eaten at all, and then we give a closure. So this is not the fair moment. So with all my experience as a herbal doctor and a scientist and a researcher with so many biomedical researchers, students for guidance and 1840 graduates, I feel I'm very happy to be gifted. And this is not because I was a very good person. It is by the teacher, by the father, by the society, and by the experience. We keep everything focused. We don't deviate. You can find any child who is focused on drawing, you keep them in drawing. If they are doing something mischievous, then they will be definitely a sports lady. If they are doing something more than that, they are scientists. If they really want to serve people, they will become doctors. But motivation should come from us, from our trust, from we educators. So future is in agriculture. Let us introduce join hands in organic farming, and let us not genetically modify and waste all the vegetables and fruits, bringing in a terminator technology. So shall I, this is the humble laboratory where we do herbal rejuvenation practice for folklore medicine and cosmetics. Let me thank you and be very happy in future. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aruna, for shedding light on this often overlooked issue. Your insights are invaluable for those working to support underrepresented gifted children. We appreciate your deep commitment to the same cause. And, ma'am, like you correctly mentioned, the characteristics of gifted children, I feel it's the same for whether children in tribal area, whether children in rural area, or whether children remains in urban area. I think the characteristics of gifted children remains the same. They are frustrated, they are loners, they would finish their work fast. So I think the characteristics of the gifted children remains the same. And like you correctly mentioned, that they like to do things differently and not different things.
Different.
So thank you so much, ma'am, for your valuable suggestions as well, including alternative methodologies like getting into the nature, going at the doorsteps of people. So thank you very, very much. And to conclude, thank you all our speakers for their outstanding contribution to this session on mentoring relationship in gifted education. Your diverse perspective have provided us with a comprehensive understanding of how mentoring can profoundly impact the lives of these gifted students. Starting from Mr. Jack Sim from Singapore for providing strategies to cultivate an exponential mindset among gifted students, which also includes fostering a growth oriented perspective that encourages them to think big, embrace challenges, and pursue continuous improvement. Professor Duane Devonish from Barbados shared valuable insights on how emotional intelligence among educators affect their teaching practices and their ability to connect with and support gifted students. He also helped us understand how educators' self-awareness, empathy, and interpersonal skills can impact gifted students' outcome. Thank you so much, Dr. Aruna Devraj, who shared specific barriers and challenges that gifted children in rural and tribal areas encounter, including limited access to educational resources, socioeconomic factors, and cultural barriers, and orient us with approaches and interventions that can help overcome these challenges and support the academic and personal development of these gifted children in these communities. At this moment, I would also like to thank all the participants out there for viewing us and for like being a part of this conference. Thank you so much. And with this, we end our session 2 and we begin session 3. Dr. Parnika, over to you.
Hello, sir. Hello, Aruna ma'am. Thank you so much, Professor Jack, and thank you so much, Dr. Aruna, for your enlightening, uh, conversation. It was really, very encouraging to hear Dr. Sam. I hope to see you and talk to you more, and we will collaborate more on this further. Uh, uh, we will seek your advice also how to raise gifted children specifically in rural regions, Aruna ma'am, and we will connect with you as well. Now we move to our third session, and Dr. Parnika Sharma, Trustee Gifted Education Trust, again welcome you all for the session 3 of our conference, that is Innovative Practices for Nurturing Potentially Gifted Children. We have eminent speakers from Singapore and India who will share their insight on how we can nurture potentially gifted children, especially those in rural and tribal communities that require innovative and culturally sensitive approaches. The session will explore various aspects. Technology is one of it. So, our session is divided into two parts. First, we will have a presentation from our esteemed speakers, and followed by that, we will get into a panel discussion where we will also be joined by Dia Mehra and Mahika Shishodia. So, first, without wasting much time, I invite our first speaker, Dr. Teo Chiu Lee, the Deputy Center Director at the Center for Research in Pedagogy and Practice at the National Institute of Education, Nanyang Technological University in Singapore. A significant aspect of her research involves integrating technology into education. Dr. Theo explores how digital tools and technology can enhance teaching and learning, particularly in the context of gifted education. I welcome you, ma'am, to share your views on integrating gifted education with technology.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Panika. Can you hear me well?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
I can hear you well.
Great. So I'm going to share my slide.
Yeah. There is a present button.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you see my screen? Wait,
Not yet. You can, click on the button present and either share screen or slides. If you click on slides, then it takes you to your computer desktop.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I'm going to share a little bit of my work on innovative practices for nurturing potentially gifted children. And when I spoke to the organizer, they are I don't particularly work with gifted children. One of my research school is focused on gifted children, and I think I wrote a paper on gifted education. So today, I think I'm going to start off with a little bit on the neuroscience research that I'm not seeing anybody now. So if I'm not in the right position or not hearing me, just say it, because my screen is it's okay. Okay, so I'm just going to go through a little bit of the neuroscience research that led me to kind of really explain the pedagogy that I'm bringing to these children and how it can benefit children who are high ability and who have a special cognitive inclination. And I believe what I'm going to say is also suitable for every children out there. So educator out there, you might be interested to explore knowledge building as a pedagogy I'm going to talk about. So a scan of the gifted education landscape from the neuroscience finding, it is true that gifted, we can take gifted as a type of expertise, and it is, oh, you are seeing my presentation screen, is it?
Yeah.
Is this a full screen that you are seeing?
No.
No, no, not the full screen. It's not the slideshow.
This one? Are you seeing the slideshow? Because you don't have to see my notes.
No, we are not able to see the slideshow. We are able to see the PowerPoint with notes.
Oh, okay. Then maybe if you allow me to just, this is the first time I'm using this platform.
Ma'am, kindly stop screen sharing and just click on the present, go to the slides and upload it from your computer. So then you will able to see yourself and the complete
Yeah,
PPT will come.
I'm trying not to have to upload. I'm sharing from my screen. So let me try again. Yeah.
Try to upload it from screen slides. Press in the
Okay.
button and slides. Click on the slides.
Yes, I'm on the slide, but I'm on two screens, so it's actually showing. Okay, maybe I should just present from here. Is that okay?
Yeah, fine.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So I'll just continue. Because it is found to be related to the cortical thickness, and cortical thickness through some meditation and practices and so on, research have found that it can actually develop. So we can take giftedness as a type of expertise, which will lead me to explain why environment and interaction is actually important in how we use technology. And giftedness is associated with holding information in the mind and manipulating the information. And you can talk about modeling and imagination. Actually, imagination is a very important part, even in the learning of math and science. And the last one, the ability to change as a result of education and environmental experiences. And that's how the debate always goes into nurture and nature, right? So these are the findings from the neuroscience that has been reported in my work. Part of it is also my work on learning sciences. I also talk about a child doesn't just learn in a cognitive aspect. A lot of the learning that we know is social emotional, is in collaborating, as I hear a little bit from the sessions 2 speaker. So every child is different, and there's all this environmental factor, the psychological factor that affects how it learns. And as we progress, the other reasoning that comes in is to find that there is this executive function, this brain function called cognitive flexibility that actually has even more impact than IQ on learning. And as we explore, this is the part where my research comes in. I'm conducting a research on cognitive flexibility of adolescents in Singapore. We have collected over 300 data from 300 over students about their cognitive flexibility. And what we are finding, if you look at these slides, is not just on their cognitive, not just an executive function, but on the social factor, which relate to just now where environment and interaction and experiences are as important. Now, from this research from about 300 over sample in Singapore, we found a very interesting profile. We actually found an interesting correlation between their cognitive flexibility and Raven score. If you take Raven score, it's usually taken as general ability score because we do not want to use the word IQ, but it's the general ability that we're calculating. I'm going to show a colored picture of it. You can see the purple dots that you see on the screen. They are actually high ability as well as high flexibility. Now, I think the audience today will be interested in the blue dots because these are the children with high ability, but they are not as flexible in their thinking. So how do we develop? I mean, those who are high ability, high flexibility, they'll probably will be able to excel, but there are potential in these children that we can develop to help them to grow further. So this blue dots is the part that we found to be very interesting. And if we look back at our science classroom or any other classroom, we are always told to only deal with certainty because we want to prepare them well for the exam. But from what I hear about agriculture and all that, when we explore, it's a lot of uncertainty in this real world. So this cognitive flexibility and students being able to flexibly strategize to learn or to problem solve under uncertainty becomes very important. So you can think of it a little bit like explore and exploit, whether you can have children that explore different ways of doing things, even though they are very sure one way is going to get them that far, right? So this whole narrative of cognitive flexibility lead me to the other piece of finding that we found is children with high CF, even though they may not be high ability, when we ask them to narrate the number of animals that they can recall, those people who have high flexibility, they may not be the highest ability, but you can see them actually toggling between the different classification of animal. For example, a child may think of all the animal he can find in the home, and then flexibly turn to something that he can find in a zoo and come back to home again, rather than a child who exploit everything in the home. So these are some results that prompt us to really look at some of the pedagogy work that we have been doing. So the other piece that I've been doing is really how this flexibility can be developed in the classroom itself. So I've been looking at knowledge building classroom. And what is knowledge building classroom? Basically, it has a piece of technology that we call knowledge forum. The knowledge forum below in your left hand corner, you have the different scaffolding. The scaffolding as in the yellow word that you provide the children for them to think through a problem. So I need to understand this theory doesn't explain. So these are the yellow sentences we call scaffold that helps students to develop a habit of mind. Knowledge building itself really focuses on creative work with ideas and collective idea improvement, from real world problem to ideating to sharing to improving ideas. And the KB principles for pedagogical design. I do have a video to show more of the knowledge forum view, but I'm not going to test my setup right now. But if later I have time, I can show a little bit. But I just want to highlight a few knowledge building principles that might be of interest to the audience today. So for example, knowledge building discourse. Okay, when you have a knowledge building discourse, you are supposed to result in more than sharing of knowledge, and the knowledge itself is refined. So as a teacher working with students based on these principles, we'll be asking like, are students just sharing idea or are they building idea? I want to skip to the third row, community knowledge and collective responsibility. We want students, even they are gifted or they are all sorts of profile, to be looking at contributing to the collective advancement as important as their individual growth. And I highlight this because this is the principles that really capture the gifted teacher who worked with me for many years, or when I first presented knowledge building. And when he actually tried knowledge building with his gifted children, he realized that the thing that really changed is their connection with other people. I think the gifted children, sometimes you don't have to worry how much they can learn, but it's how much they connect to people and how much they see this community goal that is important. So these are the principles that we have been working, and we have a piece of technology that really archive the ideas from the children and allow children to see their own growth. So with this, okay, the work that we have been doing is to really create a knowledge building design studio in National Institute of Education. So every 6 months, I have 50 to 60 students coming into the university, engaging with us, and we actually open up the space, because one thing to do this in the classroom is that there are many constraints and teachers are worried that whether they can finish the time, finish their syllabus and so on. So we created this space to test our work, and so far we have diverse profile of students, and it seems that it benefited. Later on, I'll look a little bit at the finding, benefited at children through at every profile. We also have gifted children joining us in this program. So the motivation for this knowledge building design studio is actually giving students idea a larger stage, focusing on knowledge creation, knowledge building, and fostering a community among students. So with this, I'm not going to talk about this. Is more of the system initial. That's why we have the design studio. Again, I have another video. I can share the link with the video with the participant later on, but I'm not going to try to play this. But this video actually describes the rationale and gives some snippets of the children during the design studio, and they also the video also shows you the activity that they really take the initiative to do on their own. So these are some of the pictures that we have from the children. So you can see that creative ideas and collective responsibility is the main goal. It's not their individual growth, but what they contribute. Collective inquiry, agency is what we really want to focus in this environment, and linking back to evidence-based work to classroom practice, right? So as we look at this, the topic of this whole design studio, it happened since 2019. So we have been doing it twice a year since 2019 to right now. So we are into our ninth run in October. So students will go through this iterative and creative work with idea. We start from vertical farming. These are some of the topics that we've worked on before. So you can see that it's a whole environment. Beyond technology, they have Internet of Things. They use data logger to collect data to test their theories about photosynthesis. They work closely with people of different diverse age and profile. And they actually also work on knowledge forum. So, and they put up their products. They have a choice. They can create a video. They can create a slides for their product. The next two slides is a little bit technical, but it shows you how we rigorously record how we unpack the activity in this design studio, because we got to be able to replicate this design studio. So this is from very high level conjuncture about how gifted or diverse profile children actually learn when they are given agency. And this is how we design the environment to ensure that this is being tested, and how the process of generating idea and improving idea and the outcome itself. Okay, so like I said, one more slide that's more technical is actually how we demonstrate, because for this design studio, teachers will come in and watch the whole thing. So we actually have to explain to the teachers how we design. So in terms of how we orchestrate and how we work along in the program, we actually map out the activity rigorously, but we also we make sure that the mapping is such that we can follow the emergence idea of the children. It's not a fixed kind of structure, right? So just a few more slides that will show the result. So first, we have shown that the children, this is actually the design part. I'm going to skip to the slides with the result. Okay, we have shown that children who work in our design studio, the vocabulary, the diversity, vocabulary is not much of a concern for high level, high ability children, but the idea diversity that came in and how they work with actually increases over the time that they were with us in the studio. And with the different technology that we introduced, just a quick, we have learning analytics that we introduce in the design studio. One of them is getting the students also to be aware of their emotion. I won't go too much of the detail, but the emotion of the children and how they actually use word cloud to understand the idea that comes out from that discourse. All this has created the impact of them deepening their conceptual change, but more importantly, probably for the audience of higher level, you can see that the children agency and learning has increased in the environment, which means that they may be always able to do that, but they're finding themselves able to map out the journey, how to do inquiry, what to do inquiry, what is the next step I should do. The agency of the children increase. And the next one maybe of interest is that the students' metacognitive ability, the reflective, I think for this high ability children, is sometimes the younger one. It's really important for them to actually be able to reflect on their learning. So we have also seen increase of this. So the next slide is just a splash of picture that shows how the children has been coming in, and we liken this to a living lab because not just working with the children, we also create a rigorous layer where we see how the environment, how the pedagogy, how the technology actually impact their learning so that we can be more systematically integrating this into our main school. So this is my final slides. I just want to thank you for your attention, and probably we'll come back for the panel for discussion. Yeah, I'll pass the time to Dr. Panika. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Theo Chiuli, for this presentation and for sharing your inputs about the technology that you have used, especially your design studio that you have incorporated. We will talk more about it in the panel discussion. Now, moving forward, I would like to invite Dr. Zaid Hussain Khan to quickly share. Zaid Hussain Khan is an esteemed educator and researcher affiliated with Zahir Science Foundation and Jamia Millia Islamia. His work focuses on advancing educational practices and research, particularly in the context of science and technology. I welcome Professor Khan to discuss his ideas on online learning during COVID-19 and beyond for gifted children.
Yeah.
So you want me to share your slides?
Yeah, I would like to share the slide. You can share it.
Okay,
and I'm thankful to Dr. Parnika Sharma and Dr. Mansi Gupta for inviting me to this conference, and of course to the Vice Chancellor and Professor Moni of the Shobit University, who has been very much interested that I should talk in this important conference. Okay. So, in fact, my talk will be a bit different from the other talks because I did prepare this talk earlier and I was influenced by the difficulties that the students face during the COVID-19. And when I visited my village just after the COVID-19 was not in, was going away, I found that many teachers in the schools, most of the schools were closed. All the schools were closed during the COVID-19 in India. And you see, I found that at the later stage, what they did, they were using WhatsApp only to send information to the students. That is PDF version of the notes we used to send to the students, and they thought that it is online learning. So I thought that I should do some work on this, and with the help of Vigyan Prasar, which is a department, which has been a department of science and technology, I wrote down a book on online learning during COVID-19, and from that, I also learned a lot. So I would like to share now. Now you can share this presentation, which is already with you. Dr. Pranika Sharma. Hello. Dr.
Hello.
Pranika. Yeah.
I think there could be no. I'm not Dr. Sharma.
No,
I think there
she's
could be a
there.
technical issue. Can you see her? I can.
Yeah, Dr. Mansi Gupta is.
Yeah,
I
Dr.
think.
Mansi Gupta is here. Dr.
Yeah.
Parnika Sharma is here now. Yeah,
Yeah.
she's here. She's here.
So can you share my slide, which I have already sent you?
Yes, I'm trying to. I'm doing it, sir.
Yeah. So in this presentation, basically what I'll be discussing about the, yeah, okay, it is already there. So yeah, these are the contents of the presentation. That is SDG 4, quality education, lockdown of a school during COVID-19 pandemic, moving from classroom teaching to online learning, digital learning contents, learning management system and video conferencing, the future of online learning, COVID-19 impacts on learning, bridging the digital divide, impact of digital divide on gifted children during pandemic, and remedial measures. And finally, I will conclude it. Next one, please. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Before that, also there was some slide. Yeah. Okay.
So this is the updated
Yeah.
slide that you have sent.
Okay, no problem. So you see what happened when the COVID started. First of all, it was since it was started from China in November 2019, and China was the first country that faced this problem. And immediately in February, what they did, they ordered that all the schools should have online learning. So many schools came forward and they started having this online education. And that was the biggest, uh, biggest such platform that they have for online learning, which was used in those times. Then in India also there was a lot of initiative. For example, UGC sent a letter to all the universities that whatever resources have been available in the National Mission of Education through ICT, that should be shared with the students. That was available to everyone free of cost. Then National Council of Educational Research and Training and UNESCO Delhi, they came out a booklet for safe online learning in times of COVID for school children. And many IT companies, they engaged online learning. They provided free access to use their educational resources. Byju's in those times was most popular online tuition company in India, established in Bangalore 2011, which offered students free online classes. But now, because of it is facing a lot of economic problem, financial problems. But in those times, that was the, I think, world's largest company, in the sense that it was providing free education and it has different types of training programs going on. Byju's app, on the Byju's app, more than 50,000 videos, quiz games, interactive lessons were available. Next one, please. Yeah. SWAM is Digital India Initiative, which started, and the full form is Webs of Active Learning for Young aspiring minds. MOOC was developed under this project. Guidelines for development and implementation of MOOC were issued by the Ministry of Government of India to all universities in the country in March 2016, and students were free to choose SWAM courses. So some of the SWAM courses they can in India, there is a liberty for the student to choose some of the courses from SWAM, certified by SWAM, and certification and credit for SWAM courses were done by government agency. Next one, please. Next slide. Yeah. So now, I mean, everyone knows what is online learning. It is a term which includes many different methods which use ICT, in particular internet. So in villages, I found that they were simply thinking that they did not know about online learning. They simply thought that if you send some information, some PDF file through WhatsApp, that is online learning. So, in fact, to to educate people, I did some work to explain what is online learning. Another term which is commonly used, e-learning, which is the same as online learning basically, but digital learning is a very broad terminology for learning, which where any type of electronic media such as computer, television, mobiles are used. So that is a different, that covers everything. Next one, please. Yeah, there are two types of online learning. One is synchronous learning and the other is asynchronous learning. And in the synchronous learning, students learn at the same time, usually at the scheduled timing of the class. Discussion is also held in the real time, and possibly it is more attractive and useful, and it permits immediate comments and clarification because it is on one side there is there is the teacher, on the other side there are students, so one to one mapping is there, you can say. But asynchronous learning, here students learn at different times. Communication is not instantaneous. Possibly it is easier and flexible because you see teacher provides notes to the students, he gives lectures, and that lecture is recorded and a student can use that lecture anytime. It permits a student to learn at their own pace. So these are, the difference between the two, and they have their own advantages and disadvantages, which given in the next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. So there are three important components of online learning. There are many components, but I found that digital learning contents is the most important thing, learning management system, and video conferencing tool. In fact, digital learning contents are huge, and I think terabytes and terabytes of data are available. Hundreds of companies are doing it, but many students are still not aware which content they should use for their own special purpose. So that is very important. Learning management system, of course, that is itself important, and video conferencing tool is needed because you have to convey to the students, you have to take online, give online lectures and interact with the students. Next one, please. Okay, in digital learning contents, there are two things. One is open educational resources, and the second thing is massive open online courses, which started later. Next one, please. Yeah, MIT was the origin is the origin of the open content courses, and that started in 2002. So it is now more than 20 years old. It is started with 50 courses, but now you can see that it has become very huge. Translation of its courses are available in 10 languages. 210 million unique users are of this OCW, and 231 million views of OCW videos are available on the YouTube. So you can imagine, and not only that, r- initially they started it for the university, but now universities, but later on they shifted to schools also, covered schools also. So school education and university education in all subjects is possible through MIT Open Courseware, and that is freely available to everyone. Content is freely available to everyone, and they had collaboration with UNESCO and so many other organizations which promote free education, free content. Next one. Next slide, please. Yeah, Khan Academy, that was created in 2006 by Salman Khan in USA. And the mission was to provide a free world-class education to anyone. It started, he was just tutoring his niece, and uh, during that, tutoring, he thought that why not we should evolve our own system. So he evolved his own system, and after that, he has produced more than 8,000 video lessons so far in physics, chemistry, biology, astronomy, cosmology, computer science. More than 48 million registered users are can access the Khan Academy courses, and it is available in many languages across 190 countries. Khan Academy website has been translated into 23 languages, and its videos have been translated to 65 languages. And every content is free. Recently, I saw an interview of Bill Gates with uh, Sal Khan. He is shortly named as Sal Khan, and he said that that was the first, I think, experiment he did in learning. Now, now with the coming of artificial intelligence, he has started one more, I think, website, and one can have this. Uh, one can easily uh, take into consideration artificial intelligence also in teaching, and that is very important. So he says, Bill Gates says, I think recently I read about 1 week back that that is the second revolution in education that has been done by Salman Khan. Next one, please. Yeah, I like this OpenStax concept very well because it is funded by um, Rice University. It started in 1999, and they their their aim is to provide free textbook to 10 million students. They started with few books, and now more than a dozen are 2 dozen books are available free of cost to anyone can freely download their uh, books which are available on the website. If you want to have a printed version, you have make the payment. So that is a very good project, and I found that I saw their physics books, and I found that at the college level, the book that they have written, and it is not written by one person. There are about more than a dozen scientists involved in writing a single book. That is the advantage. So that is a very good project, and I really appreciate it. Next one, please. And massive open online courses. These started later on, and briefly I have discussed about this in the next slide. Okay, here this slide gives a brief data about different online courses. I think I have mentioned only 5 companies, but there are much more. Then Allison for previous one, please. Okay. Yeah, Allison, Udemy, Coursera, edX, SWAYAM, I have mentioned. SWAYAM I mentioned because their number is quite large. Because India being a big country, their users are very large, 26 million, but you can see that others are already very, very large. And for example, number of courses, if you see, Udemy has largest number of courses, 175,000 courses plus, and so on. So, I mean, one can offer many, many courses, and many courses are free of cost. Next one, please. Yeah, then we come to learning management system. That is also an important component of this. It is an important constituent of online learning software application that helps teachers to manage every aspect of online courses. You can frame courses, you can design courses, you can test the students, and so on. You can provide training, and so on. So learning management is very, very important. Next one, please. Yeah, there are a number of, I mentioned some of the important learning management system: Blackboard Learn, Schoolology, D12 Brightspace, Moodle. Moodle is very common in India, and I think in India mostly Moodle is used. Then Camilo, OpenEDX, Canvas is also very much common in America, and so on. Sakai, and so on. So apart from this, there are dozens of courses, but I mean LMS, learning management system, but these are very important in the sense that they are freely available to anyone. Next one, please. Now we come to video conferencing tool, because if you want to convey information through online learning, then video conferencing tools are needed. There are so many tools. I have mentioned in the next one slide, compared their different types of video conferencing tools. Could you please show the next slide?
So can we just summarize it now, and we can take it over the rest of the things during the panel discussion?
Yeah, okay. So I will summarize now, because whatever I have been telling, that there are 3 different components of this, and one can choose video conferencing of his or her own choice. And after going through the various, I mean, while going through the various markets, maybe LMS market or e-learning market, or it may be our video conference tools, I found that during the COVID, there has been a phenomenal growth in that market. On the one hand, during COVID-19, that all the industries were going down, were closing down, but here, this is the education industry which were using all these tools, they were going up. So that was the, reason why there was great progress in online learning during this. And we found, after research, I found that the future of this is very, very bright. Now, also what we learned from this, that is, some students, if you go through the literature, you will find that, you see, there are sometimes a lot of problems with the students in the rural areas, in the cities. For example, in a big city like Delhi, not all the schools had the possibility of having online courses. So only those institutions which had the facility of online courses, they could train their students, they could take the classes very, very easily. But in the other cases, students were just lying idle. So that was, digital divide. There was great digital divide in a city like Delhi. If you think about the rural areas, they had no facility. Even sometimes, you see, in most of the cases, the internet is not available. So that was the possibility, problem in the rural areas. So now that digital divide, we can discuss later on sometime in the panel discussion, that
Yes.
how the digital divide can be minimized or can be
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
resolved.
True, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your insights. We will discuss more about this in the panel discussion. Now I welcome. Now we have with us Ms. Sophie Cooper, associated with John Curtin College of Arts, and is known for her work in educational innovation and project-based learning. Her expertise lies in designing and implementing engaging learning experiences that foster creativity and critical thinking among students, who will present her ideas on project-based learning, more specifically Binar CubeSat project. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, and thank you for having me here today. So I'm a teacher at a school called John Curtin College of the Arts in Western Australia, and I've just got a bit of a story, really, I guess, that I would like to share about how I've been engaging gifted students. I did send across some slides. I'm not sure if you can pop those up if possible.
I will.
Thank you.
Yeah. Just getting uploaded.
That's okay. So I can just carry on talking, really. So I wanted to really just share some curiosity. Yep, that's right. Thank you. About using project-based learning in a classroom for gifted students. So this teaching approach also works in a classroom, I found, that has a range of students that may potentially not yet have been identified as gifted. So at our school, we believe that our students, by working through project-based learning, allows mathematics students, because I'm a maths teacher, to think creatively and critically, which is what the workforce tomorrow in this day and age demands. For gifted students, I have found to facilitate keeping mathematics relevant, we must teach through these real world applications where possible. If you could move to the next slide, that would be great. So in Australia, as professionals, we're encouraged to research evidence-based practices for teaching and learning. So I've got a couple here on this slide. And this is kind of what made me think about doing the CubeSat project. So before committing to this problem-based learning approach, I did research a couple of theories, and this slide and the following slide also outline the theories in more detail. But today I'm just going to share my favorite headline from researching the theory, which is, it's actually on the next slide, if you could just flick through to the next one, which is that problem-based teaching activity increases students' engagement and motivation. So that's really what underpinned, I guess, my curiosity to try doing something like this. So moving forward to the next slide, please. I'm just going to talk about, well, what is the Binar CubeSat project? So in Australia, and I'm sure internationally, there's a drive for universities and industries to recruit and interest talent from schools and university. This may be universities wanting students to join them, or the space industries, or defence or mining companies over here in Western Australia. So lots of these companies actually offer many projects and incentives, which I found that if you present them to gifted students, a lot of the gifted students really enjoy these open-ended nature of these tasks and find them relevant to their education. As a teacher on the ground, this does require some administration in the forms of many calls out to the organisations and calls out to the administrations of these companies. So researching this, I came upon the BINA CubeSat project, which is actually run by Curtin University over here in Western Australia. There's a couple of links on the slide that you're looking at if you want to explore this site further. If you could move to the next slide, please. Thank you. So this one, so it started with an email flyer. And actually my background is I'm a science specialist, and I read about how the trends in mathematics and science found that a lot of gifted students were actually not enjoying learning the mathematics. So I picked up a flyer for the CubeSat project, and I actually trialed with a class of mine. We were solving simultaneous equations, and I kind of said, well, hey, what about if a couple of satellites collide? How could we prevent this from happening? And I started to teach the class through a real world application. If you could move to the next slide, that would be great. Thank you. So my class were hooked. Students started to ask me more about the project and become autonomous learners. Some of them even created their own online satellite simulations over lunch. It allowed me to engage in many of the gifted students' interests and allow them to make more reflective decisions to work actually cross-curricular. It led to some of the gifted students in our classes building a ground station for satellite communications in their digital technologies course. It was at this point, within our school business plan and needs within our department, that we actually put and asked for this project to be part of our school curriculum policies moving forward. So the image that you're seeing up there is actually at Curtin University, where we went and we met a whole host of other schools, and we were actually endorsed by the university to be one of the schools that was able to run their program. If you could move on to the next slide, please. Thank you. So after committing to be a member of staff within my school and the program and being endorsed by Curtin University, I actually had to build up a network with other partner schools. I was able to secure resources and support to allow the gifted students to make the Buy Now project a reality. They actually have now designed an experiment for measuring the ozone layer using cameras that they're putting up into the CubeSat, which is going to be launched next year. That's really, really exciting for a number of the students. The gifted students have just loved it and come up with all sorts of questions that the university students and the professors out at the university are quite often blown away by some of the questions that the students ask, and they're able to really engage those students by using the project. If you could move on to the next slide, that would be great. Thank you. So this shows a fantastic day that we had. So sharing resources with our partner schools actually allowed me to create an effective functioning professional teams for the gifted students from our school. And the outcome of this, I guess, is that a lot of the gifted students have been able to meet like-minded students from other schools and create a really supportive network. It's actually been great for me as well as a classroom teacher, because I don't know all the answers. I'm not an expert on space at all. I'm just a science/maths teacher. So taking the students out to the university and allowing them to ask their higher order questions to the staff at the university has been a really fantastic thing that's come out of this project. Move on to the next page, please. So I guess really here today, I just want to encourage anybody, if there's any projects that are out there that you feel like you want to give a go with your classes, I would always say to actually, give them a go. To be honest, some of them don't always come to fruition in what they can offer, and it does involve quite a lot of additional administration. But even those ones that don't come to fruition in the end, by actually teaching through these real world applications with a project, what it gives to the gifted students in terms of enrichment and real thought of the world that they live in today is really a fantastic thing. If you could go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So what happens now for us, I guess, at the school with the project? So when transitioning to this kind of problem-based teaching, several positive outcomes have emerged. I've noticed that the students have become more engaged and more motivated. I've also noticed that my classroom has become more dynamic and enriching, and the students actually now they want to take on the harder maths and look at going to university to do engineering pathways, which is a really fantastic thing. They're not so scared of things not working or things failing or not getting something right, because by learning through this sort of design project thinking, they're not afraid to go back and start over again. So really my presentation today was just a little story about trying project-based learning for gifted students and how it's worked for me over here in Australia.
Lovely. Thank you, Sophie.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Oh, we have
Thank
more.
you. No, that's it. That's it. That's
Okay.
just pause
That's great.
for thought, dear. But thank you for having me on today.
Yeah. Thank you a lot.
Thank you, Sophie. Sophie, would you have a time to stay with us for some more time for the panel discussion?
Yeah,
So thank you so much. So please stay with us for the panel discussion.
Thank you.
In the meantime, very quickly, I request you to I request Dr. Theo to please share your thoughts on spiritual and volition development among gifted children. Dr. Theo P is a lecturer at National Institute of Education, Nanyang Technological University. Her work primarily focuses on educational psychology and the development of gifted students, with particular interest in the intersection of spiritual and volition development. I request Dr. T to please share your views, and then we will move on to the panel discussion. Dr. T, I think you are on mute.
Can you see the slides? I can't see the slides. Can you? Oh, okay, I can see. Right, page up. Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity to share. How do I page up? Oh, forward, is it?
Yeah.
Page 2, page 1. The slide 1 is not there. Anyway, the slide 1 is an overview. Never mind about that. So I will roughly talk about to have innovative practices, innovative lessons to enthuse students, like how Sophie creatively created her project. Chuli also have her own project on the brain and all that. And Aruna has a project with nature, and Dr. Zahid as well. So creative, innovative practices, pedagogy, comes on two things. Number one, you can just Google and see what other people are doing, and you just follow the same. Imitation is not creative. So if you imitate all those lessons for gifted children at P1, primary 1, level 2, whatever, you can copy, but you might need to do some adaptation to make it more interesting and must suit the student for that time. Second thing is that you have to create your own, be it related to new technology like AI and all that, okay? And you cannot create out of nothingness. You have to create out of something. And this something is something that's very basic principles in gifted education. So I will cover the basic things. And because a human being is like a plant, it has to have overall growth, not just growing the mind. So heart, body, mind, and soul have to be linked together. That's how the emotional, they are not happy, not underachieving, all that. So that comes in. And so we will look at how gifted educations covered in other schools and other countries, and very roughly, very briefly. And then we go on to discovery learning. So when they innovative pedagogy, the main pedagogy for gifted education is actually discovery. And the kids cannot just discover like Einstein now, but you can guide them towards guided discovery. Because adults' mental age is much more, its biological age is greater than the child's mental age. So to create discovery lesson is actually quite easy. Sorry about the noise. We are having our National Day today. So they are flying all over, having a national flag, and I'm in the office here talking to you. Anyway, so yeah. And the effective pedagogy has based on age-relevant, holistic, and spiritual. Because heart, body, mind, and soul. The soul, if it's neglected, then it's an unhappy soul, it cannot learn very well, even though it has high IQ. Okay, that's the, and basic development potential is in the doing. You have to do it, then you have it. You don't do it, you don't have it. Okay, you have like filial piety. You have to be kind to your parents. Then only you have filial piety. Okay, so my first two slide has disappeared. So this is where is China? China has this super normal children program, and it starts with preschool, primary school, and all that. And they also have super talents. Basically, the super normal children is for the cognitive development, those who are advanced cognitively, and the people with talents performance usually in the sports area, in the non-academic areas. And gifted means there are 2 standard deviation above the mean, be it ravens, be it IQ, and all that. And they have different types of tests. And you've been watching some nice YouTube performance, adult giftedness. You can see Super Brain China. There are lots of video on it, how they compete with other countries, US and all that. And some are very young, 15-year-old, and they could beat a world champion, for example, in chess and everything else. And so the main thing that they use is acceleration. That means they teach faster than other normal children, so super normal. Taiwan, they also have gifted education, formal and informal. Yeah, so gifted children, they can from elementary to high school at different areas. And of course, owing to the exigencies of the country and provision and the local climate and environment, they may have to provide and adapt to it. Okay, special classes, pull-up program. Okay, if you cannot come, then just come for one class on giftedness and project and all that. Resource classroom are like standalone classes. And unlike China, Taiwan is more enrichment. Singapore is also more enrichment. And then I don't know how the slides have been cut down. Anyway, I uploaded my slides. I don't know why this slide 3, never mind. But basically, I look at my slide on the other hand. I've given Japan. Japan has no formal education. Singapore's education, you can also Google and read up on it. Basically, when you look at the countries previously, gifted program, right? They can have formal programs called gifted education programs, or if they don't have formal names, the gifted children are not being neglected. They may find themselves like excelling in certain sports. Then there is no name for the program, but they are like stand for competition, stand for special program, just to nurture the sports. Tennis, for example, they maybe sent to the United States to be trained in tennis, for example. So countries have formal and informal education, academic and non-academic programs. And so pedagogy is based on this, yeah? And the enrollments could be, of course, if you don't see the flower, you cannot see that this is not flowering. So when you see the bud, the potential, and it's not blossoming yet, you say, maybe I should water it more, I should put more fertilizer. So maybe I should send the children for training. And then from there, you see the manifestation of gifts and talents. Yeah. So, I'm not sure. Are you sharing a slide? Am I sharing a slide? You're sharing? Am I sharing? I'm sharing.
You are sharing.
My slides, not every slide come on. This one is just slide 3. Maybe it's the never mind, doesn't matter. Anyway, you can go to this website, right? And you compare 3 sets of 3 rings. And what do you gather? You see in the middle is the giftedness, talent, performance, right? Above average intelligence is usually IQ of 130 and above. So 2 standard deviations away from the mean, above the mean. And then if you see this circle, right, above average intelligence with domain skills, they combine knowledge and skills. means that in school, we are in teacher training. Julie and I are in teacher training. So it means when we teach, when we learn something, we have learned the knowledge and also the skills. The theoretical knowledge has been converted to skills. Teacher has learned how to teach the theory and yet have to be able to teach. So giftedness is you must know what is it. If you're playing tennis, you must know all about tennis and you must have the skills to play tennis. If you are in chess, you must know all about chess and you must have the skills to win the chess competition. If you are in high IQ intelligence test, you must also have that intelligence, thinking ability, and be able to perform. Knowledge and skills go together. So schooling, training comes, education comes with this purpose, knowledge and skills development. And you can see that creativity is part of it. Yeah. So task commitment, creativity has 4 components, as we all know from Torrance: originality, flexibility, fluency, elaboration. Task commitment is actually volition, the willpower, the effort in intrinsic motivation, not extrinsic. Motivation, or the few speakers mentioned, motivation is that people tell you and do it. So after doing, you like it and it becomes intrinsic. You say, oh, next time I go university, I shall do this. I enjoy doing this. So it has to be from external to internal. If we do not send a child to swimming pool, you never know if it's a world-class swimmer to be. So the exposure is important. But if the child tells you, I don't like it, I don't like water, my eyes are in pain, and then you don't, he may not be a potential swimmer, he may be a potential programmer, computer wizard. So if you combine these two theory, this discovery for adults like us, we must be able to see that knowledge and skills, creativity, and motivation volition are 3 clusters that have been included. These are the basic principles. If you want to design any innovative pedagogy, you need to be creative. You need to encourage the children to have some learning, some knowledge acquired after the learning, after the learning activity, and they have to develop some skills. And in the tradition, you should motivate them intrinsically so that they have this joy of learning and they want to learn more. And the students should be able to do better than the teachers. And volition is the will, and will has got will psychology, which is much neglected in the past. They've talked about motivation but forgot about volition. Motivation and volition like 2 hands, left and right hand. Yeah, they go hand in hand. Left and right brain, whole brain. Yeah, it has to be connected. Motivation is simply goal setting. Volition is goal striving. And so if we were to connect that, we know that human development of giftedness and talent has to be in. You have to develop knowledge and skills of children. You have to develop creativity. If you draw Mona Lisa, you cannot just be creative. You have to say, oh, the nose is too long. You have to be critical as well. So critical and creative thinking has go hand in hand. They're like just like your left and right brain. Left brain is more critical, and right brain is more creative, more divergent. Left brain is more convergent. So both have to go in hand, not just one. Motivation has to go together with volition. Okay? So knowledge is simply could be not the technical knowledge about the discipline. It could be self-knowledge. You see, this computer doesn't know itself, but human beings know itself. You can feed, and the child will refuse to eat, for example. You can send to give the program to refuse to learn, come home crying. So they have a choice. So you need to activate the volition. That's the key to unlock the potential. The child may, I want to do it. I'm good at it. I enjoy doing it. Then I will do it. Okay? It saves a lot of trouble and heartaches. Anyway, skills will be not only the technical skills in the domain, like swimming skills and writing skills and all that. It has to include personal interpersonal skills, which many of the speakers have mentioned that we have to relate to people because it is at the core, human beings, we are serving humanity, using our talents and gifts to serve humanity at large. Yeah, if you are self-centered, you only care for yourself, it's very limited. But you care for the rest of the world, service to humanity, then you have greater goals, higher, lofty goals, and then you have greater potential to be developed. And how to develop potential is by doing, by the action part of it. So knowledge, volition, and then action. Creativity is, of course, these are your 5 from Torrance, 4, and then motivation and volition goes together. Intrinsic motivation, not extrinsic, not to get a trophy. Einstein just loved discovery. And when he got his Nobel Prize, it's, by the way, I had it. Yeah. So this is the development of potential. So yeah, and the thing is, it has to be done according to the exigency of the time for the child, of the adolescent, for the adult. Every one of us, IQ is basically mental age upon divided by chronological age, the biological age times 100, roughly that concept. So if a child is advanced, let's say a 10-year-old, but is behaving like a 15-year-old, so he's cognitively advanced. Yeah. So when we are teaching, when designing pedagogy, it has to be the cognitive pedagogy has to be for the 15-year-old mentally, not for the 10-year-old. Otherwise, it bores the child to death. Yeah. Okay. So it's like tennis skill, maybe a 15-year-old, but playing like 25-year-old, you have to teach those skills that's for the 25-year-old, the knowledge and skills for 25-year-old. So you have to separate at childhood, teenage, and adulthood. Teenage is a time where volition is being developed, the will is developed. Children say, "Mommy, don't buy the clothes for me." So ugly. But adult teenager will say, "Give me the money, I buy it myself, I like it, I do it my way." They are developing their will, their choice, their decision making. So we have give them chances. Your activity, your pedagogy has to be related to give people choices. Project, you give them a few and they choose. And they choose. If they fail, they take responsibility and they do their learning from their failures. Yeah, and then they don't give up and they continue to learn from there. And they become more resilient. Okay? So adult also differently. So these are the adult more experimentation and all that. Okay? I talk about bullet train, I think it saves time. Age pedagogy, age appropriate. This thing, the computer runs it was from OPD file and now becomes yes, and you within the same person, we may be intellectually advanced, but our social skill may slow. So this asynchronous development, the blue color, highlight blue color here at right hand corner. So learning, this is should be arrow or ran. So learning is from external to internal, from simple to complex. For gifted children, you cannot say don't teach basic things. When we are babies, we only drink milk. You cannot assume that a child knows everything. You have to respect them and love them and nurture them from basic things, but they have to be taught in a faster manner. Concrete to abstract, and from basic to advanced. So when they learn basic things, is they're consuming knowledge. And when they produce new knowledge, they are discovery of new knowledge. Like Chubi says, knowledge building. Okay, they cannot build knowledge like Einstein, but you have to lead them onto guided discovery. Usually, we plan the lesson with guided discovery. Be it worksheet, be it activities, is guided, and then they learn it from there. Understanding, they have to learn to question, ask why not, how to make it more better, how to improve it, how to overcome the difficulties. And they have to find out what's truth, what's real. Independent search for truth is very basic. Yeah, they may be more perceptive, be able to reason better, but it still teach reason skills to them. It enhance their learning better. It's holistic. Okay. Unidimensional learning, last time you just learned one maths, English, but these days you learn maths, English, science together. You talk about the skin, there's biology of skin, there's physics of skin, everything else, chemistry and all that. Partial learning is only learning part of it. So you have to get complete learning. Yeah. So the pedagogy has to be age appropriate. Okay. So you have to find out the mental of the child in that area. And then spiritual, we all have a spirit, human spirit. We all sleep at night. So in dream, you see things in a dream, you walk in a dream, but the body is not moving. So it's not the physical body, it's the soul. Yeah. So we have to, we need to have know our own spiritual state. Whether we are calm, we're angry, we have a lower self, which is animalistic, egoistic self, with a higher spiritual self, calm, peaceful, and then have discovery, at the alpha brainwave state. Yeah, you can read out on brainwaves. Yeah, so if we attain, and of course you must know, men and women, no matter how high our IQ, we only make dead things. We cannot make living things. And yet we are living. We cannot eat plastic, metal, wood. We must eat fish, vegetable, living things. So men make dead things. Who make the living things? My gifted children, the Raffles Institution used to ask me, "Teacher, that day you don't know. Today you know. You don't know." I said, "Oh, can you make leaf? Can you make flower? Can you make fish? I cannot make. Can you?" He also can make. Raffles only have voice. So you can make, I can make. Let's talk about it together. So unity of thought, IQ adds up. It's not that we're all knowing, but we're there to make discovery. And discovery is a process where you make 99 light bulbs and only one succeed. The 100th one is successful. So it's okay to fail. Previously, when people don't get a PhD, they go and jump down. Do they fail? It's a no big deal. We can. It's only if you're willing to learn. Humility is a quality that if you have to do it, then you have humility. You cannot buy. Give me $100 US for humility. You cannot buy such things. Things you cannot buy are priceless. Human potential is priceless. You develop it by doing. When you do it, you have it. You don't do it, you don't have it. You cannot buy, you cannot cheat. You have to do it. Practice it until you are there. And once you have it, okay.
Absolutely. Very well said. We now move to our panel discussion. Very nice thoughts.
Okay. So this is my last slide. Hold on. This is my last slide before discussion. This last slide says that when we develop, right, has to develop heart, body, mind, and soul, especially the spiritual part, and we have to, because people get upset, emotion come in, intellect succumb to emotion. People quarrel, they forget about being clever, they will kill each other, make a bomb. So to develop talent is through action. You plan your activities, your pedagogy to bring out the best. Education is about bringing out, not filling in. Filling in is the basic knowledge. From there, you'll bring out. So this is my last slide for the presentation. Next few slides are for your discussion. The 4 questions that Dr. Sharma asked.
Yeah.
I'm done. Thanks. Do I stop sharing from here? How do I stop?
Yeah,
Stop.
yeah, stop sharing. You can just say stop sharing.
Where? Where is the stop sharing, please?
I think
Where's
it's
the stop
there.
sharing? How do I stop
Instead of
from here?
sharing, it is like move out from the stage. I think if there is like 3 points given on the slide, 3 dots. You just click on those 3 dots.
I
There are
don't
3
have 3
dots.
dots. I can't find the 3 dots. Share screen? No. How to get out
not
of
on the
this?
screenshot. On your screen, there is one box which is saying that you are in the show. On that you are in the show.
That's on the
on your main
Oh
screen.
yeah. On the
left
show, and then,
left bottom.
and
left
then
bottom.
remove from stage. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Great.
See,
lovely.
good.
Lovely. So
Done.
thank you so much for your
Thank you.
wonderful thoughts. Yeah, now we will transition to our panel discussion on strategies for gifted education, where we all will join together and discuss about this very important theme of today's session in depth. That is on strategies for gifted education. We have lot of now we thank you. So we have with us Julia Link Roberts. So welcome, ma'am. Ma'am, we are right now. We are in the middle of a panel discussion. We have just started up in a panel discussion. I really want you also to participate in that panel discussion, where we will discuss on the strategies for gifted education, and we well into the best practices and innovative approaches that can help us better support our most advanced learners. So gifted education is crucial, not just only for nurturing exceptional talent, but also for ensuring that these students are challenged and supported in a way that promotes their full potential. So we are fortunate enough to have a distinguished panel from all over the world. And we are also joined by Dr. Mahika Shishodia. She is the head of social impact at Loda Group. She focuses on developing and supporting gifted education programs. She is involved in designing and implementing initiatives that enhances educational opportunities for gifted students, such as scholarships, mentorship programs, and specialized curriculum. So we start our panel discussion, and I request all the participants who have joined us. So there are right now 500 participants who have joined us. They are mostly teachers and principals. So I request all of you to please share your queries in the comment box, and we will keep asking our panel. So we start with you, Dr. Mahika Shishodia, and if you can share your insights on the effective methods of identifying gifted students, and how can we ensure that these methods are inclusive and equitable.
Hi, thanks, Parnika, for having me here. I'm no doctor, by the way. I am. I have not done a PhD. I'll quickly talk about in reference to one of the programs that we are running. It's called the Lodha Genius Program, and the vision of that program is to select the brightest minds from. We don't say gifted because often we felt like gifted gets misunderstood when you say it for for large populations like India's, and we support the brightest children in mathematics and science, and we select them in ninth grade, and we nurture them until their first job, hoping that they will become the leaders of the future. So this is just a 2-year-old program. So of course we've not seen a very very long runway, but we are still seeing some glimmers of outcome, which could potentially indicate that we have probably selected the right children. So I'll just explain what we do, and why we do it, and maybe that can be insightful on selection and inclusivity. So we run a national level test, which is an aptitude test. It doesn't require any I mean, you need to know basic English, which is not which is quite widespread in India. And there's logic and reasoning. There is some amount of mathematics, and there's some amount of scientific inquiry-based questions that we ask. And after that test, the test is also designed in a way where in the first year when we implemented the test, we saw there were systematic differences between the scores of girls and the scores of boys. And then when we studied it, we realized that the way girls decide when a question is thrown at them with like four options, and it's a time bound test. The way girls decide is different from the way boys decide. And it needs to be and the score needs to be tailored a little bit. So we changed the cutoff. It's only a slight change. It's less than 1% change, so it actually doesn't make a difference in the potential of the child. But it ensures that we get enough girls, for example. So I'm just talking about inclusivity, but there are inclusivity in multiple dimensions, because again, ours is a pan India program, and the education system, if you go across the length and breadth of the country, is very, very different. You could have a great international school in one of the large metros, whereas if you go to a rural area, even a state-run school will be quite dilapidated. And finding that bright talent sitting in a state-run school with low level of technology, it's quite a tedious process. And however, still it's surprising that a lot of children coming from underprivileged sort of backgrounds or low income schools still end up performing quite well, and at par with children coming from the more privileged schools. And then that's what defines talent, right? So that for us is the first measure. Then after that, we very similar to the red model that we were seeing in the previous presentations, we do assess the intent and commitment of the child, just to see that we have the right raw materials to work with. And we do that through a long application process, which is quite tedious to fill out. So the fact that the person has gone through this long application process, which is outside of their school curriculum, is one signal of commitment. And the next is them doing an interview with a panel, and we've got again a very complex sort of rubric, and the summary of that rubric is to understand the commitment of the child, the interest of the child towards maths and science, and then their ability to work hard. So we do support these children in any and every way, which could include funding, it could include mental health support, it could include giving them a greater level of academic rigor that's more suited to their capability, and that could be an access to a peer group that you would not otherwise get in your classroom. Um, and the other way we test commitment is through our continued learning program, because once the student uh, gets selected, we put them through 4 week summer intensive in one of the leading universities in India called Ashoka University, where they are exposed to so basically it's maths and science. So whenever they study, it's that amped up to the undergrad level. So it's very similar to the curriculum would be similar to going to say a Johns Hopkins Center for Talented Youth, or and there's really nothing like it, because we are curating it in a very unique manner. But students can choose streams within science and mathematics and pursue them to the next level, and then we see how they persist with the problems that we kind of throw at them, and the experiences that we give them. We see how they persist through it, and we keep sort of not just rewarding good behavior, but also supporting wherever we feel like the student can be pushed a little bit and made to bring to a higher potential, to a higher outcome. And hence we keep assessing the students, and the level of support that you get in any way or form is very closely linked with your engagement, and that itself instills a value in these students of working hard, working consistently, uh, and also building some social skills, because then they get to interact with people of their caliber, and not just interact but work with them, innovate with them, do projects with them, and it's much deeper than like a one-off sort of interaction. So it's a very so seeing students, one is assessing and identifying students in the beginning, but then also filtering students through the process, as we see their commitment, their performance, not just on the stuff that our program does, but also otherwise. And that's how we do it. So we don't have like one sort of magic bullet, and we're trying to find that magic bullet. And would love to learn from the others as well. But yeah, it's much more holistic, and it's much more long term, where we take a long view of the child, and then kind of put them on a higher accelerated path.
True, true. Thank you, Maika. We also in Gifted Education is also working in this stream from since 2014, and we are also trying to find out ways how to nurture these gifted children in a more holistic way. And that is the reason we are all of us are really working towards it and thinking about it. So moving forward to Julia Ling Roberts, ma'am, she is a professor of gifted studies, and it's an honor for us to have you here, ma'am. I really want to know your views about some practical ways of offering enrichment opportunity in a regular classroom setting. That in a very regular class, how can we really find out who is gifted, and how can we nurture that gifted child?
What a pleasure it is to be with you. Of course, it's early morning for me in Bowling Green, Kentucky, and I think it's the conclusion of your conference today. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Yeah.
ma'am. We will walk after this. We have a concluding session where we will have your presentation on what works for gifted children. But this is just wrapping up before the concluding. It's a panel discussion.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Now, are you going to show my PowerPoint or
After the panel discussion, ma'am, you will have a full-fledged session.
Oh, okay.
That is concluding.
So not
we are
right now.
also session before the concluding.
Okay, I want to make sure I know what you're wanting me to do right now.
Ma'am, if you can just share your views on how to, if you can just share few enriching activities in the regular classroom setting for a teacher. How can the
Okay.
teacher
Thank you.
do something with the gifted children in a regular class?
Listening to the last the last speaker, I was glad to hear what she was saying. One of the things that we're doing right now is developing a talent search. We all know that talent searches help us by offering assessments that are above grade level. And we're offering two types of assessments, one for children who are in third, fourth, fifth, and sixth grade with an eighth grade assessment, and the other, a more traditional one for us, offering seventh and eighth graders the ACT, which is intended, of course, for high school juniors and seniors. The above level assessment, as you each know, is the only way that you can see what students are really ready to learn. Most of our end of the year assessments are at grade level to see if you've reached grade level. And as each of you knows, that doesn't tell us anything about gifted students. and what it is they're ready to achieve. So we offer a variety of programs through our center that are challenging and that give students the chance to learn more complex content at a faster rate.
Wonderful, ma'am. We now I would request Dia Mehra Soni. She's a mathematics teacher at the Department of Education in Western Australia, and she works in gifted education. She is also, working with us as a mentor in Gifted Education Trust. She has really helped us in building the curriculum, and also she's the brain behind organizing this conference. So I would really, ask, Dia, to please share your ideas on how school create a culture of continuous learning and adaptation for teachers working with gifted students.
Okay, hello, thank you. Thanks, it's an honor to be here, and thanks for the kind words, Dr. Sharma. So, yes, there are a few focus points. I think I have made around 5 focus points for school to create a culture of providing enrichment opportunities on a continuous basis. So first of them would be the whole school approach. So when I'm teaching in Australia, I'm on a break right now, but I have been teaching there. And there's a whole school approach towards gifted education. So it's not just in isolation that is happening in maths or happening in science. It's happening all across the board. So in every learning area, there is an identification and nurturing of the capabilities of gifted students. And there's a strong advocacy program as well, which is put in place, and that helps in the social and emotional development of the students. The second very important point, and the first point actually leads to the second point, there has to be teacher collaboration for continuous learning and enrichment to be possible. So as I said that it has to be a whole school thing. So all teachers should be coming together. They should be talking about, so history teacher should be collaborating with the maths or the science teacher. They should be working in tandem to create tasks and to think about ideas that can help the gifted students academically and holistically as well. All right. And the third point that I had is that what Sophie just said, project-based learning. So the kind of project happening in school is very important. And the project, the Binor CubeSat project that Sophie was just talking about is basically an interdisciplinary project. And that's a very rich task as well. So teachers come together to create rich tasks. For example, the Binor CubeSat, it's not only about maths or a particular kind of science. It's about geology, it's about geography, it's about physics, chemistry. That's the kind of approach a school needs. So that is the third point that I had thought. Yeah. And the fourth is the professional development of the teachers. Nothing can replace that. Whatever I have learned in 5 years, thanks to Sophie, she has been my mentor every time. Thank you so much. And yes, so yes, it's professional learning. What teachers, the schools should be providing professional learning to teachers on a regular basis, where targets should be how to teach gifted students. Last but not the least, any enrichment is not possible without compacting the curriculum. So as a teacher in the classroom, we have to put in strategies where we can uh, not really change the curriculum, but tweak the curriculum, make place for something which is more enriching and more accelerated for a student. So for example, year 9 student, a gifted student will be able to do year 11 stuff. So we have to compact the curriculum. We have to have those kind of tasks where the compacting the curriculum becomes easier and is more efficient as well. And I've also shared a few. I will be sharing a few, two actually. I would be sharing one research paper on compacting the curriculum and some case study as well. So with everybody, so people can have a look whenever they want to. Thank you so much. And yes, let's move on.
Thank you so much, Dia. So now
You're
moving
welcome.
over to your mentor, Sophie. Sophie, or what advice would you give to other educators who are looking to implement a similar project-based learning initiative in their school? That how can they implement something like that in a regular
Yeah,
space?
that's a great question. Thank you. My advice would be actually don't be scared yourself if you don't know all of the answers. Like, you don't have to be an expert of space. I'm not an expert of space. But just let the students, that they'll find out so much stuff, and if you don't know the answers, point them in the direction of somebody that does, and don't be afraid to say to the students, look, I don't actually know, but I'm going to help you find out.
Okay, lovely. We are looking forward to your inputs, and we keep troubling you to, how to do it in here as well, right? So now I really want to ask Dr. Lee that, how do we see the role of technology evolving in gifted education over the next decade? And, how can we, and, specifically about your idea about your design studio, and how can we implement certain things like this in a country like India, where technology is like it's not too much in every school, especially
Yeah.
in area like rural area. So how do you see the role of technology, and how
Yeah.
can
Thanks so much for the question. I think there are three parts to the question. First, I think in terms of technology, it's not so much for gifted education. I think Gen AI is coming into every classroom. Both in both way, how students use Gen AI to help them learn better. So I think it still goes back to the age-old story of thinking, learning, that interaction is more important than the technology. So for example, in our design studio, the latest effort that we do with Gen AI is we develop a Gen AI with a specific learning theory, knowledge building at the back of it. So we train it to push students to think harder about sustainability, and it reads the visual that the students are capturing. So instead of us being the person to facilitate the question, the student interact with Gen AI, but it has to be designed with a specific big idea that prompt this, especially this high ability student. So we have certain ways of deliberating how Gen AI can support and continue to develop their interaction and thinking. So I think that's one piece that we really have to look at, how this is integrated in the classroom. The second part about technology, I think our high ability kids are going to pick up coding at the tip of the very, very quickly. I mean, I see the younger they are, the faster they get into coding. But I think it still goes back, I think it's aligned to the narrative that everyone is talking about. When you get the students to even do AI hackathon or develop program, I think it's more driving towards not as a technical skills, but actually as the purpose of meaning of learning this skill. Where's the value and where's the ethics? Because these are the high ability, they picked it up, they are going to develop things faster than anybody can imagine. So I think it still goes back to, so we are running an AI hackathon next June. But our purpose is to let students learn that they can do programming now using ChatGPT. Basically, they don't have the programming language. They can do it with language, right? But it's more of problem solving. So why equip yourself with these skills, and how will it propel you forward? So these are the two parts that you're talking about. I think the third part, when you talk about the rural area, which I may not be familiar, I work with some children in Northern Thailand mountain region. I guess the technology access is one thing that we have to take note whether they can access. And it's not so much of having the technology in the hand, but what it is used for. Even when I go to Northern Thailand, the mountainous region, every child has a mobile. It's not rare, but what do they use it for? I think basically the scaffolding, the thinking must come before the technology. I think the third part, I'm not explaining it holistically, but I think the narrative about why, because Gen AI is going to move faster than anybody can imagine, and these kids are going to pick it up much faster. And one of the thing about teachers' challenge is like what Sophie and the rest of the have iterated. You don't have to know what they know, but you need to make it human. You need to make sure that they need to be human enough to deal with the technology, right? So you don't pitch with them the skills of coding and all that, but in developing a holistic child, in these gifted children. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for your views. And I'm true that now you have phones in each and every hand, even in the remotest corner of the world. And thanks to the internet. Now I'm moving to Dr. Khan. So, do you foresee a permanent shift toward hybrid model of education for gifted children, and what would be the advantages or disadvantages of such a model, a hybrid model of education?
Yes, a hybrid model is not only good for gifted children, but for everyone. Because
Hmm.
what we have learned from the, you see, COVID-19,
Hmm.
that, uh, I mean, uh, you can impart education uh, with much ease using online learning. You see, some of the courses could be purely on the basis of online learning, but some courses like, say, physics, mathematics, biology, and so on, especially where and especially such courses where practicals are involved, there you cannot do simply through online learning, but still I can say that there are possibilities of doing experiments remotely, as it has been already shown by MIT. And I wanted to mention one thing which was very important in one of my slides there, that you see in distance learning, University of Colorado has done a very important experiment, that is FET simulation, interactive simulations that they have developed in physics, chemistry, mathematics, and biology. You have interactive simulations on the basis of which you can simply perform the experiment on your sitting on your computer. Sometimes you see in many places, schools and colleges and universities do not have sufficient funds to buy every equipment. So in this way, one can do all those things. For example, I was teaching my MSc students a final year laser physics course. And one day I took them to my, you see, special uh, IT department where we had complete setup. And I showed them how laser operates, how you can have population inversion, and then how you can have uh, you see coherent light coming from that, and everything could be seen very easily uh, sitting on your own computer. Such type of experiments cannot be performed, you see, normally in a laboratory, because it involves millions and millions of rupees to buy, you see, such equipment. So it is very, very important. I've seen so many, you see, videos on that. So many uh, softwares are there available. Earlier, Java applets were used, but now interactive simulations have become very, very useful. Here in India, all the 6 IITs, they are also developing, you see, such type of laboratories where the experiments can be done by students in different subjects of engineering, mechanical, civil, electronics, and so on, sitting on their own computers. So that is one thing I wanted to say. The
Thank
second,
you.
yeah, one more thing I would like to mention what Sophie was doing, project-based learning. I have already, as a teacher, I have already always been interested in having project-based learning, because you see that is what students learn a lot with that. For example, take this spectacle of mine. Here we have lens. Here you have you measure the focal length of the lens. You measure the refractive index and so on. Separate experiments you can do, but you do not know how a spectacle is made. So if the students are given a project, a small project to make a spectacle where they can find out how to measure focal length, they have to find the different type of aberrations and so on, how they can remove the deficiencies and so on, and finally how power can be given to these classes. So that will be much more interesting for the student, and especially that can be done by the, you see, your gifted children in particular. They will be very, very interested in that. In fact,
Yes.
I am associated with UNESCO's very important program, International Day of Light, as national node for India for the International Day of Light since 2018. And I'm contacting many schools, colleges, and universities to take part in that. So many of them develop their own small projects based on light and its applications. And that is, I mean, some of them are very, very interesting, and they are appreciated by the, you see, by the uh, by that steering committee of that International Day of Light, and I get it published also in their international newsletter, and that gives a lot of encouragement to the students, school children, and so on. So that is how, I mean, it is my feeling that gifted children can also get advantage of that, and they can show their excellence more in such type of, you see, activities. So
Yes.
that is what I wanted to say.
Wonderful. Very well said, sir. We are running out of time, but I can't really stop myself from having a last few thoughts from Dr. T. If you can just quickly share how spiritual and volition development influence gifted children in their later years.
Yeah.
So please, if you
Because
can just quickly
the
share.
spiritual includes moral as well. Yes. So basically, I prepare for your questions. I love your questions so much. It makes them more lively. So the is to help parents and teachers have the common aim of having the same common goal of developing a nice child, a very nice person, and that will help them in the talent development. So we have heart, body, mind, and soul. So the soul is the spiritual development, moral choice. We have a lower animal nature, basically ego, and we have a higher spiritual nature, selfless. So hopefully parents will help children to become more selfless, more godly, and be able to practice their virtues, develop their virtues. So spiritual development, moral development is about developing virtues like humility,
Yeah.
kindness, truthfulness. So if they are kind, they use their intelligence to do kind things. So kindness is something money cannot buy. So you have at home, in school, we have activities like help little children, if help the children to expose them to little animals and let them love the animals. So the doing part will develop the potential of having kindness. So this is the part that doing good onto others, not being selfish, being very calm, because gifted brain are very powerful. A slow brain has fewer brain waves. A clever brain has more powerful brain waves. So may have high energy in the brain. So they may have sleep problems. So you have to teach them to meditate at the alpha brainwave stage. You understand the different levels of brainwave. Energy cannot be destroyed. It can only transfer from one form to another. Deep sleep is at delta level. So energy, if you slow down the breathing, and then you go into alpha brainwave level, which is a creative state, and create new things, new ideas, new thoughts, new technology, etc. So and also being happy. Happiness can be unconditional. Happy only when you get the trophy, that is conditional happiness. But happy even if in COVID, in difficulties, you're still contented that things are not too bad, and that is unconditional happiness. And we're happy child learn better. Happy teacher teach better. Teachers have to be like the student too, develop your own potential in teaching. So
Wonderful.
thanks.
Thank you so much. And this brings us to the end of session 3. And all of you, I really want to thank each one of you from the bottom of my heart and from on behalf of the organizing committee as well for sharing such an insightful thought and for emphasizing the need for innovative approaches to gifted education. Now, and now, without wasting much time, we have already made Julia, ma'am, waited for so long. So we move to her very interactive session. Over to you, Dia.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sharma. Welcome, Dr. Roberts, to be here with us today. And I should appreciate, and we all here at Gifted Education Trust appreciate your presence here, because I know it's early morning there in Kentucky. So thanks from all of us. And Dr. Julia Link Roberts is a illustrious Mahurian Professor of Gifted Studies at the School of Teacher Education, College of Education and Behavioral Sciences in Western Kentucky University. Her body of work is illustrious and exemplary. I cannot share it here in a short period of time that I have, but yes, if you look up there at Google, it never ends. Her work for STEM education, for teacher training and mentorship is exemplary, and her work on assessment for gifted students is also a distinguished lot of work there I can see. And today our focus will be more on assessment tools in a classroom and all for gifted students, and also teacher mentoring, in addition to other questions that I would like to ask. Dr. Roberts, I would like you to say a few words about yourself and about your work over the past few years.
Well, thank you so much for your kind words. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. It's kind of nice to just realize that it works. Isn't it amazing that here I am in my own home and I'm talking with you so far away? I thank you for that opportunity. Actually, my work that's most important to me is with young people. And over the course of the summer, we've done programming for residential programming for 7 weeks, about 400 campers for 1, 2, or 3 weeks. So we've had a very busy summer and a very good one. We've done non-residential programming for younger children, and we've done lots with teachers. So you can kind of get a picture of what our focus is at Western Kentucky University.
That's excellent. Yeah, that's great. The voice is breaking a bit. Yeah. Can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Yeah. Thank you so much for sharing that, Dr. Roberts. Dr. Roberts, we would like to know what assessment tools do you recommend for identifying giftedness, and what is and to measure their progress. So I think the challenge for the world is, once we have identified gifted students, how to measure their progress on a learning continuum.
I think that one of the most important things we do is pre-assess. Of course, you have to do your planning first and then pre-assess and look for who already knows it or can practice the skills. And if they already know it, what can we do with them to make sure that they're continuing to learn?
Mm-hmm.
Of course, we assess in many ways. It depends on what you want to find out. What do you want to know about that student so that you can provide whatever is appropriate for them to continue learning, but to learn at a level that's more complex and probably at a faster pace.
Yep. All right, great. And how do you balance? I mean, how does the university programs balance the socio-emotional aspect with the advanced content that is being taught to the gifted students? Because some of them could feel challenged. They may not even want to do it, or they may get that superiority complex that they're doing some advanced stuff. How do you manage and balance the socio-emotional and the accelerated academic content?
All of what you are saying is what can happen. I also find that many times when challenged at an appropriate level, the young person is happier. They need to find others who are interested in what they are. I call them idea mates. We talk about age mates. Well, I think gifted students need idea mates. They need others who want to talk about what they're interested in. And when we find those idea mates, our young people are much happier.
That's brilliant. So it's like collaborative learning for them. Peer learning and peer interaction is what you recommend.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Great, great. There's one question that I would like to ask is from one of the participants who is a director of the National Science Center in India, Mr. Srivastav. So his question is, okay, one second, sorry. Yeah, behavioral change is an outcome of learning. How can we assess this among gifted children? So is there any a barometer, a kind of a benchmark or kind of a rubric where we can measure the changes or the behavioral change that happens in a gifted for a gifted student in a gifted program?
That's a very important question to
Yeah.
ask.
Thank
I
you.
think often our best assessment of those young people who are performing at an exceptionally high level is through their product. What is it that they're able to show? What kind of research are they engaging in? And so, one of the things that a colleague of mine, Tracy Inman, and I have developed is called the DAP tool, which is to be used to assess products at increasingly complex levels. And I find that to be a wonderful way to assess our highest performing students.
Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, my next question is on professional development, because I'm a classroom teacher and I'm always after professional development opportunities. So what are the mentoring or the professional development for educators, sorry, that you focus targeting gifted students? So the kind of mentoring and the kind of teacher training programs that you run and you think are effective as well.
Well, I am a teacher educator. That's who I am. So I think you've asked a very important question. We find that in the United States, so often that professional learning has not been offered to teachers about gifted students. So number one, there must be opportunities for educators to know about giftedness. It's really hard to operate with best practices if you're unaware of the needs of gifted students, because they don't look like the needs of other students. The needs of gifted students emanate from their strengths. Usually we think of needs coming from a deficiency. So you have to help educators and other decision makers understand that gifted students have real needs, but you've got to look at their strengths in order to identify what those needs are. So with professional learning, it's very difficult to offer sessions and meet a wide range of educators' needs, but we need lots of opportunities for decision makers to know about gifted students. For example, through our Center for Gifted Studies, we offer opportunities for superintendents in schools, believing that if the leaders understand the needs of gifted students, they will be far more supportive of their teachers in offering high-level opportunities for students to learn.
All right. So that is great. And what are the common challenges do you think teachers face in a gifted classroom?
That's a hard question. They face lots of challenges. One of the biggest ones here is that many classrooms are heterogeneously grouped. And if you're heterogeneously grouping students, you have such a wide range of learners that it's very difficult for teachers to really meet where the variety of students are ready to learn.
Okay. So, but if it's a gifted classroom, then because giftedness is also on a very broad spectrum.
Yes,
so in a gifted, so if it's a gifted classroom already, even then it's a mixed ability class. We can say that because giftedness can be is quite a broad term. So in that case, let's say if a teacher is in a gifted classroom, what are the challenges do you think? How can the teacher overcome those challenges that come with a gifted classroom?
Thank you for that good question. Probably, I'll go back to something I mentioned in the beginning of this conversation. The more we can learn about our students, their interests, their level of performance, a gifted classroom will find a lot of variety too, as you mentioned. And so pre-assessing doesn't have to be long or difficult. You can give students 3 minutes to write on a concept or topic and have a really good idea of where they are in relation to that particular topic. So gleaning as much information about our students, and as the speaker said a moment ago, if they can be happy, if we can, in that classroom, have a learning environment that's accepting, it is so much easier to offer different opportunities without students wondering why they're doing this and I'm doing something else.
Okay, perfect. So you would highly recommend that we know our teachers should know their students and how they learn, and it's important to keep the students happy as well. All right. One more question is, what advice would you give to new educators? Because in India, the concept of gifted education is pretty much new. So we are still in the process of training teachers for gifted education. So what advice would you give to new educators who are just beginning to work with gifted students? Any special advice for the new teachers?
Oh yes, it's so important for everyone from the very beginning of their teaching to know how different students can be in a variety of areas. We find that many of our new teachers know nothing about gifted students.
Yeah.
So what we need to do is provide information on an ongoing basis to support them as they work with gifted students. I don't know if this is true in India, but here it's very possible for the message to be, don't worry about gifted kids, they're going to be fine. Well, they're not going to be nearly as fine as they'll be if we support them and provide them challenge as they move along. So it's educating our new teachers bit by bit that will make them the very best mentors they can be for all children in their classrooms, but never assuming that continuous progress is not as important for gifted kids as it is for everyone else. School is where children must be learning every day, all children.
Yes. Great. Okay. Can I ask you one more question, Dr. Roberts? Thank you so much. So, how do you envision the role of technology and innovation in supporting gifted students?
Well, I love the comment that was made right before this. Thinking must come before the technology. We've got to have students thinking on their own. If students are in a classroom where they pretty much know everything's easy that's presented, they're really not thinking. And we must be preparing our students to think. So as they employ technology, it's something that is a tool for them, but they're not relying on that for their answers or for what they would be generating cognitively.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Roberts. Thank you so much for your inputs. It has been, I'm sure it has been valuable for everyone. Thank you very much. Dr. Sharma, I will just pass the mic to Dr. Sharma. Or Dr. Gupta, if you would like to join us.
Actually,
If there are any questions.
Sunil Chandra sir will take it over from.
Yeah, would you like to take it from here?
Yes, I'll take it on. Firstly, I
Yeah.
would like to thank you. This was our last session, and before we wrap it up, I would request Dr. Tabassum Jamal to join us. She is already there. She will be giving us idea about future of gifted children in India. So that is a new perspective. And before she starts, I'll just very briefly tell about her. Dr. Jamal has served in the CISR, a premier science policy research institute under Council of Scientific Research and Industrial Research, Government of India, for almost 30 years. She has been associated with the SME sector, the leaderships and the skill and all that. Currently, she is the chairperson of Zahir Science Foundation in New Delhi, a think tank established as a non-profit for promoting scientific and temperament for nation building. She has been associated with this foundation since 2010, which has been almost 14 years. Zahid Science Foundation, having done close collaboration with UNESCO, has organized two International Day of Light, which is very important event during 2022, 23, and 24, reports about which were published in the IDL newsletter. It has also been active MOUs with Korea, Malaysia, and Russian Academy of Sciences. So we will now request Dr. Tabassum to kindly share her views before I propose a vote of thanks. Over to you, ma'am. Dr. Tabassum, can you start, please?
Unmute.
You are mute. I think you are mute.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, to me you are audible.
Am I audible?
Yes.
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 No. Unmute. Unmute yourself.
Dr. Tabassum, you got to unmute yourself. That is better. And
Is
we
it
can
fine
hear
now?
you. Yes, it is fine. That is better. And we can hear.
Am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible. Ma'am, you're
Okay.
audible.
Thank you, Mr. Chandra, for introducing me to this important gathering. And thank you, Mr. Chandra, for introducing me to this important gathering. And
I think Dr. Tabassum is joining again. There was some technical glitch. I think she's joining back again. But thank you, Miss Julia Link Roberts, for your insightful thoughts on gifted education. And it was really nice to have your, to have clarification on certain questions that we had. And it was really lovely to have you with us in this international conference. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Can I request Mr. Manish at the background to kindly see what is the glitch with Dr. Tabassum?
So she is not online.
She is not online, all right. Can anybody give her a call, please? Anybody having number? See her.
Yeah, I'm going to call her. Just a moment, please. I'm going to call her. Just a moment, please.
Yes, she's there.
Okay.
Welcome back, ma'am.
hello. Yeah.
We can hear you.
I hope now I am audible.
Yes,
I
You are
hope
yes,
now I am audible.
Yes,
yes.
ma'am.
Can you listen me?
I hope now yes, we can hear you, ma'am. We can hear you.
I hope now I am audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So this was I am first of all I should thank Mr. Chandra for introducing me to this gathering, and I must congratulate Dr. Parnika and Dr. Mansi to organize this very important conference today online. I have been listening to the presenters, since this afternoon. Very nice presentations and very learning experiences from different countries. So this was actually regarding when we talk about the gifted children. So coming from CSIR, Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, I just wanted to inform that we also have a program where we can give some special learning to these children. And every year we have Jigyasa program where we invite students to connect with scientists and ask about their queries. So, as you all know, that CSIR is a pan-India research organization, and we have 38 laboratories all over India, and they all are offering, these learning opportunities for students. So, when Dr. Manasi and Dr. Paranika they had come to our office, the Here Science Foundation, we were just discussing about it, that how CSIR can help these students. So I would like to submit here that it is not just, first of all, we have to identify these children as this trust, Education Trust. They are doing good work for last, say, 10 years, more than 10 years, that how to identify these children. But after identifying, maybe, if you know their interest, then we can connect these students to different research laboratories, because when they go and see that how labs are being established and how they are working in different streams of sciences and different knowledge areas, I think because these gifted children, they are the super talented children, and they will try to understand when they see, and a kind of energy which is stimulated from there, that gives them a chance to go in a better way. So and Zahir Science Foundation, in fact, is an offshoot of CSIR, where we are trying to connect all, when we talk about technology innovation. So all these laboratories are having different kind of programs which can be showcased to these children, and maybe to teachers first, so that the STEM, what we talk about, science, technology, engineering and mathematics these days, and there are different programs which can be very helpful to mentor these children. So here my submission is, because first of all, the problem is that the communication is not there, awareness is not there. So once we are aware of these possibilities, for example, if I say that NPL in Delhi, National Physical Laboratory, they are the one, they regulate the standard time for India. So these children would like to go and see that how this is happening in the lab. So, and this may create many more new questions in these gifted children. Then we have three more laboratories in Delhi. So we have four labs in Delhi where these children can be taken there, and to see that how these researches are being done and how that can help in their progress of their mental capabilities and things like that. Other thing which we can do, that we can call upon the scientists in Zahir Science Foundation, and these children, these selected children, they can come to Zahir Science Foundation, and we call the scientists from each four lab from Delhi itself, since they are working uh, Gifted Education Trust, they are working in Delhi and NCR region, so that can be easily done. But otherwise also, if there are, we have coordination with schools, then these labs, they are in different corners of our country, so we can coordinate there also, with the kind of curiosity what the children have. So this was the information I wanted to give, because this will add on about the future path for these gifted students. And I am glad to see Zahid Saab here, because he is also advisor with Zahir Science Foundation. So he and myself, we can help this trust for giving this kind of coordination and giving a future path to the trust. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tabassum. It's a very big help that we'll get, because since morning, most of the speakers have spoken about the collaboration aspect. So we will be definitely benefited. Actually, we were looking forward to such facility which has been given to us on plate. And sure enough, we will connect with you again. So, ladies and gentlemen, give me the chance to say you good morning again, because Julia is in the morning mode. Some of you may be here in the afternoon time zone, and majority of us here in the evening time zone. So, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. As we come to the end of this enlightening and interactive conference, I, Major General Sunil Chandra, have been associated with the Army Educations for last 42 years. I headed the Army Educational Corps, so that has been my forte, though we are a rank along with this, but I've been closely associated, having done my PhD from University of Illinois a long time back, and that is what my academic credentials are. Along with my two trustees, Dr. Parnika Sharma and Dr. Mansi Gupta, we feel honored to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of all of us. First and foremost, I would like to express my deep gratitude to our supporting partners, which is Shobit University. Our Chancellor, who was there in the inaugural session, has given us enough measure to use the resources at the university. Our special thanks go to AARDO, that is African Asian Rural Development Organization, which is the body controlled, which is in India, where 32 countries are members, for their invaluable partnership. And they are actually looking forward to our support for some of the African countries. We will be taking forward the minutes of this conference, the takeaways from this with them, and go forward. We are grateful immensely to Professor Moni, who is not on the screen today, is indisposed, who guided us and whose expertise was instrumental in shaping the success of this event. And his contribution, we'll put it on record. I would also like to express my heartfelt thanks to organizing committee members, uh, along with Dr. Dia Mehra Soni. She is here on sabbatical from Australia. She is teaching there. She has given us invaluable inputs in designing this and in execution of this very conference. I would also like to extend my appreciation to participating schools, the principals and their teachers. Today being the teaching day of the schools, they yet were able to attend different sessions in different time frames, and I am grateful to them for having spared their time. Our special thanks to technical support team, Mr. Manish Chabra, who is at the back, who has given us the link, who has right from morning 10 o'clock, he is telecasting this on the YouTube as well, because our conference proceedings have been seen in many countries, especially in the UAE and all that. Now I will talk about some speakers since morning. Kumar Shekhar Vijendra, Dr. Manoj Nardev Singh, Shri Himanshu Gupta and Pramod Mahajan. They were there in the inaugural session. Kumar Shekhar Vijendra is the Chancellor of Shobit University. Dr. Manoj Nardev Singh is the Secretary General of AARDO. And Shri Himanshu Gupta is the Secretary CBSE, which controls more than 20,000 CBSE schools in India. And since this is part of national education policy, he has given a clear message to all the schools that they should take guidance and they should implement this program in their schools. And Dr. Pramod Mahajan, Director Principal in Sharjah, in a very big school, he was there. We are grateful to Professor Indrani Baduri, Anis Al Harab. We are grateful to Finoya Tholet, Dr. Sania Nariman, Professor Jackson from Singapore, Professor Dwayne Devansh, Dr. Aruna Devraj, Dr. Theo Chuli, and Sophia Cooper, Professor Zahid Hassan Khan, Dr. Chua T. Liu, Dr. Monica Shishodia, and to last, Professor Julia Link, who has made our session so very much interesting, and Dr. Dia Soni again for engaging her in such a engrossing question answer that she really brought out the complete research from her. So in a short span, this was done, and we now wrap it up. The question answers, if any, will can be posted to us. We will be very glad to answer them, or through the experts who have participated. If it is meant for some expert, we will take it from them. Thank you very much, and have a nice day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you.
We now leave the conference, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am.